Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Then please persuade more. Shen Yunqing smiled, skipping the joke, and said to the two of them, "You two should also take a look in front of the stele. There are limited spots for each class, and today is already the second day of recruitment at our academy. That is to say, excluding today, there's only one more day left for comprehension, so you two better hurry up." Li Yuanzhao hastily asked, "What if the spot for Class A are filled up? Then you'll have to go to Class B, but don't worry, there's a challenge in a month. If you're confident, you can challenge Class A and switch classes." Shen Xinyan laughed and said, "Regardless of which class you're in, it's not a permanent situation. Cultivation is a competition, a struggle against heaven, demons, and most importantly, against other people. To obtain the most resources and the best treatment, you must stand above everyone else to be qualified. Within the divine general mansion, as descendants of the main bloodline, their parents would provide them with cultivation resources, but at Tan Palace Academy, everything had to be earned through competition." Hearing this, Li Yuanzhao quickly pulled Li Hao towards the stele where Li Yun and his sister were studying. Clearly, that was the stele for a superior cultivation technique. In front of this particular stele, there were only about a dozen people. In front of the other steles, there were 20 to 30 people, with the greatest number studying the intermediate cultivation techniques. After all, most people, although confident, still opted for the safer choice. Li Hao glanced over and saw that the stele recorded a fist technique. Fist techniques are almost a requisite cultivation technique for martial artists. When one masters punching and kicking, the cultivation of other weapons becomes much more effective and efficient. He took a careful look, and the words appeared before him. "Fringe comprehension achieved. Would you like to record it?" Li Hao chose yes. Soon, the record of this fist technique appeared on his panel, but it was not at the beginner level, nor was it at perfection or perfection. Superior cultivation technique. Wind-slashing fist, true form. One step pushed to the limit. Li Hao was not surprised by this. During these 5 years spent fishing with second grandpa, even though the old man was angry upon learning he hadn't carried on the soul in the family shrine, he still taught him some fist techniques for self-defense. Therefore, on the panel, besides the sword path, another path had been recorded. Fist technique. Upgraded to 6th stage. Aside from fist technique, other paths like the physical body path, the sword path, and the control path had all been upgraded to 6th stage by Li Hao. Over these 5 years, he had been busy daily, and many of his artistic skills had greatly improved. Fishing 5 stages, chess 5 stages, cooking 6 stages, art of painting 5 stages. Poetry and books 3 stages, playing the zither 3 stages. The total artistic skill points earned were 27. After using 24 points, 3 points remained, kept for any unexpected needs. Li Hao had intended to push a single path to its extreme before doing anything else, but after exploring, he found that every Tao realm had thresholds every 3 stages. To move from the 3rd to the 4th stage, one needed a spiritual awakening. When the cooking path upgraded to 6 stages full experience, there was a prompt saying that understanding the spirit of cooking was necessary to continue improving. If focusing intently and loving something passionately were enough to achieve a state of mind, then a spiritual awakening required insight and grasping the essence of the path. Cooking isn't just about making food. It's about creating dishes that break the mold and infusing them with soul. The same goes for playing chess. Playing isn't just about winning or losing. It also requires one's own wisdom and charm. That so-called divine move, a remarkable play transcending conventional understanding and perception. Li Hao knew that this wasn't just a requirement of the panel, but if he were to practice normally without the panel, to reach certain realms in cultivation, he too would need to experience states of mind and spiritual awakening. According to Second Grandpa, These were stages that any cultivation technique must reach. Otherwise, one would at most be a second-rate expert, struggling to reach the pinnacle. To be strong, one must first enter the realm of madness. It is said that beyond spiritual awakening lies an even higher realm, the realm of saints. But even second grandpa, known as a sword saint, had only reached a state of mind with a spiritual awakening in his fist technique, never attaining sainthood. The word saint in Dayu is regarded as the supreme term, an untouchable existence. Be it a fist saint or a sword saint, they are not actually in the saint realm. Such titles are more of a commendatory appellation, indicating that they have reached an extremely high pinnacle in their respective paths, approaching the realm of saints. Li Hao speculated that when he reached the 9th stage in the future, he might need the state of mind to enter sainthood. It was hard to imagine what kind of state that would be. However, at present, he had yet to achieve spiritual awakening. Spirit, just like the word itself, implies spirituality, brilliance, soul. He must undertake an exceedingly subtle and exceptional task to possess his own brilliance, just like a Grandmaster such as those from Tianren's sect, who have their unique Grandmaster's path. As the panel successfully recorded, a multitude of messages about the wind-slashing fist technique flooded into his mind. Li Hao merely closed his eyes briefly and quickly digested the information. He seemed as if he had practiced this fist technique for 50 years. He was familiar with all its moves as if they were at his fingertips. He had not only rectified the shortcomings of the fist technique, but had also deeply understood the true essence of its core. Just as its name suggests, the fist could slash the wind, break it, as if it were like a knife or sword, possessing destructive power beyond that of mere fists and feet. This superior cultivation technique, in his hands, was enough to unleash a power comparable to that of the most exceptional techniques. Li Hao's gaze moved away from the stone steel and turned to the dozen or so people around him. He saw that they were all absorbed in concentration, earnestly staring at the steel, comprehending. Some were mouthing the words, seemingly following the descriptions of the techniques inscribed on the steel, delving into their meanings. Some of the descriptions on the steels were obscure and hard to understand. Just comprehending them was difficult. But most of those who could come here had the support of martial arts families and had been immersed in the martial arts from a young age. Even the cold and rare words in some summaries were understandable to them. Li Hao saw that Yuan Zhao was also engrossed in reading beside them, eyes moving back and forth across the steel line by line. He did not disturb him but glanced again and saw Li Yun, the siblings, squatting in front of another steel, with serious expressions, occasionally pondering or frowning and gently rotating their wrists as if they were practicing in their minds, extremely focused, not even noticing his and Li Yuan Zhao's arrival. Both thought of this and exchanged a look, their expressions becoming slightly more solemn. As teachers within the academy, how could they lead by example in helping a disciple cheat? No, even though you are the young master of the divine general mansion, it's not acceptable, and there were no gifts. Ha! What gifts? Even gifts wouldn't make it acceptable. You're not a prince. While they were racking their brains on how to gently refuse the young man, Li Hao already responded to Shun Yunqing's words. That cultivation technique, I've already mastered it. Actually, it's normal for you to find it difficult. Just take your time to comprehend it. Shun Yunqing's words were cut short as he suddenly froze, looking at Li Hao in astonishment. What did you say? I said, the cultivation technique on the steel, I've already mastered it. Li Hao had to repeat himself, suspecting that the old man was hard of hearing. Mastered it. Across from him, the gray-robed elder, Zhao Zhong'en, looked at Li Hao in surprise. By mastered it, did he mean he had already entered the threshold? Which did you choose, the wind-slashing fist or the 9 stars triple step? Shun Yunqing also snapped back to reality, sizing up Li Hao, thinking the kid must be boasting. The wind-slashing fist. Li Hao thought for a moment, seeming to also realize that such a claim was indeed surprising, and immediately threw a punch. The punch carried a subtle, trembling wind, with a low hum of force, as if sharp blades of wind were cutting through with the punch. Both of their eyes narrowed in recognition that this was one of the moves of the wind-slashing fist. To be able to produce the sound of wind and the cutting force, it wasn't merely at the level of a beginner, it was even at the level of adeptness approaching perfection. Could it be? The two exchanged glances, their eyes filled with a chilling sharpness. They had long heard of the Li family's listening rain tower, which housed countless martial arts techniques. Could it be that the wind-slashing fist was also included there? But the three cultivation techniques on the steel were all from Tan Palace Academy's collection, which was changed every 6 years. They had never heard of them being exposed outside before, had they? Between major forces, their relationships were complex. Many thoughts surfaced in the minds of the two elders, yet they soon suppressed them, not asking Li Hao any further questions. It never crossed their minds that Li Hao had comprehended the set of fists in just a short moment. In such a brief amount of time, one could only just carefully watch it once through. To even grasp the surface of the technique would be quite good, let alone reach a level of adeptness or perfection. In that case, you have indeed passed the test, but we aren't responsible for the examination. You should find that uncle over there, said Shen Yinqing, pointing towards the center of the square where a middle-aged man stood with his hands behind his back, his face calm. In front of him, for people were practicing their techniques, but their movements were visibly stiff. I will go in a bit. Li Hao was not in a hurry, and instead let his gaze fall on the chessboard upon which the two elders were playing. After glancing back and forth a couple of times, he immediately saw the situation and said, "This game of chess is about to be lost." Both elders looked surprised, with Shen Yinqing raising an eyebrow. "You're so young, yet you understand chess?" "I know a little bit," Li Hao said modestly. "Oh," Zhao Zhongyan smiled mockingly, glancing at Shen Yinqing. "Then tell us, who is winning and who is losing?" Upon hearing that, Shen Yinqing couldn't help but laugh and curse him playfully. Li Hao pointed out truthfully, if he continues with the previous chess strategy, he will lose. He pointed toward Shen Yinqing. Shen Yinqing's face turned red, feeling a bit embarrassed, now believing the young man truly knew something about chess. He cleared his throat twice and said, "I was just coming to fetch you guys. I wasn't concentrating on this game. I didn't play well." Go on, go on." If it weren't for the presence of a younger generation, Zhao Zhongyan might have kicked him, rolling his eyes at him. Following that, Zhao Zhongyan addressed Li Hao. "Based on what you said, there's still a chance for him to win this game?" "Yes." Li Hao nodded, his voice no longer casual at that moment, becoming very decisive. "If you change the strategy, you can win." "Oh." Zhao Zhongyan was originally teasing him, but upon hearing this, he was taken aback. Then his smile receded, saying indifferently, "Then do tell, how can he win this game?" Shen Yinqing was amazed, looking at Li Hao curiously. Knowing the outcome meant Li Hao at least understood some of the basic rules of chess, but to see a winning move? That was a joke, as even he couldn't find a way to win. "Place a piece here." Li Hao pointed on the chessboard. Zhao Zhongyan glanced at where he pointed and scoffed quietly. "What if I place my piece here?" He pointed to an adjacent spot. "Here." Li Hao continued pointing. "And if I move here?" "Here." Zhao Zhongyan was about to point to another blocking move, when suddenly his expression changed dramatically, his eyes fixed on the chessboard, flickering uncertainly. Though no pieces were actually placed by their fingers on the board, in his mind, the chessboard was already imprinted with moves at those few spots. These moves were nothing special and certainly didn't suggest a winning position, but they seemed a bit subtle. That severed vein seemed like it could be connected. Zhao Zhongyan's gaze became more focused. He withdrew the finger pointing to the chessboard and showed a thoughtful expression. Shen Yinqing by his side at first didn't catch any extraordinary subtleties, but seeing his old friend suddenly change color, he was startled and then looked closely, scrutinizing and pondering. Before long, a sharp light flashed in his eyes, and he couldn't help but look towards Li Hao. Those few moves indeed had the feel of a snake threading through its teeth. They had actually brought a glimmer of life to an otherwise certain fatal game situation. "Here I come." Mulling it over for a while, Zhao Zhongyan pointed to another spot, planning to completely decapitate the dragon veins on the board without getting further entangled. Li Hao, as if expecting this, raised his hand and pointed to another place. The small flying corner breaks the horn. If the piece fell where he pointed, it would form a flying blade, cutting open a route. Clack! After seeing clearly, Shun Yinqing couldn't help but slap his thigh fiercely, marveling at the brilliance of that move. How could he have not thought of it? How could he have not seen it? Zhao Zongyuan's pupils shrank slightly, and he couldn't help but lift his head to look at Li Hao's young face, feeling a sense of unreality at that moment. This young and tender boy, his skills in chess were so mature and vicious. Come, take a seat. You play now. Shun Yinqing braced his hands on the ground, shifting his bottom to the side, and said to Li Hao, "Let me see to what extent you can play. It doesn't matter if you lose, but if you truly win, I'll give you a bottle of the drunken wind brew." "Sure," said Li Hao. Li Hao nodded, not standing on ceremony, for he had come here specifically for this game. He comfortably sat down where the grass was still warm from being pressed down. Zhao Zongyuan frowned deeply, his face becoming grave. He stared intensely at Li Hao for a moment, not occupied with exploring why the boy was so skilled at chess, but instead gathered his focus and said gravely, "Then let's give it a try." Li Hao's fingers entered the Go bowl, and his index finger and middle finger pinched a black stone and placed it on the board, filling in the position he had indicated earlier. Opposite him, Zhao Zongyan was silent as well, following suit with his moves. The two began their real game. In the square, numerous clan scions and Jianghu prodigies were practicing their movement techniques and fists, sweating profusely as they vied for a place in either Alpha or Beta Academy. Yet in this corner, on the tiny chessboard of just a few square inches, fierce and insidious struggles were unfolding, with each move slicing like a knife, step by step a lethal tactic. After a while, an aged palm trembled as it picked up a piece from the Go bowl, but after a moment of shaking, it slipped from the fingertips and fell. Zhao Zongyuan's face, just like those young disciples swinging their fists in the square, was covered in sweat. The game was set. "I have lost," said Zhao Zongyuan, his throat seemingly parched, his voice strained. Shun Yinqing beside him was dumbstruck, looking at the chess game in disbelief. His own losing game had, under Li Hao's desperate efforts, been completely overturned, reclaiming the lost ground, pressing with each step until the very end, managing to eke out a narrow win by just half a point. Never underestimate a mere half-point lead. Reversing the previously forlorn situation to such an extent was simply unbelievable. "Senior, you have been gracious," said Li Hao as he withdrew his hand, slightly bowing his head in respect, his expression quite serious. But once he straightened up, his demeanor relaxed again. At the 5th rank of Chess Tao, he often played with Grandpa, but hadn't really had a chance to compete with top players from the outside world. These two's strength in chess seemed to be a bit inferior to Grandpa's, probably just about at the 4th rank. This was quite remarkable already. After all, both elders were martial artists who still had the leisure to study this side pursuit. Reaching such a level must have taken considerable effort, a clear indication of their passion. Zhao Zongyan let out a wry laugh, looked up at Li Hao, feeling as though he was observing a monster. How was this Li family's kid's brain constructed? Younger than even the time he had spent playing chess, yet he had one against him? Could it be that talent was also a factor in playing chess? "Impressive, very impressive," praised Shun Yinqing, clicking his tongue in admiration. Li Hao smiled and said, "That was just luck. How about, shall we have another game?" Zhao Zunlin was somewhat at a loss for words and said glumly, "Don't you still have to test for your cultivation technique? There are not many places left in the Alpha Academy. You should secure your spot first." All right," Li Hao replied, coming back to his senses. Although he wasn't really concerned about a spot in the Alpha Academy, to avoid future trouble, he agreed it was worth making a quick attempt. "Then, Senior, please wait for me." "I'll be right back," Li Hao said. Zhao Zongyuan and Shun Yinqing looked at him with strange expressions. Why did it seem like this kid was more committed to playing chess than securing his place in the academy? "Just make sure to wait for me," Li Hao insisted before leaving, then ran quickly towards the middle-aged man at the center of the square. "Let's go try as well." In front of the wind-slashing fist steel, Li Yun suddenly stood up and spoke to his younger sister beside him. Li Jining's gaze flickered slightly. She stopped the slight rotation of her small hands and nodded. She had actually already touched upon some of the essence of the technique, feeling that she had entered the threshold, but she didn't immediately go to test herself, instead waiting for her brother beside her to master it as well. Since she could understand things, she had noticed her brother becoming increasingly impatient with his cultivation. After spending time together day after day, she could faintly sense her brother's thoughts deep in her heart. Among the 3 siblings in the family, she and her eldest sister had higher talents than her brother. It goes without saying for her eldest sister, who had been taken in by a famous teacher since she was little, but she and her brother had stayed at home, and it was inevitable that they would always be compared and praised by people around them. As the brother, Li Yun was the one with the least talent for cultivation among the siblings, which resulted in him practicing with exceptional diligence every time her progress in the training ground surpassed his, sometimes training frantically through the night. "Let's go." Li Yun patted his bottom and stood up. His gaze swept over, and he saw a familiar figure at another part of the steel. It was Li Yuanzhao. But at this moment, the latter was fully engrossed in comprehension and didn't notice him, just as he also didn't know when his counterpart had arrived. Without thinking, he glanced beside Li Yuanzhao, but he couldn't see Li Hao's figure, and he couldn't help but frown. However, he didn't pay much attention to it and snorted softly to himself, then led his sister towards the center of the plaza. "If the performance is not up to standard, we'll go back and practice more," Li Yun said to his sister. Li Jining nodded slightly. In front of a middle-aged man, there were currently 5 people practicing, with a few onlookers standing outside, attempting to find inspiration and reference from others' moves. Suddenly, the siblings saw a familiar figure among them as well. It was Li Hao. Li Jining was puzzled. He must have run over to sneak a learn by observation. Li Yun's eyebrows rose. A trace of cold laughter appeared in his eyes. Although he didn't know when Li Hao had come over, he certainly arrived later than they did. He himself wasn't confident that he had mastered it, let alone the latter. Outside the field, Li Hao quietly waited, his extraordinary perception alerting him to the approach of others from behind, but he didn't turn around or pay them any attention, having greeted them many times in the past, only to be met with evasion and distance. He knew then that the exuberant siblings who used to run daily into the courtyard to listen to stories were no longer there. Soon, the practice in the field was over. Out of the 5 people, only 3 qualified, while the remaining 2 lacked proficiency for entry with an accurate posture. "Let's go." Li Yun took his sister forward, facing the middle-aged man who was a head taller than himself with still a lofty expression. "The technique we contemplated is the wind-slashing fist." Identifying their status from their attire, the middle-aged man nodded slightly, showing a smile. "Please demonstrate." The siblings immediately took their stances and began their routine, completing a set of punches quickly. As Li Yun turned around, his waist did not move. The strength of his body hadn't reached his fist, resulting in a slightly weaker force. The middle-aged man was inwardly astonished and asked, "How long have you been contemplating this technique?" "Half a day," Li Yun replied calmly, but a tinge of pride could be seen in his eyes. He faintly felt that he might have made a slight mistake, and the result might not be very good. But after all, he had only been contemplating it for half a day. The standard for entry into Alpha Academy was 3 days of contemplation, so his progress must have been quite remarkable. Impressive. Indeed, as Li Yun thought, the middle-aged man before him let out a mildly astonished exclamation, causing the corners of the young man's mouth to unconsciously curl up slightly. "Young lady, you have passed the entry threshold." The middle-aged man took out a waist pendant from his belt and handed it to Li Jining beside him. Li Yun was momentarily stunned. "Your punching technique still lacks a bit of refinement. Practice some more, and you should be able to master it quickly," the middle-aged man said to Li Yun. Li Yun's face showed a bit of embarrassment, and he turned to look at his sister. "When did you have the realization?" Li Jining put away her waist pendant and hastily said, "Just now." In truth, she wasn't lying. She really had just comprehended it, at most half an hour ago. To enter a superior cultivation technique within half a day, prodigies like you are uncommon, even in Alpha Academy, the middle-aged man said with a smile. That means there are others who could do it too? Li Yun's expression changed slightly. A few yesterday, the middle-aged man said with a smile. The quality of the disciples recruited this time was excellent, a bit stronger than the previous years. Li Yun felt a burning sensation on his cheeks, his fists clenched involuntarily. At that moment, the middle-aged man's attention was drawn to an approaching figure, and he looked up to see it was someone from Divine General Mansion, and he immediately smiled. "You also came to practice?" "MHM." Li Hao nodded. Hearing this, the siblings couldn't help but glance at Li Hao. Li Yun suddenly felt a bit better, thinking at least there's someone below him. "Please," the middle-aged man gestured. Li Hao was very straightforward, raising his hand to swing 2 punches with the momentum of a knife, producing a faint sound of an iron blade cleaving the air. The middle-aged man's expression changed dramatically, and he looked at Li Hao in shock. Li Hao had already retracted his fists, saying, "Is that satisfactory?" The middle-aged man regained his composure and couldn't help saying, "Did you come yesterday?" "Today." The middle-aged man was slightly stunned, and a different possibility emerged in his mind, causing him to feel a chill deep inside without daring to think deeper. He immediately took out a waist pendant and handed it to Li Hao. "This is the Alpha Academy waist pendant." The waist pendant was white, one side with the letter grade A in black. Li Hao took it, glanced at it, casually put it away, thanked him, then turned and left, leaving behind 2 pairs of eyes filled with slight astonishment. He passed too. Only after Li Hao had walked a distance did Li Yun manage to ask in disbelief. The middle-aged man withdrew his gaze, glanced at him, and nodded. His wind-slashing fist has reached at least the level of agility, perhaps even perfection. Li Hao's demonstration was too brief for him to ascertain the exact level. But there was no doubt he had certainly grasped the basics. Agility? How is that possible? Li Yun exclaimed, his eyes wide. He knew that the other had left the mansion to join them today, arriving at the mountain even later than himself. How could it be that in such a short period he had understood the concept of agility? Even his own sister had barely grasped the basics. With this thought, he couldn't help but turn his head and look at that figure in disbelief. Li Jining watched the retreating figure in a daze, suddenly recalling some adults in the mansion praising Li Hao. "That child is really smart. Indeed, very precocious. I've never seen such a smart child. He gets it at one point. It's a pity he can only engage in body refinement. Otherwise, with such a wise head, he would definitely become a top genius in the future." Yes, the adults only mentioned his limited potential in cultivation, but never once said he wasn't smart enough. The young girl lightly bit her lip, tightly grasping the waist token in her hand. "I'm back." Li Hao jogged back quickly to the 2 elders. Seeing the grade A waist token in his hand, both understood, and Shun Yunqing laughed. "Congratulations." "You flatter me, senior," Li Hao said with a slight smile, then added, "Shall we have another game?" These youngsters. The 2 elders exchanged looks, both speechless in their minds. Why did it seem this boy was more addicted to chess than they were? "All right, another game it is." Zhao Zhongin, having analyzed the previous game and known where he went wrong, now had the courage to battle again. Li Hao felt a rush of joy and immediately sat down. "Please, senior." The 2 began to duel on the chessboard once more. To prevent his opponent from giving up, Li Hao didn't play too aggressively, just slowly pulling ahead until he won by a narrow margin. Thus, an interesting scene unfolded in the square. While other disciples were in front of the steels, pondering and practicing their martial moves, one corner featured a young man exchanging moves with 2 elders on a chessboard. The occasional frustrated outburst from Zhao Zongyuan and the hearty laughter from Shun Yinqing drew glances from other newly admitted disciples. When they noticed the unusual scene, many of them had a hint of curiosity in their eyes. "You little rascal, you must have been playing chess since you were in your mother's womb." Goaded by defeat, Zhao Zhengyuan was so irritated he felt like tossing the game pieces. Li Hao just laughed. Shen Yinqing inquired curiously. You've put some effort into your chess skills. How do you usually cultivate? That's how I cultivate, Li Hao thought to himself. But on the surface, he only chuckled foolishly. While playing chess, the two elders shared some information about Tan Palace Academy with Li Hao. Do you know, youngster, a prince joined the academy yesterday, also admitted to Alpha Academy, and it said he understood the cultivation technique within just an hour. That lady from the Nangong family came too. Her talent is also quite terrifying. It said she's not even the strongest of her generation in the family. These are your future rivals within Alpha Academy. Youngster, you should keep an eye out, the elders advised. Faced with the elders' concern, Li Hao found it overwhelming and said to them, Can't we just concentrate on playing chess? The elders stared. Their fond feelings for the boy had prompted them to share this information. Yet he didn't seem interested at all. So you joined Tan Palace Academy just to play chess, huh? Out of irritation, Zhao Zhengyuan once again concentrated fully on the game. Yet, after a while, he was left looking ashen-faced, defeated by a slim margin. As the sun dipped low, Li Hao was deeply engaged in the game when he suddenly heard a voice beside him. Ow! Li Hao turned to look and saw Li Yuan Zhao, who was watching him tentatively. I got the Wei's token, Li Yuan Zhao said. They had arrived late, and he had spent half a day in contemplation. Oh, Li Hao nodded, unsurprised. This kid had the same innate ability as Li Jining. Despite his sturdy appearance, there was a sly spark in his small eyes. He was incredibly sharp. They're waiting at the foot of the mountain for us to return to the mansion together. What do you think? Let them go back first. We'll return later, Li Hao said. Across from him, the elders' expressions darkened. Was this kid hooked on winning? No more, Zhao Zhengyuan waved his hand. It's getting late, you should go back. It's okay, I can see, Li Hao retorted. You little. The two elders were left both laughing and crying by Li Hao's antics. Shen Yinqing said, Let's call it a day. If you want to play chess, we can have a match after school starts. Li Hao wanted to continue, but seeing the elders apparently had lost all enthusiasm, he relented. Fine then. Thank you both for your hospitality today. With that, he made a move, cementing his victory in the game. Seeing the experience he gained, Li Hao then stood up with a smile, bowed respectfully to the two elders, and, together with Li Yuan Zhao, slowly started heading down the mountain. To think such a kid exists in the divine general mansion. Really curious, the two elders said, watching the figures of the two youngsters, one ahead and one following leave. Their expressions were filled with amusement as they looked at each other and shook their heads, chuckling. By the time Li Hao and Li Yuan Zhao returned to the foot of the mountain, the square was already lit up with bright lamps. Although it was night, it was still bustling with people, the crowd showing no sign of thinning. The scene reminded Li Hao of the night markets from his previous life. He took a deep breath, and along with the refreshing night breeze, he could detect the aroma of charcoal-grilled delicacies wafting through the air, which instantly whetted his appetite. Let's go find something to eat. On the entrance stairs, scions from various states were still hastening to the summit, vying for fame and prestige. Yet at the summit, the figure of the young man leaped down, rushing toward the worldly splendor of the teeming throng below. Before long, relying on his own culinary skills, Li Hao quickly identified some delicious food among the numerous stalls and packed everything up to go. Both he and Li Yuan Zhao held their arms full of food, munching while walking toward the carriage, attracting the eyes of many passers-by. What's that smell? In the carriage, an impatient Li Yun had been waiting and was suddenly greeted by the scent of roasted meat, causing him to pause and lift the curtain. The aroma hit him immediately, and he saw Li Hao and Li Yuan Zhao approaching with their mouths greasy from eating. Fu, sorry to keep you waiting here. Ming, this is yours, is it enough? Sharing with everyone he met along the way, Li Hao distributed generously from the ample food he bought. Of course, he did not forget to include his personal made Qingzhou share. After that, he boarded the carriage with his big and small bags of food and went inside. The oil lamp had been lit inside the carriage, the brothers and sisters' cheeks illuminated by the warm yellow light. They sneakily glanced at Li Hao and his company. Enticed by the alluring scent, they salivated and their expressions became somewhat unnatural. "I thought you had gone back first." After sitting down, Li Yuanzhao took a bite of the roasted meat and then, as if remembering something, offered the other 2 bags he held to Li Jining. "Jining, would you like some?" Li Jining hesitated before accepting, tempted by the delicious smell coming from the bag. At the same time, she noticed her brother discreetly swallowing saliva, his Adam's apple bobbing. She quietly took the bags, whispering, "Thank you, Yuan Zhao. If you had left earlier, you wouldn't have had this good fortune," laughed Li Yuan Zhao. Li Jining didn't say much. Instead, she glanced at the figure who had not looked back at them from the start, and there was a faint hint of sadness in the depths of her eyes. Without dwelling on it, she opened the bag and handed one to Li Yun. "Brother, I don't want it." Li Yun turned his head away with a sour expression. "Street vendor food could be dirty and unwashed. You'd be better off eating less of it." "Even if it's unwashed, it won't kill you," retorted Li Yuan Zhao, his appetite dampened by the comment. "You." Li Yun was enraged and glared at him. Realizing he didn't have much of an argument, he snorted and turned his head away, sticking it out of the carriage as though the night's scenery had suddenly become extremely interesting. Li Jining knew her brother was too proud to relent. Although she felt a bit helpless, the savory aroma from the bag was overwhelming, and she couldn't resist taking a delicate bite. Her eyes quickly brightened up a little. This taste was even better than the fine dishes they were used to eating at home. "Ming, aren't we leaving yet?" Li Yun shouted through the carriage curtain to the front of the horse carriage. Ming, with a piece of roasted meat in his mouth, immediately took the reins and urged the hippocampus to turn around and head back to the house. Once back home, Li Yun and the other 2 parted ways with Li Hao. Each returned to their own homes to find their own mothers. In Piaoshuai courtyard, Lady Gao Qingqing was embroidering in the main hall when she heard a maid rush in with news, nearly pricking her finger with a needle. She promptly got up, tossed aside the handkerchief she was working on, and hurried to the entrance of the courtyard. She saw a son and a daughter arriving under the accompaniment of Li Ming. "How did it go?" "Everything went smoothly," she quickly asked. Li Ming stood aside with a silent smile, while the well-behaved Li Jining nodded. "Yes, both brother and I have entered Alpha Academy. You both comprehended it in just one day." Gao Qingqing's face lit up with surprise as she lovingly kissed her son's forehead. Feeling shy, Li Yun pushed his mother away and walked towards the main hall with a bit of a sulk. Unperturbed, Gao Qingqing also gave her daughter a kiss on the forehead and then pulled her back to the main hall, instructing the steward to quickly reheat the evening meal to bring over. Upon hearing this, Li Jining shook her head. "Just warm up my brother's portion. I've already eaten." "What did you eat?" Gao Qingqing was surprised. "Food sold by the street vendors there. It was very tasty," said Li Jining, still savoring the flavor in her mouth. "Humph, don't end up with a stomachache," Li Yun grumbled from ahead. Gao Qingqing laughed softly, sitting down with her daughter and talking about the day's events. "Truly, my children, to comprehend in just half a day. He also made it into Alpha Academy." Hearing her daughter's words, Gao Qingqing slightly raised her eyebrows in surprise, then nodded. "The child is very intelligent. What a pity that he follows the path of body refinement, which has a very low ceiling. Otherwise, he would most likely be the true dragon of your generation." Li Jining thought of that indifferent and casual face, her eyes flickering slightly. It was not the first time she had heard her mother say this. In her heart, there was also a faint regret for him. "Humph, what's so great about that talent? If it were my sister, she could probably grasp it in the time it takes an incense stick to burn." Li Yun sat opposite, snorting coldly. When it came to his eldest sister, there was a bit of envy and jealousy in his heart, along with a slight sourness. Yet at the same time, there was a sense of pride and arrogance, extremely complicated. Gao Qingqing smiled and said, "Although your sister is intelligent, you guys are not bad either. You are all my most proud children." Li Yun's stern face relaxed slightly. As the butler served the warm dinner, he began eating, and gradually, a smile appeared on his face. inside mountain and river courtyard. Li Hao returned to the courtyard accompanied by Li Fu and Qingzhou. Traveling. The last 4 realms are 15 Li, Heaven-Man Connection, 3 Immortalities, and 4 Standings. Under the chilling moonlight, Butler Zhao, wearing a coat, hurried to greet them and said, "Young master, did everything go smoothly? I'll go warm up your dinner." "There's no need for you to go to such troubles, Zhao," Li Hao said with a smile. "I've already eaten outside. I was afraid it would lose its flavor on the way, so I didn't bring any for you." "You're thoughtful, young master," Zhao said with a smile, knowing that Li Hao was not lying. There were still traces of grease on the corners of his mouth. Li Fu, who had been standing outside the carriage earlier and hadn't had the chance to talk to Li Hao, couldn't help but ask, "How did you feel about today?" Li Hao thought for a moment and replied, "The food was quite good." Li Fu was speechless. That wasn't what he was asking about. After asking a few more questions, he learned that Li Hao had been admitted to Alpha Academy. Both he and Qingzhou showed surprised and delighted smiles on their faces. The Leap Immortal Gate exam at Tan Palace Academy had ended. Many young people who couldn't make it in time could only sigh as they gazed at the entrance steps. Some tried to pull strings through relationships, hoping to squeeze in a few more, but the response they received was that admissions were already full. There were a total of 825 people. Some asked, why couldn't they admit more? They were even willing to pay astronomical tuition fees. But the response they got was, it's because there were only 825 seats available. Thus, many scions of noble families could only sigh in disappointment and turn to leave. This gathering that brought Qingzhou to the forefront gradually subsided. At the mountaintop, as the official school term started, it became lively again. There are 4 courtyards: Alpha, Beta, Bing, and Ding. Alpha Academy has only 50 seats. Beta Courtyard has 200 seats. Bing Courtyard and Ding Courtyard, let's skip that. Aside from a freshman in each courtyard, there are also some repeating students lingering. At this moment, in Alpha Academy, Li Hao sat next to Li Yuan Zhao in the second row, as the other new students had already arrived for enrollment. In front, Li Hao saw Shen Qingyun, accompanied by 2 senior Alpha Academy students, carrying a pile of Tan Palace Academy uniforms to be distributed, intending to unify the attire in the future. This made Li Hao feel like he had returned to his past life when he went to junior and senior high school. Looking around at the young boys and girls, who were also young in age, he couldn't help but smile, feeling somewhat nostalgic. After the uniform distribution ended, Shen Yinqing outlined some of the basic rules of Tan Palace Academy, such as no private fighting, not humiliating the sages, and so on. Afterwards, as Shen Yinqing left, a woman with a slender figure and waist as flexible as a willow in the wind approached. She looked to be about 25 or 26, with black hair and eyebrows like ink, eyes like paintings, giving off the feeling of a bright moon shining on snow-covered mountains. Hearing her introduce herself as Su Yehua, she turned out to be the dean of Alpha Academy, as well as the first lecturer. The previously departed Shen Yunqing was the movement technique lecturer. The first lesson in the academy would be taught by Su Yehua. Li Hao clearly noticed that after Su Yehua's arrival, the courtyard, which was initially a bit noisy, suddenly became quiet, and those young men who were previously not caring and chatting all sat upright. There are 8 realms in martial arts. Standing in front, Su Yehua, with her willow leaf-shaped eyebrows and a natural cool demeanor, yet with a soft, gentle smile on her lips, said, "The first 4 realms are strength, circulation, soul succession, and divine in the 8 realms of martial arts. Everyone present knows the grand titles of each realm. But when it comes to the intricate differences between them, due to varying family backgrounds, there are highs and lows in what one can touch and understand. In the first 4 realms, each realm has 10 levels, and depending on the cultivation technique practiced, the gap between the top geniuses and ordinary martial artists is like heaven and earth." Su Yehua elaborated, describing the distinctions of the 4 realms. After the Zhou Tian realm comes the soul succession realm, which cultivates the soul condensing skill. Different levels of soul condensing skills can condense the soul a varying number of times, but the top-level soul condensing skills can do so at least 50 times or more. However, compared with the soul condensing skill, the most critical aspect of the soul succession realm is the tier of the inherited soul thought. That determines the upper limit of the number of times the soul can be condensed. As Su Yehua's eyes swept across those below the stage, she said, "If you inherit the soul thought of a martial artist from the Four Stands realm, you can condense the soul 80 times. If you inherit a demon's soul, it ranges from 30 to 60 times, depending on the demon's race. If what you inherit is only from a lesser spirit or ghost, then you can condense at most 20 times, which a mid-level soul condensing technique would fulfill." As she reached this point, Su Yehua paused, her gaze fleetingly crossing over two young men dressed in splendid brocaded clothes with python patterns on their sleeves. If the inherited soul thought exceeds that of a martial artist from the Four Stands realm, as far as I know, the highest can reach 180 times of soul condensing, which should be close to the limit of the soul succession realm. With these words, numerous scions of influential families showed expressions of shock. The difference between the top soul succession realm and the ordinary soul succession realm was almost tenfold. As for those two young men whom Su Yehua glanced at, their expressions were contrasting. One appeared somewhat unnatural, while the other revealed a look of satisfaction, especially upon hearing the surrounding commotion, casting a glance with a hint of disdain and scorn in his eyes. 180 times is not the limit, Li Hao thought, giving the beautiful instructor a glance and silently shaking his head. The highest limit is 360 times of soul condensing. Probably. Li Hao added two more words internally. After all, just because he couldn't achieve it didn't mean others couldn't reach even higher levels. He, with a heaven and earth soul succession, had cultivated 4 top-level soul condensing skills, as well as 5 high-quality ones, to reach this limit. Even if he continued to practice other soul condensing skills, he couldn't break through the 360-time limit, and any further progress was his limit. Upon reaching 360 soul condensings, Li Hao also came to understand another type of soul power. He called it heaven and earth law manifestation. Meanwhile, Su Hua above continued, "Those whose souls succeed in Tan Palace Academy and meet the criteria can enter Black and White Hall for training. Inheriting the soul thought from the Four Stands realm is the first-class choice for soul succession outside the royal family. Of course, some disciples here come from prominent families with Four Stands realm ancestors, so they need not lack such treatment, but it's something the others might consider." Many people in the audience immediately had gleaming eyes, unlike Li Hao and other nobility or the two young men with python patterns on their sleeves, who boasted illustrious and noble family backgrounds. The valiant souls of the Four Stands realm are considered top-tier in the martial temples, extremely rare and difficult to favor unless one's talents are very high or they catch a certain eye. And yet, Tan Palace Academy, the top-tier institution in the 19 provinces, has such elite resources directly available. After the soul succession realm comes the divine travel realm. Su Yehua softly said, "The divine travel realm already counts as a military commander or a renowned hero in Jianghu, being quite powerful. In Tan Palace Academy, one could even serve as an instructor in Alpha Academy." Many people nodded slightly in agreement. Divine travel, it was the level of some of their family heads even. In many cities and territories, they could dominate a region on their own. A divine traveler can let their divine soul leave their body, traverse miles, and perceive everything within several miles around them. When facing sorcery or illusion techniques from demons, they can also use their divine soul to break through them. And what is practiced in the divine soul realm is the soul refining skill. Su Yehua stated, "Soul refining skills vary in quality. Ordinary soul refining skills, when cultivated to the peak, only allow for 3 miles of travel beyond the body. However, a high-quality soul refining skill can more than double that distance, reaching beyond 7 miles. The most supreme soul refining skills are even more remarkable, allowing for up to 18 miles. Her gaze circled the room, Seeing the audience's shocked yet complex expressions, she calmly said, 18 miles is not the limit of the divine travel realm, but the most supreme soul-refining skills are exceedingly rare, possessed by only a handful of elite houses and a few powerful factions. And inside Tan Palace Academy, we have one such skill. Hearing this, numerous scions of noble families lit up with eagerness. If you diligently study and practice within the academy and always remain within Alpha Academy, you naturally will all have the opportunity to engage with it, Su Yehua said with a smile. Really, they're willing to teach that. The soul-refining skill practiced by our own family head is said to be just a middle-tier one. Some had already clenched their fists in excitement, their hearts racing. Studying hard at Tan Palace Academy, there was a chance to return one day and surpass the family head. The very thought was exhilarating. A young man in the front row, with python patterns on his sleeves, let out a soft snicker, his eyes brimming with disdain. The ultimate soul-refining skill, it's nothing but 18 li at the end of the day. Compared to the royal family's #1 soul-refining skill of Yu, it's still far inferior. The top-tier soul-refining skill could let one experience divine travel for 25 li. That's the equivalent of half the distance of a city. Against an ordinary divine travel realm adversary, it was almost an effortless crush. The farther the divine travel, the stronger the divine soul, the more powerful demons and sorceries it could break through, and it could even possibly escape from the clutches of a great demon by luck. Su Yehua noticed the royal young man's disdain and kept her expression neutral. She was, of course, aware of the royal family's foremost Yu soul-refining skill, but didn't mention it, as it involved matters belonging to the celestial family. Any discussion regarding the celestial family required extreme caution. Teacher, what is the limit of the divine travel realm? Is it 20 li? At this moment, someone asked out of curiosity. Su Yehua glanced at the inquiring young man and noticed many others also had curious expressions. She shook her head slightly. 20 li is not the ultimate limit. The highest limit should be 25 li, or even 30 li. 30 li. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. That was 10 times the gap compared to ordinary soul-refining skills. It seemed that the limit of each realm differed from the ordinary by nearly tenfold. It was hard to imagine what kind of terrifying power it would be if one reached the limit in every realm. After hearing Su Yehua's words, the royal young man's eyes immediately expressed contempt. 30 li, huh? The royal family's premier soul-refining skill only goes up to 25 li. This teacher from Tan Palace Academy is overestimating, leading students astray, without fear of making a fool of herself. A thought crossed his mind, wanting to show off and expose the teacher's statement as ridicule. But then he remembered his mother's earnest reminder before leaving, to keep a low profile while at Tan Palace Academy. Well, as long as I know the truth, I'll let her fool these idiots. With this thought, he suppressed the urge to speak out and settled back in his chair, though a faint mocking smile lingered on his lips. 30 li, huh? Li Hao once again shook his head in secret. The teachings of this beautiful instructor were significantly different from his own experience. Just by practicing the 3 ultimate soul-refining skills from Listening Rain Tower, he had already extended his divine travel to 35 li. Li Hao added 2 more words internally. After all, just because he couldn't achieve it didn't mean others couldn't reach even higher levels. He, with a heaven and earth soul succession, had cultivated 4 top-level soul condensing skills, as well as 5 high-quality ones, to reach this limit. Even if he continued to practice other soul condensing skills, he couldn't break through the 360-time limit, and any further progress was his limit. Upon reaching 360 soul condensings, Li Hao also came to understand another type of soul power. He called it heaven and earth law manifestation. Meanwhile, Su Yehua above continued, those whose souls succeed in Tan Palace Academy and meet the criteria can enter Black and White Hall for training. Inheriting the soul thought from the Four Stands realm is a first-class choice for soul succession outside the royal family. Of course, some disciples here come from prominent families with Four Stands realm ancestors, so they need not lack such treatment, but it's something the others might consider. Many people in the audience immediately had gleaming eyes. Unlikely Hao and other nobility were the two young men with python patterns on their sleeves who boasted illustrious and noble family backgrounds. The valiant souls of the Four Stands realm are considered top tier in the martial temples, extremely rare and difficult to favor unless one's talents are very high or they catch a certain eye. And yet, Tan Palace Academy, the top-tier institution in the 19 provinces, has such elite resources directly available. After the Soul Succession realm comes the Divine Travel realm. Su Yehua softly said, "The Divine Travel realm already counts as a military commander or a renowned hero in Jianghu, being quite powerful. In Tan Palace Academy, one could even serve as an instructor in Alpha Academy." Many people nodded slightly in agreement. Divine travel, it was the level of some of their family heads even. In many cities and territories, they could dominate a region on their own. A divine traveler can let their divine soul leave their body, traverse miles, and perceive everything within several miles around them. When facing sorcery or illusion techniques from demons, they can also use their divine soul to break through them. And what is practiced in the divine soul realm is the soul refining skill. Su Yehua stated, soul refining skills vary in quality. Ordinary soul refining skills, when cultivated to the peak, only allow for 3 miles of travel beyond the body. However, a high-quality soul refining skill can more than double that distance, reaching beyond 7 miles. The most supreme soul refining skills are even more remarkable, allowing for up to 18 miles. Her gaze circled the room. Seeing the audience's shocked yet complex expressions, she calmly said, 18 miles is not the limit of the divine travel realm. But the most supreme soul refining skills are exceedingly rare, possessed by only a handful of elite houses and a few powerful factions. And inside Tan Palace Academy, we have one such skill. Hearing this, numerous scions of noble families lit up with eagerness. If you diligently study and practice within the academy and always remain within Alpha Academy, you naturally will all have the opportunity to engage with it, Su Yehua said with a smile. Really, they're willing to teach that. The soul refining skill practiced by our own family head is said to be just a middle-tier one. Some had already clenched their fists in excitement, their hearts racing. Studying hard at Tan Palace Academy, there was a chance to return one day and surpass the family head. The very thought was exhilarating. A young man in the front row, with python patterns on his sleeves, let out a soft snicker, his eyes brimming with disdain. The ultimate soul-refining skill, it's nothing but 18 Li at the end of the day. Compared to the royal family's #1 soul-refining skill of Dayu, it's still far inferior. The top-tier soul-refining skill could let one experience divine travel for 25 Li. That's the equivalent of half the distance of a city. Against an ordinary divine travel realm adversary, it was almost an effortless crush. The farther the divine travel, the stronger the divine soul, the more powerful demons and sorceries it could break through, and it could even possibly escape from the clutches of a great demon by luck. Su Yehua noticed the royal young man's disdain and kept her expression neutral. She was, of course, aware of the royal family's foremost Dayu soul refining skill, but didn't mention it, as it involved matters belonging to the celestial family. Any discussion regarding the celestial family required extreme caution. Teacher, what is the limit of the divine travel realm? Is it 20 Li? At this moment, someone asked out of curiosity. Su Yehua glanced at the inquiring young man and noticed many others also had curious expressions. She shook her head slightly. 20 Li is not the ultimate limit. The highest limit should be 25 Li, or even 30 Li. 30 Li. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. That was 10 times the gap compared to ordinary soul refining skills. It seemed that the limit of each realm differed from the ordinary by nearly 10-fold. It was hard to imagine what kind of terrifying power it would be if one reached the limit in every realm. After hearing Su Yehua's words, the royal young man's eyes immediately expressed contempt. 30 Li, huh? The royal family's premier soul refining skill only goes up to 25 Li. This teacher from Tan Palace Academy is overestimating, leading students astray, without fear of making a fool of herself. A thought crossed his mind, wanting to show off and expose the teacher's statement as ridicule. But then he remembered his mother's earnest reminder before leaving, to keep a low profile while at Tan Palace Academy. Well, as long as I know the truth, I'll let her fool these idiots. With this thought, he suppressed the urge to speak out and settled back in his chair, though a faint, mocking smile lingered on his lips. 30 Li Hao once again shook his head in secret. The teachings of this beautiful instructor were significantly different from his own experience. Just by practicing the 3 ultimate soul-refining skills from Listening Rain Tower, he had already extended his divine travel to 35 li. Later, Feng helped him sneak into the royal family's secret vault, steal a copy of the etching of the premier Diyu soul-refining skill, and by practicing it, even boosted his divine travel distance to 50 li. He could cover an entire city, his divine soul arriving instantaneously at any location. But this was not his limit. Li Hao felt he could still improve further. If he could find even more ultimate soul-refining skills to cross-reference, he could further condense and strengthen his divine soul. If you can reach the divine travel realm by the age of 20, you'll be considered a genius wherever you go, Su Yehua said to everyone with a smile. But I've heard that there are those who can achieve divine travel realm by the age of 16, a young man from a noble family said. My father once said that the Blade Saint of Northern Yin reached perfection in the divine travel realm at the age of 15. The other disciples also discussed it among themselves. Initially, they felt only astonishment, but now they realized even more the sheer terror of such an achievement. It seemed like glimpsing the moon in a well, but only upon crossing this threshold did they realize it was like a mayfly gazing at the heavens. That's something only top-tier prodigies with a 9th-grade fighting body can achieve, Su Yehua explained. But you shouldn't be discouraged. The sooner you reach the divine travel realm, the better. But in the latter 4 realms, the effect of inborn talent will diminish. Up to the 15 li realm, you might still rely on talent to gain some advantage. But once you're at the Celestial Master realm, it's more about character, insight, and opportunities, which are all acquired later. Therefore, if you can reach the threshold of Celestial, everyone has a chance to step through the Celestial Gate and enter the realm of Grandmaster. Teacher, what are the latter 4 realms like? Someone asked out of curiosity. Li Hao, upon hearing the words, showed a few more signs of interest as he looked at the speaker. The latter 4 realms have martial artists who have transcended the mortal world. Su Yehua spoke. Each realm is not divided into 10 stages. For instance, why is it called the 15 li realm? Because the cultivation in the 15 li realm is based on the object manipulating qi circulation skill, which not only allows one to roam the heavens and earth with the mind, but also to control the body with the mind, soaring through the heavens and earth. One breath can take you 1 li, with the fastest speed reaching 15 li, hence the name. 1 breath for 15 li? Many people were shocked. Such speed could be described as swift as lightning, traveling out of the city in a blink, and even crossing over mountains and into other states. In the 15 li realm, one can control flying swords to kill enemies 15 li away. They die before even seeing the sword's blood, decapitated without notice. Therefore, those who reach the 15 li realm are truly fearsome beings to be dreaded, who kill without a trace, Su Yehua said calmly. And what about the heavenly human realm? To be called a Grandmaster in the heavenly human realm, one needs to comprehend the Grandmaster's heart to enter, said Su Yehua. This realm is also where measuring bone potential is ineffective. It mainly depends on one's mind and enlightenment. Many prodigies with 9th-rank battle physiques in history have fallen at this realm. The 15 li realm becomes the end of a person's life. Thus, it is also referred to as life's spring breeze for 15 li. After the spring breeze comes the withering of autumn, and then entering the silent winter of all things. She looked around and spoke indifferently. Moving forward, the 3 immortals allow the inheritance of one's bloodline force. The 3 immortals consist of 3 realms, each with its own heaven. It is extraordinary for one to surpass a realm in 60 years, and this is something you all need not concern yourselves with at this time. The crowd listened with longing and also felt the distant gap. The three immortals were already among the top divine generals in Dayu, while those in the four stands realm were considered saints, figures even their parents had to worship with the utmost respect. Li Hao saw that the speaker briefly glossed over these topics and felt slightly disappointed, still wanting to hear something novel. However, he was already aware of the nuanced differences between these realms when he was 10 years old and had researched them in Listening Rain Tower. Additionally, during his frequent fishing sessions with Feng, he had heard quite a bit about them and was somewhat familiar. Life's spring breeze for 15 li was not the limit. For example, the peerless object manipulating qi circulation skill in the possession of the Li family could reach 20 li. Feng used to say that the royal family's 9 heavens ascension skill could achieve 25 li of object manipulation. One could traverse a small city in one breath and cross rivers in 2 breaths. Incredibly formidable. And that royal family's treasured object, manipulating qi circulation skill, Feng had naturally helped him steal a copy, though it was a replica, daring not to touch the original. After all, the royal family was too close to Gan Tao Palace, and within that palace was the person hailed as Dayu's #1 true master. Li Hao, blending 2 supreme cultivation techniques and under the enlightenment of the 6th stage of the control path, was currently able to travel 40 li in one breath. He sensed that this was still not the limit. With more peerless techniques of object manipulation combined, he could further increase this. As for his current realm, it was at the peak of the 15 li realm, only one step away from the Grandmaster realm. Under the enlightenment of the 6th stage of the physical body path, he could step into the Grandmaster realm at any moment, but he had not done so yet because he lacked the heart of a Grandmaster. However, Li Hao felt he could touch upon that opportunity at any time. How to condense the heart of a Grandmaster. How to condense the heart of a Grandmaster. First, one must touch the heavenly gate. Second, find one's own path. The enlightenment given by the physical body path had already led him to touch the ethereal heavenly gate, allowing him to step half a foot into the Grandmaster realm. But because he had been sequestered in his residence, immersing himself daily in various arts to increase his skill points, his mind had not stayed on the martial arts, and naturally, he had not found his own heart of a Grandmaster. Now that he had come out to clear his mind, Li Hao felt that the opportunity to step into the Grandmaster realm could come at any moment. On the platform, having finished discussing the 8 realms of martial arts, Su Yehua then told the audience, "Being able to enter Alpha Academy indicates that you all have excellent potential, but do not be arrogant. The true peerless techniques of Tan Palace Academy reside within the Black and White Hall. Only those who enter the Black and White Hall are the true chosen ones." Li Hao's gaze shifted slightly as he looked at her. "There are 2 ways to enter Black and White Hall," she said. "First, our Alpha Academy has a martial arts ranking. Those who stay in the top 5 for 6 consecutive months without dropping out can enter Black and White Hall. The second is through the trials of the Mo River battlefield." When she mentioned Mo River, there was a slight stir among the audience. Li Hao's eyes narrowed. He had come across many pieces of information related to the Mo River battlefield in Listening Rain Tower, a place of extreme mystery and danger, but not under the jurisdiction of the Li family. Su Yehua scanned the crowd, observing that some disciples from prominent families were tense, while others from various families appeared to be oblivious. She continued, "We all know that among the 5 divine generals, 4 stationed to the frontier passes to suppress the border-transgressing demons for us, each sitting in the east, south, west, and north directions. As for the first divine general mansion, Qingzhou divine general mansion, they preside over the Mo River Authority and oppress the Mo River across the world." As she spoke, her gaze swept over several individuals in the crowd, including Li Hao. Divine generals guard the frontier passes, and the Mo River Authority oppresses the Mo River, both crucial to the survival of all the people under heaven. We can sit comfortably here, attend classes, teach, study martial arts, and even pursue so-called demon-slaying honors, all because of the existence of the 5 great divine general mansions bearing the weight and pushing forward. Right, Li Yuanzhao whispered beside Li Hao, clenching his fists under the table, his plump face full of excitement. Issues of the border battlefields are beyond our reach, but the Meng River battlefield, like the veins of the earth, has permeated every part of Diyu's 19 provinces. Solving the situation with the Mo River is our responsibility as martial artists. Su Yehua spoke with a resolute expression and an undeniable tone. Then, she looked at the disciples, pointing at one of them. You are from the Wang family of the Qingzhou Divine General Mansion, aren't you? Tell everyone what the Mo River is. The person she pointed at was a teenager in black, 14 or 15 years old, with eyes sharp and cold, seemingly more mature than his peers. He didn't panic when called upon, simply rising to his feet calmly. Teacher, my name is Wang Han. Tianzhou Divine General Mansion, the Wang family. As the first Divine General Mansion, its status was slightly higher than that of the Li family. The boy in front of them, obviously, was not among the most outstanding of the Wang family's third generation, and his status within the clan was about the same as those of Li Yun and Li Yuanzhao, whose talents were just a notch below that of the true dragon and true phoenix offspring. Coming to Tan Palace Academy to study was more about gilding his credentials and taking advantage of the connections and the peerless technique of the Black and White Hall gathered at the academy. Wang Han, please tell us, Su Yehua said approvingly. The others turned their attention to Wang Han, recognizing him as someone from the Tianzhou Divine General Mansion, their eyes showing a mixture of awe and respect. His dress was simple, and with Tianzhou Divine General Mansion tens of thousands of miles away, if not for Su Yehua pointing him out, they wouldn't have guessed his background. The origin of the Meng River battlefield is long and indiscernible, with no way to trace back, and it has been growing year by year. Now, it has started appearing in the remote towns within our borders. Wang Han explained calmly. The Meng River battlefield is like a separate world, like a mirage or a dreamland. But if you die there, you truly die. The Mo River is hard to eradicate completely. Even if it's destroyed, it will reach out again. That's why the Mo River Authority recruits people every year, but is still short-staffed. Historically, very few Mo rivers have been thoroughly resolved. It requires completely clearing the Mo River, and the specific difficulty you will all know once you enter the Mo River later. Someone couldn't help but ask, what's inside the Mo River? Wang Han glanced at the person who had spoken, his voice chilling. According to rumors, that is the river that leads to hell, and naturally, it's filled with spirits of the deceased. The temperature in the room seemed to drop a dozen degrees all at once. Many shivered slightly. Please take a seat. Su Yehua signaled Wang Han to sit down and then addressed everyone. In short, over this year, you must all strive to study diligently. Everything you need can be found in Tan Palace Academy. It's up to you to have the capability to fight for it. Your future belongs to you, so press on. The motivational words at the end brought many back from the chilling details Wang Han had shared, their eyes shining. Moreover, while you're at the academy, no matter what your status is outside, here, everyone is treated equally. Mistakes will be punished equally, and merits will be rewarded. Su Yehua announced. Hearing this, many glanced frequently towards Li Hao and Wang Han, as well as the 2 other young men of noble identity. Could equal treatment really be achieved? Li Hao smiled nonchalantly, unconcerned. After Su Yehua left, the courtyard also livened up. Soon, people approached Li Hao and Li Yuanzhao eager to strike up conversations. At such a young age, under the care of their parents, they had already learned to network, accumulating capital for the future. Li Hao wasn't dismissive, but he conversed only with those of similar interests. Young Master Li, hello. I come from Zhao family of Sanzhou. Do you play chess? No. What about painting? Not that either. Li Hao lost interest. Time flew swiftly, and half a month passed. In Alpha Academy, after half a month of interaction, the 50 students have become familiar with each other. At least they can call out each other's names. Yuan Zhao, The people from your divine general mansion are truly incredible. They are clearly newcomers, yet they came close to monopolizing the top 10 rankings. Seated on the grass, the slender Du Qiuyue expressed her admiration to Li Yuanzhao. She is a returning student, 18 this year, in the prime of her youth, but within Alpha Academy, she already counts as an elder. Before the semester started, she was in the top 10 on the martial arts ranking, but now she has fallen to the 15th place and beyond. All because this year's new students are too fierce, with 7 coming from the divine general mansion alone, plus 2 royal princes. She simply couldn't compete. Additionally, there are children of a Grandmaster, a county princess from a certain city, all with backgrounds that are intimidating. In total, there are 13 of them. The returning students have practiced hard for many years to reach cycle heaven realm perfection. Yet these newcomers arrived already at or near cycle heaven realm perfection, entering the school with a deeply established family foundation. Even though their realms are the same, there are gaps in the levels of the qi circulation skills and meridian opening skills they practice, leading to a nearly twofold difference in strength. They're truly no match, having been thoroughly intimidated by the descendants under the supreme authority of Dayu. It's all right, I guess I'm only 6, still a bit away. Li Yuanzhao scratched his head as he said. Du Qiuyue was left speechless. Beside them, another newcomer from the prominent families of Liangzhou, Zheng Bai, gave a bitter smile. As a new student, he only ranked 38th. Only those with sky-high connections can bully the returning students like this. As for the children from prominent families like them, they still need to follow the rules and accept guidance from the senior students. In the field, some are sparring and exchanging techniques. Du Qiuyue gazes at the martial arts, ranking with complex emotions. Currently, in the top 5, there's only one returning student clinging on, as if representing the last ounce of dignity for them seniors. The 2 princes occupy the 1st and 2nd spots, with the royal family's meridian opening skill and qi circulation skill considered unrivaled in the world, naturally practiced by the princes as well. Ranking 3rd is Wang Han from the Divine General Mansion. At the sight of this name, Du Qiuyue's eyes shift slightly. Aside from the princes, the most daunting figure in Alpha Academy at present is this Wang Han. Although only 15, he is ruthless and decisive in his attacks, fierce in his tactics, completely unlike the others, as if he had been through the baptism of blood and fire. It had been discovered that this Wang Han seemed to have served in the Mo River Authority for a year. Rank 4th is the daughter of that Grandmaster. It is said she has already comprehended the heart of swordsmanship. Her sword skills are ethereal and terrifyingly powerful. Ranked 5th is that returning student, the former number 1 on the martial arts ranking, whose spear skills have reached the high-grade perfection level. Just yesterday, he fought against Li Yuanzhao and narrowly won by half a move. Li Yuanzhao, who sits nearby, is ranked 6th, followed by his 2 fellow disciples, Li Yun and Li Jining. Strange, where is your brother Hao? How come he's not here? Du Qiuyue's curiosity was piqued as she scanned the courtyard. Given the way Li Yuanzhao always refers to Hao reverently, it's clear to anyone with eyes that he greatly respects this young man of similar age. This naturally aroused a sense of wonder and astonishment. However, every time a lesson ends, that person bolts away as if he's rushing to the latrine. In these spontaneous sparring sessions and challenges for the martial arts ranking, they have never seen his figure, as if he exists outside of Alpha Academy's everyday life. Even during lessons, each time she glanced over, he was either lying down asleep or holding something resembling a book, continuously taking notes. Working so hard, at first, she felt somewhat impressed, but later, upon a casual glance, she realized there wasn't a single word in the book, only full of sketches. The drawings were all fierce demon creatures and seemed to be from the aquatic clan. Besides that, there were also many of teacher Su Yehua's drawings, some with cat ears and tails added on, portraying teacher Su Yehua like an incompletely transformed demon. This was nothing short of doodling. Yet despite this, Du Qiuyue could still tell that the artistic skill was exquisite brought to life with precision, something that could not be achieved without considerable practice. But then again, they are all martial artists. Who has the leisure to spend time on other things? Brother, how must have gone to play? Li Yuanzhao said nonchalantly. He had become accustomed to Li Hao's behavior. Practicing with them? Joking aside, even with great aunt pleading desperately, the shadow of Hao was never seen in the arena. Since childhood, Hao had never mingled with others his age, unless they went to him. Play. Hearing Li Yuanzhao speak so casually, both Du Qiyue and Zheng Bai were stunned. The whip marks on their small bottoms and the cane scars on their backs had long ingrained the word strive into their beings. Play. They wanted to, but didn't dare. In their father's words, what you're playing with now is time, and what you'll be playing with in the future will be your life. How can you become an extraordinary person if you don't endure the bitterest of hardships? The prosperity of the family depends on you. How can you live up to your ancestors if you're so lax? Play is such a frivolous word, yet for them, it's incredibly distant, like a taboo, unspeakable. Isn't he participating in the martial arts ranking? If so, he'll be challenged by students from the Beta Academy, and then he'll be demoted there, Du Qiyue hesitated to say. Li Yuanzhao's eyes opened wide in a slight rage. Who dares? If anyone challenges Brother Hao, I'll get demoted to Beta Academy and beat them back up. Du Qiyue. Zheng Bai. Wow. Now that's being domineering. You have the divine general mansion backing you, so there probably won't be many challengers, but you'll have to rely on yourself for the Mo River battlefield test in a year. Du Qiyue said resentfully. On extermination missions outside, we can still rely on the hidden protection of the experts our families send, but in the Mo River battlefield, we're on our own and can't join forces. The Mo River battlefield we are tested and only allows one person to enter at a time. That's true. Li Yuanzhao slightly frowned and thought for a moment. I'll talk to Hao about this matter later. Du Qiyue was at a loss for words. Did the young master of the Divine General Mansion not take this matter seriously at all? Behind Alpha Academy, atop a waterfall, two figures sat at the edge of the cliff atop the waterfall, drinking and playing chess, chatting and laughing leisurely. Suddenly, a figure leapt from the bottom of the waterfall, jumping over the several dozen feet high cascade without a drop of water touching him, and landed in front of the two, holding two skewered roasted rabbits. You little, seeing the newcomer, both of the chess-playing elders laughed, then immediately sniffed. Smells good. Li Hao handed the roasted rabbits over to the two elders, smiling. Try these. The chess-playing elders were none other than Zhao Zongyuan and Shun Yunqing, both instructors at Alpha Academy, and have been completely conquered by Li Hao's cooking over the past half-month. TSK, your cooking skills are really something else. Shun Yunqing took a bite and couldn't help but praise. He and Zhao Zongyuan appeared carefree and amiable at this moment, but when teaching in the academy, they maintained a stern authority as instructors. Even the two princes had to behave properly in front of them, strictly following the rules. Being a prince was certainly prestigious, but princes studying at Tan Palace Academy weren't necessarily favored, and their lives might not even be as long as the instructors. The two didn't need to be overly subservient or flatter the royal token at their waist. You've already lost 2 games to me today. Shouldn't you go back to your martial arts practice? While eating the rabbit, Zhao Zongyan noticed Li Hao eager to try his hand and couldn't help but mention. He loved playing chess, but not losing all the time. Playing chess with Shun was more relaxing, not too draining, and he could actually win. Martial arts practice is so boring, especially when it's not from the black and white hall. Li Hao said, you just arrived and already thinking of peerless techniques, wishful thinking. Both said, shaking their heads at Li Hao's unrealistic expectations. Previously, when Li Hao came to them for chess, they had gauged his ability. He was not the frivolous dandy they had imagined, and was even more powerful than most at Alpha Academy. But the issue was the young man was disinterested in practicing martial arts. When they played chess and occasionally tried to offer him some pointers, it backfired. You're about to lose, and you still have time to talk about other things? Can you focus? Pick up the chess piece. Pick up the chess piece. How about? I give you a 5-stone handicap. The elders were somewhat taken aback, feeling a mix of annoyance and affection for Li Hao. Elder shunned the wine. Li Hao motioned with his lips toward the wine flask at Shun Yunqing's waist. You've lost 2 sips to me today and haven't paid up yet. Shun Yunqing's mouth twitched slightly. He was originally only sharing with Zhao Zongyuan, and now there was one more little mouth to feed, causing his drunken wind brew to run low even for himself. As a man of his word, he snorted lightly and tossed the wine gourd to Li Hao. Easy there, you're still young. Li Hao chuckled, uncorked the bottle, and took 2 hearty swigs, then wiping his mouth contentedly. Really does taste good. Cooking in 6 ways, his scope was broad. He could brew fine wines himself, but it took too much time, and he was too lazy to bother. Seeing Li Hao's carefree demeanor, the elders just smiled helplessly and continued munching on their roasted rabbits. Li Hao returned a wine gourd to Shun Yunqing, patted his rear, and said, I'll come again tomorrow. With that, he leaped gracefully, his figure swift as the wind, and landed on the white stones beyond the waterfall. Then, strolling along, humming a tune, he leisurely left the place. He had climbed up to the waterfall just for a couple of sips of wine and to give the 2 elders the rabbits as a token of appreciation. This kid, as they watched his departing figure, both laughed wryly, having never met such an unusual youth. By the way, that movement technique he just used, wasn't it the superior white phoenix skill you teach? Zhao Zongyuan asked. Chewing on his rabbit, Shun Yunqing spoke vaguely. That's right, and that kid seems to have already mastered it to perfection. I'm starting to doubt whether that wind-slashing fist he learned was truly mastered on the same day. To reach perfection in half a month. Thoughtfully, Zhao Zongyuan murmured. Did the Li family release false information in the past? Marshal Li spends all his time on the borders, and his wife is not by his side. Without finishing his thought, there was no need for further words. Shun Yunqing swallowed down the rabbit meat, took a gulp of wine, and almost lost his eyebrows in the comfort of it. He sighed, as unpredictable as the depth of a marquis's manner. Who could really know? At any rate, this boy is definitely a rare genius. I suppose he will make a grand entrance in a year's time at the Mo River. Zheng Bai slightly nodded, not denying the possibility, wondering whether Li Hao would be willing to show his talent when the time came. Suddenly, he noticed Li Hao's figure disappearing around the corner and couldn't help raising an eyebrow. Did that kid take a wrong turn? HM, didn't you tell him? That way leads to Mo River. Li Hao followed the slippery, broken stone path for several miles, arriving at the edge of another deep pool formed by a waterfall. Strange, I thought I heard the sound of a flute. Li Hao looked around, wondering if it was just an illusion. The waterfall in front of him was like a curtain, but through the gaps in the flowing water, there appeared to be a small temple inside. Li Hao was slightly taken aback. His figure flickered as he used the top level by flourishing movement technique, darting through the water curtain like a bird through the trees, emerging on the other side without a single drop of water on him. The previously reserved 3 skill points, he spent 2 on his movement technique, which allowed him to easily comprehend this high-grade cultivation technique. As Li Hao entered through the water curtain, in the distance at another moss-covered stone platform, stood 2 delicate figures. Ah, Yi Yao, was there someone just over there? Lin Feifei asked in surprise, pointing to the waterfall in the distance. It seemed like it. Song Yue Yao also noticed, but the figure flickered and disappeared, appearing to wear the garb of an external academy disciple. It seems I'm not seeing things. What is an external disciple doing here? It's not yet time for the new student's annual exam, is it? Lin Feifei wondered with confusion. He seemed to have entered the regional lord's temple. Could he be going into the Meng River? Song Yue Yao withdrew her gaze, shook her head slightly, and continued to play her flute softly, uninterested in such extraneous matters. Behind the waterfall, Li Hao looked at the temple before his eyes. It was very small, about half a person tall. However, it was exquisitely crafted with 2 effigies inside, 1 male and 1 female. They appeared ancient, and time had blurred their features. On closer inspection, one could see that they were once gentle and kind. But with mottled chunks of clay falling off and the faces decayed, the half-smiles on their lips now seemed somewhat eerie and ferocious. On either side of the temple, there was a vertical couplet. The earth can produce all things. The soil can bury all lives. Above it, there was a horizontal scroll, a regional lord. As Li Hao was examining the temple, suddenly a small booklet flew out from inside, opening in front of his eyes. Subsequently, a sheet of paper flew out from the booklet, shooting towards Li Hao's head with divine swiftness. Li Hao was shocked and tried to dodge, but even with his 15 Li realm cultivation level, he could not react in time, and the divine light penetrated his head. In an instant, the world around him seemed to be submerged in water light, and then, as the water light faded, another layer of the world, both real and illusionary, revealed itself. The dim cave became blurred, as if there was a barrier-like water glow enclosing him within 3 feet. At the same time, illusory golden characters appeared before Li Hao's eyes. You have entered the Meng River. Your place of residence has been confirmed. Great Yu Dynasty, Qingzhou. Please leave your name for use within the Meng River. Li Hao paused. He had entered the Meng River. He looked around. A flowing, film-like barrier enveloped him, and beyond the barrier's dim light, he could vaguely see some broken mountains in a vast expanse, far from the narrow cave just now. Was this the legendary place of mysterious perils? Incredible. Despite knowing some stories about the Meng River, experiencing it firsthand still left him astonished. This was beyond the scope of ordinary martial arts. Still, it was unclear which level this Meng River belonged to. Li Hao, who usually passed the time fishing, had heard from Second Master that there were 5 levels of the Meng River, and even Second Master and Elder Phone would not dare to enter a Meng River of the Yudo level lightly, as it contained great terrors. At this moment, the previous divine light that had entered Li Hao's forehead converged in his hand, forming a piece of gold paper. The paper was blank. As information flowed into his mind, Li Hao understood. He thought for a moment, bit his finger, and left his name for the Meng River on the gold paper. Chong'er. As he finished writing, the paper gleamed with golden light, engulfing and submerging the blood-written name, then transforming back into divine light that disappeared into Li Hao's body. Simultaneously, the water film-like barrier around him gradually faded, revealing the outside world of broken mountains and desolate lands. In his mind, a message automatically appeared. Realm, Fengshan Menghe River. Meng River completion rate, 0%. Li Hao looked up, seeing the red sky with the setting sun like blood, half sunken into the earth on the other side. In front of him lay a desolate mountain, within which a village and wisps of smoke from cooking fires could be seen. Li Hao's gaze shifted slightly as he released his divine soul to scout ahead. A soul shadow that looked exactly like his real body flew out from the top of his head and, in the blink of an eye, soared thousands of miles into the sky above the village, overlooking the entire mountain below. At the same time, the perspective of the divine soul rapidly ascended, looking towards farther lands to get a clearer view of the whole Meng River battlefield. But as his gaze spanned the horizon, Li Hao saw that at the end of the Mo River, darkness enveloped the area. When the vision of his divine soul penetrated that darkness, he felt an eerie chill, as if something in the darkness should not be disturbed. Li Hao quickly retracted the perception of his divine soul, limiting its range to just the village and its surroundings. Inside the village, old and young walked about, men farmed and women weaved, appearing very harmonious, provided one could ignore their faces. Everyone's face was withered and dry. The elderly looked as if they were corpses, children's eyes were like black holes, tongues hanging down to their chests. Women weaving by the windows had nails sharp as knives, teeth fierce, bearing sinister smiles. Truly a paradise beyond this world. Li Hao sighed. Having seen the fierce appearance of various fish demons, he did not find these dead souls of the Mo River to be that terrifying. Do I need to resolve all of them to complete the task? Li Hao pondered with a thoughtful look in his eyes. He had thought about retreating, but he needed to enter the corresponding temple in the Mo River first. Through the patrol of his divine soul, he had already found the temple's location, right in the middle of the village, on a stage-like spot. This positioning is really cunning. That person, he seems to be the boss around here, right? In the soul succession realm, can the dead still have their own soul shadows? Li Hao's gaze settled on the hill behind the village, where a black-robed scholar was seated, with the soul shadow of a woman billowing with black smoke prostrated on his back, giving off a rather eerie vibe. After surveying the situation, Li Hao didn't linger, and, once his divine soul returned to his body, he strode towards the village. The villagers loitering at the entrance soon noticed Li Hao. "Hello, hello," Li Hao greeted with a smile and a raised hand. The elder, originally leading a child, barked violently and rushed towards Li Hao with a ferocious expression. The child, who had originally appeared naively silly, suddenly looked vicious, revealing sharp teeth as he charged at Li Hao. Such enthusiasm! Li Hao couldn't help but feel helpless. He casually broke off a dead branch and flicked it lightly. Snowflakes fluttered down. The old man and child who rushed towards him had not yet reached within 2 yards of Li Hao when they suddenly stiffened, their heads breaking off, the wounds strangely sharp and clean. After that, Li Hao casually carried the dead branch and walked into the village along the ancient path. The villagers transplanting rice seedlings in the fields became violent after noticing Li Hao, roaring as they pounced on him. Some farmers wearing straw hats and carrying grain also rushed over with their shoulder poles. "Do you also dream of conquering the Great Sea?" Li Hao asked as he walked, his footsteps uninterrupted, swinging the dead branch casually as if snow was falling. Each snowflake that landed on these villagers seemed to act like a seal, causing their bodies to freeze suddenly. As Li Hao went deeper into the village, more and more villagers surged towards him, including women carrying pots and those long-tongued women who were weaving. They're all in the Zhou Tian realm, TSK, and there are even a few at the perfect Zhou Tian, Li Hao mused as he swung the dead branch, walking along the broad road, leaving behind a trail of severed corpses. These dead seemed to be ghosts, supposedly without physical form. But in this Mo River, they possessed bodies, blood, and flesh, spraying black blood when severed. Could this be the same Mo River that will be tested at in a year? Li Hao mumbled to himself. The difficulty of this Mo River didn't seem high to him. The only real danger he had seen so far was the black-robed scholar behind the village in the soul succession realm. Using the soul succession realm to test the disciples of Alpha Academy was indeed appropriate. As villagers fell one by one, Li Hao glanced at the gold paper in his palm, which displayed a message. Meng River completion, 89%. It seemed that with each villager he slain, the completion would advance by about 1%. Given the nature of the Mo River, even if I resolve all of them, it seems impossible to reach 100% completion, to completely disintegrate it, Li Hao murmured. The difficulty in suppressing the Mo River lied here. Only with 100% resolution could it be made to disappear. It was said that someone tried exterminating all the dead in the Mo River, destroying everything, but still failed. The Mo River couldn't be destroyed or worn away. Unless it was resolved, it would regenerate, come back again, and extend to any part of the world. Li Hao passed by the temple next to the stage, glanced at it, but chose not to exit right away. Since he was here, he decided to try and see to what extent he could achieve this, as it was his first encounter. Li Hao invoked his divine soul, and the resplendent soul silhouette flew out from the top of his head, roaming the sky. Soon, Li Hao found 2 wandering children at the corner of the village's edge. Without moving his body, his divine soul swooped down. With a casual sweep, the sand and dust on the ground stirred, and pebbles shot out, piercing the 2 remaining fish that had slipped through the net. Completion of Mo River, 90%. His divine soul returning. Li Hao stepped forward, spanning 15 miles, and in the next moment his figure appeared directly on the hill behind the village, next to the black-robed scholar. Feeling the sudden appearance of Li Hao, the black-robed scholar was slightly startled. Li Hao had already noticed that this black-robed scholar was different from the villagers outside, his expression not numb, but possessing independent thought. The woman's sole silhouette lying on the black-robed scholar's back suddenly looked up, her gaze coldly fixed on Li Hao. "A person of your realm should not appear here," the black-robed scholar said softly. Li Hao replied, "I didn't want to either, but I accidentally wandered in." The black-robed scholar fell silent for a moment, then said, "Before we fight, could you let me finish my work?" Li Hao saw that he was holding a palette in one hand and a brush in the other, the brush tainted with blood, while in front of him on the easel was a portrait of a woman. The woman in the painting bore a striking resemblance to the one on his back. "You also have an appreciation for the art of painting?" Li Hao was quite surprised, not expecting a deceased soul to still indulge in such a pastime. The black-robed scholar did not reply, but started to add strokes to the paper with his brush. Seeing this, Li Hao leaned in with interest to observe. The painting skill of the black-robed scholar was not bad, considered top-notch among those Li Hao had come across before. "You seem different from the villagers outside," Li Hao remarked. The black-robed scholar frowned. He did not like to be disturbed while painting, but Li Hao's strength left him no choice but to tolerate the interruption. "They are merely my slaves," the black-robed scholar said indifferently. "So, you are the obsession that has bred this Menghe River," Li Hao said. "If I settle things with you, this Menghe River should be considered destroyed, I presume." "You cannot kill me," the black-robed scholar spoke indifferently. "Even if you destroy this place, I will come back again. Having already died, why do you refuse to move on?" Li Hao sighed. The hand of the black-robed scholar that held the brush paused slightly, and the corner of his mouth curled up in a mocking cold smile. He seemed on the verge of saying something, but suddenly stopped, as if recalling something he feared, the words never leaving his lips. He laughed coldly a few times, ignoring Li Hao, and concentrated on his painting. Li Hao paced about next to him, examining the surroundings. Seeing that the black-robed scholar no longer paid him any attention, his gaze also moved to the artwork. The brush was dipped not in ink, but in blood. Thus the painting appeared rather fierce and formidable. However, Li Hao was looking at the inner painting skill. "Your brushwork here is too soft." Noticing an area that lacked detail, he couldn't help but point it out. "There's too little blood here. You need more. Let it saturate with one stroke, allowing it to diffuse naturally. That would be more lifelike." The hand of the black-robed scholar clutching the brush froze somewhat, and he turned to look at Li Hao with a deep gaze. "You understand painting?" "A little bit," Li Hao modestly replied. The black-robed scholar sized up Li Hao, who, although only possessed the strength of the soul succession realm, existed thanks to the special power of the Menghe River and had been trapped in this place called Tan Palace Academy for hundreds of years. Over the hundreds of years, many martial artists had entered this place, some strong, some weak. The stronger ones were more formidable than this youth, capable of destroying the entire Menghe River village with a mere gesture. The weak ones were just like the villagers outside. Many have lost their lives over the centuries, accumulating in the village. Some more outstanding managed to reach him, only to be directly killed without mercy. He had seen all kinds of people, but someone like this youth was very rare. Despite his young age, his mastery of the martial arts was terrifying, and he even understood some peripheral paths. The art of painting is profound and unfathomable. No matter how clever you are, it's not something you can master with just a little effort, the black-robed scholar said, then went back to his painting without paying Li Hao any more attention. "I'm just being modest, and you really take me for it?" Li Hao squinted slightly, wondering if this boy really thought his painting skills were impressive. "To say you're impressive in martial arts, I would have let it go, but in painting? Indeed, the art of painting is profound, but unfortunately, you are just an outsider." Li Hao no longer held back and spoke frankly. "What?" The black-robed scholar raised an eyebrow and turned his cold gaze toward Li Hao. "This painting of yours has at least 16 flaws. It's so rigid, it truly lacks spirit," Li Hao said unequivocally, no longer sparing the feelings of his fellow practitioner. "What are you blabbering about?" The black-robed scholar lost his composure, his pallid face turning a shade of angry red as he glared at Li Hao. Here, here, here. Li Hao pointed to various parts of the paper. All defects. You can't see them because your skills are too low. You. The black-robed scholar trembled, the woman behind him brimming with black mist, ready to clash with Li Hao in a ferocious battle. Li Hao naturally wasn't afraid. Even an angry soul succession realm was still just that, a soul succession realm. Did you think you could turn into a golden-haired spirit? Give me the brush. Without saying a second word, Li Hao snatched the brush from his hand, then tore off the piece of drawing paper, crumpled it into a ball, and tossed it aside. Seeing his painstaking artwork treated so disdainfully, the black-robed scholar could no longer hold back his fury and let out a piercing shriek. His originally serene and handsome face suddenly became twisted and fierce as terrifying blood seeped from his 7 apertures, bubbling forth. His entire black robe also flew up, revealing the blood-stained garment beneath. This was actually a robe that had been soaked in blood for who knows how many years, and only because the bloodstains had dried and settled did it appear black. Li Hao didn't even glance at him. His divine soul flew out, easily pressed down on the scholars and his soul's head, pinning both firmly to the ground, rendering them immobile. With such a wretched drawing, still having the face to get angry, Li Hao couldn't understand. The one who should truly be angry was himself. His gaze became focused, for towards the art of painting, his heart was sincere. With brush in hand, Li Hao's movements were swift, the blood on the brush tip flinging about, the lines naturally forming, with layers overlapping in light and heavy strokes, giving a clear sense of depth. Soon, as the blood at the tip of the brush was about to run out, Li Hao picked up the scholar, dabbed the brush onto his face to get more blood, and then resumed his painting. In just a short while, a lifelike beauty, as if standing sideways within the painting, looking down demurely, emerged on the paper. It was still the portrait of that woman from before, but this time it was truly alive. The best way to punish the stubborn is to beat them with their proudest technique. Li Hao let go of the black-robed scholar and said indifferently, "Take a look for yourself, and if you still can't see the difference, then you better not touch a brush again. Go cultivate some crops in the village instead." The black-robed scholar almost spat blood with anger. Have him cultivate crops? Just as he was about to furiously rush forward, he stiffened all of a sudden. His peripheral vision caught the piece of drawing paper, and then he couldn't look away. You? The black-robed scholar was as if struck by a sudden realization, standing there dumbfounded. His eyes fixed on the woman in the painting, his body that was poised to pounce began to tremble slightly. Suddenly, 2 lines of bloody tears streamed from his eyes. You, is that you? Is it really you? The black-robed scholar approached the painting hurriedly and eagerly, stumbling as he went. He reached out, wanting to touch the woman on the paper, but as his fingers were about to make contact, he panicked and withdrew, fearing he would tarnish the woman's face. His shoulders began to shake lightly, and the blood tears flowed unstoppably. The female soul on his back was also staring dumbly at the painting, her black and fierce eyes slowly revealing a hint of thought. How is it compared to yours? A mismatched voice from the side broke through the black-robed scholar's immersion. He paused, coming back to his senses, and turned to look at Li Hao. Seeing the young man's slightly proud demeanor, this time he didn't get angry, but suddenly, with a thud, he knelt down on both knees in front of Li Hao. "Thank you." The black-robed scholar bowed his head, his eyes filled with gratitude. "Thank you for allowing me to see you again." "So the woman in the painting is called you?" Li Hao raised an eyebrow, but didn't care much. Seeing the other party had conceded, he immediately helped him up. This art of painting, it's profound and unpredictable. Not only must you take it to heart, but you must also have spirit. As Li Hao was explaining, the black-robed scholar turned his head, gazing besottedly at the woman on the drawing paper. The noise at his ear was automatically blocked out by him. A long time passed, a long time. Li Hao, parched from talking, became indignant when he saw the person in front of him daydreaming. "Are you listening to me?" The black-robed scholar came back to himself, smiled at Li Hao, and his black robe began to change in color, gradually fading from black to blood red, then to light red, and finally transformed into a white scholar's robe. Looking at that outfit, he seemed to have been a scholar in life. My wish has been fulfilled. Thank you, benefactor. The scholar, no longer in black, wore a smile of relief and release on his face. Behind him, the female soul that had been on his back also dispelled the black mist to reveal a form similar to that of the woman in the painting. In the void, she bowed gracefully to Li Hao, her eyes showing gratitude. Then, the figures of both began to fade gradually. The scholar's figure grew fainter, murmuring to himself with a smile on his lips. Li Hao was stunned. What's going on? Just then, his palm grew warm, and the gold paper emerged. Lettering on the gold paper seemed to chisel through the surface. Progress 100%. Fengshan Menghe River Pass completed. Reward 100 merit points. You have entered the merit list. Menghe River will soon vanish. Please leave quickly. The surrounding earth began to tremble gently. Li Hao was stunned. Looking around, he noticed that the distant, damaged mountains and the crimson sky seemed to be gradually fading. Had he cleared it? Was the Mo River battlefield about to disappear? Li Hao stood agape. Everything happened too fast for him to react. As he watched the ground sink and his little thatch hut about to collapse shaking, Li Hao quickly stepped out. Then, with a flicker, he appeared at the stage in the center of the village. Pulling out the gold paper, Li Hao swiftly placed it within the eerie temple. The temple suddenly burst forth with splendid golden light, unleashing a water-like barrier that enveloped him. Standing inside the barrier, Li Hao watched as the outside village shook violently, like the world ending in destruction, everything tearing and blurring until it all vanished. He found himself back in that narrow cave. The old, humble temple had also quieted its golden light, becoming utterly ordinary, with two corroded statues with half-smiles on their faces. The gold paper flew back like a thread, entering the palm of Li Hao's hand, giving a warm sensation. Li Hao felt as if there was an extra wisp of divine, soul-like breath in his body. As his mind willed it, the golden thread emerged in his palm, transforming back into the gold paper. There were 3 lines of small characters on the gold paper. Name, Chong'er. Merit points, 100. Ranked 99 in the Great Yu Dynasty. Meritorious deeds, cleared Fengshan Mo River. So, these are merit points? Doesn't seem like anything special. Li Hao carefully examined the gold paper. He had heard from Second Master and Feng that the Mo River battlefield had 5 levels with huge differences. The one he had just experienced should be of the lowest level, the Remorse level Mo River battlefield. Destroying the Mo River battlefield would yield merit points, and if one were to clear it, causing the Mo River to disappear permanently, then the merit points obtained would be hundreds of times more. That is to say, if he had just killed the black-robed scholar and destroyed the village, he would have only gotten 1 merit point. Beyond the Remorse level, there was also the Shadowy Ghoul level Mo River, the Ming Domain level Mo River, and the Ghost City level Mo River that even Second Master and the rest didn't dare to enter lightly. As for the most terrifying Mo River, Second Master and the others didn't mention it. It's a place where being involved means doom even for their level of saints. Just the mention of the Ghost City level Mo River had already put it on the list of forbidden places. And only Grandmasters of the Tianren sect dared to enter the Ming Domain level Mo River. This Mo River had existed for a long time. Although it was not the responsibility of the Li family to suppress it, they had some related materials. If one destroyed the Shadowy Ghoul level Mo River, about 10 merit points could be obtained. Destroying the Ming Domain level Mo River would yield about 100 merit points. But if one cleared the Ming Domain level Mo River, then one could get 10,000 points. As for what merit points are used for, no one knows at the moment. It is said that even the Divine General Mansion, which has suppressed the Mo River for generations, hasn't been able to figure out the use of merit points. And there are many rumors about merit points. Some say they can be exchanged with the gods after death for a reincarnated body. Some say they can accumulate blessings for the afterlife, offsetting the karma of killing, and so forth. But rumors end with the big shots. If both old masters say that no one has found the use of merit points, then it must be so. For now, the only use seems to be similar to a score that provides a rough estimate of how many strong beings exist in the Diyu realm, based on the amount of merit points. Yes, existing ones. If the person holding merit points dies, the merit points will disappear as well, and their name will be removed from the list. Therefore, for many top forces, it's a way to check if someone is alive or dead. The two elders must be on the list too. I wonder what their ranking is. With a thought from Li Hao, the gold paper seemed to sense his intentions, and the characters changed, expanding into a list. Merit ranking. The first name that caught his eye was Wang Zhindou. Merit points, 9372. The second person, Wang Tianqiu. Merit points, 7328. The third person was also surnamed Wang. The fourth, the fifth. Li Hao glanced through and noticed, to his astonishment, that 6 of the top 10 bore the Wang surname. Continuing down, within the top 30, there were 15 of the Wang surname. Li Hao's expression changed subtly, his surprise laced with a tinge of heaviness in his heart. Though suppressing the Mo River was the duty of the Wang family, he couldn't imagine how many lives of the Wang family members have been sacrificed for this responsibility. Behind each name on the list, the merit points, which looked like mere cold, glittering numbers, represented countless life and death struggles and perilous encounters. There is no difference between this and slaying demons on the border. You should know that the Li family defended the country by slaying demons on the border, with 6 out of 9 sons from the last generation dying in battle, a truly extreme tragedy. Now it seems that the other divine general mansions probably did not have it much easier. After all, he could see so many from the Wang family on the merit list. Who knows how many more there are who had once been on the list, but then disappeared. This aging dynasty still enjoys a prosperous era, with peace within its borders. The common folk are healthy and content. Young girls play on flower boats. Young lads ride horses in the suburbs for leisure. Peddlers carry their wares everywhere to sell, free from worries. Yet how many unnamed brave souls hold high this everyday scene of 1,000 households' lights in the darkness, cradling it silently. This era of prosperity, it did not come easy, murmured Li Hao to himself. Deep in his heart, he felt a solemn reverence for the names listed above. His gaze continued downward, yet he did not see the name of second elder. Perhaps he used a pseudonym. But Li Hao did see a nickname mentioned by Elder Feng, flourishing. Ranked at number 35, with a conspicuous merit value of 3,201. Li Hao couldn't help but pause, almost certain that anyone who has earned such a high merit value and is called by this name has to be the thief saint. Elder Feng lives a hermit life and still has such a high value of merit. Li Hao's eyes became solemn. Apart from second elder, Elder Feng had few friends, which means his merit value was mostly earned through his own battles, alone in suppressing the Mo River. However, Elder Feng has a poor reputation. He is the thief saint despised by the powers of the world, the target of thousands of pointing fingers. Why then would he bother taking risks to do such deeds? Perhaps there is an answer. Perhaps no answer is needed. Li Hao fell silent, suddenly feeling that the fishing elder who joked and laughed with him was only familiar in interaction, but not truly understood. A moment later, he continued to look further down the list. Soon, he saw another familiar name, Jian Wudao. Incredibly, like the Wang family, he used his real name. You should know that apart from the Wang family, most of the names above are pseudonyms. For example, Thief Saint's Flourishing, who has the surname Bu, Sword Saint. Li Hao's eyes narrowed a bit when he saw his ranking, number 76, with a merit value of 738. This means he has at least destroyed 7 Ming Domain level Mo rivers or cleared 7 Regret level Mo rivers. Li Hao had already realized that the merit list does not represent the full extent of one's strength. For instance, the Thief Saint and the Sword Saint are both of the 4 stands realm, but their merit values differ by 4 to 5 times. There are also many other masters who most likely did not participate in the suppression of the Mo River. After all, other than the rewards from the dynasty, dealing with the Mo River brings no other benefits. No one knows what use these ethereal merit values have. The world thrives on interest. One does not rise early without a benefit. This also leads to a severe shortage of manpower at the Mo River Authority, creating a tense situation. At the same time, it is also why he could rank within the top 100 of the Great Yu Dynasty by merely clearing a single regret level Mo River. Li Hao sighed quietly, putting away the gold paper. Suddenly, he felt a slight disturbance in his perception, noticing someone approaching. Li Hao quickly realized what was happening. Looking again at the divine temple in front of him, it was slowly sinking into the ground as if it was about to disappear. This temple was connected to the Fengshan Mo River. Now that the Mo River had disappeared, it was natural that the temple would also vanish. Wait a minute. Li Hao was suddenly alarmed, wondering if this Mo River was so simple to deal with. Could it be the one that was meant for the test of the new disciples a year from now? If it disappears now, what will they test a year from now? Oh boy, isn't this equivalent to ripping up the exam papers of these candidates in advance? Li Hao was speechless. He only wanted to teach that scholar how to paint, but he never intended to clear the barrier. Time to slip away. Li Hao quickly moved, vanishing from the spot in an instant. As Li Hao fled in a hurry, in various parts of the world, many people were disturbed. South, Nine Peaks Mountain Range, Sword Hut. This mountain range is famous throughout the world, and the lifelong dream of many swordsmen is to ascend to the peak and look out over the pinnacle of 10,000 Zoom Mountain. However, that fantastical sacred place actually has a very simple appearance. On the grassy mountaintop, in the straw hut as plain and unadorned as a cattle shed, Jian Wudao sat quietly inside. The furnishings in the straw hut were also very simplistic, a desk and a few stacks of books. The desk was extremely rough, as if it had been hewn with a few chops from tree stump. Its only advantage was its evenness, extremely even. At the moment, incense smoke curled up from a burner on the desk as Jian Wudao, with the appearance of an octogenarian with white hair and beard, yet with a complexion as rosy and youthful as a child's, sat with his eyes closed in tranquility. In his hand, he held a scroll of sword techniques, and the side of it bore the name Detailed Explanation of Swordsmanship Basics. His other hand tapped lightly on his knee, as if he was mulling over something in silent recitation, deep in thought. Master! Suddenly, a call came from outside the straw hut. Jian Wudao opened his eyes and saw a young man in a white robe hopping into the sword hut, a glint of gold in his palm, turning into a floating piece of gold paper. Master, there's a new Grandmaster on the virtue list. He pointed to the last name on the gold paper. Chong, such a strange name. I wonder which sect's Grandmaster he is, to actually destroy a Ming domain level Mo River. This pseudonym doesn't seem like someone from the Mo River Authority. Jian Wudao's expression remained unchanged. He coldly asked, "What does that have to do with you?" "Just curious." The young man knew his master's temperament and said cheerfully, "Those old Grandmasters either sit at the helm of their sects, not daring to venture into danger lightly, or they cultivate in low profile, striving for the three immortals to extend their lives. They wouldn't do such thankless tasks. It must be some newly promoted Grandmaster. I want to go and exchange some pointers with him. You want to go down the mountain again?" Jian Wudao's face was expressionless as he got straight to the point. To practice swordsmanship, you must endure loneliness. There are hundreds of millions of swordsmen in the world. How can you expect to stand proud among them with a 3-foot sword in your hand without putting in 1,000 times more effort than they do? If you could focus more on your sword, you would have already stepped into the immortals. You dare to say it, and I don't even dare to listen. The young man muttered to himself, as the idea of striving for the immortals seemed daunting. He looked down and muttered, "Master, if the disciple could exchange pointers more with other Grandmasters, surely I could make further progress." When I stepped into the Grandmaster realm, I secluded myself to contemplate the sword for 3 years. When I emerged, I had become one of the three immortals without the need to exchange pointers with anyone else. Jian Wudao snorted coldly, knowing that this third disciple of his had mixed desires. He couldn't help but think of another disciple, and his gaze softened slightly. How is your little apprentice sister faring under your guidance? My little apprentice sister is already half a step into the divine travel realm. Her spirit congealed 180 times. TSK. That's much stronger than me back then. Master, you really do play favorites. Although the young man accused his master of bias, he was actually grinning. Jian Wudao rolled his eyes. If you could understand the essence of the sword within a year of starting, I'd be willing to go to Gan Tao Palace myself to get you a real person's soul succession. I don't want Master to have to ask favors for me. Besides, my little apprentice sister has a passion for the sword. She will eventually comprehend the sword spirit. I can't compare with that, the young man said cheerfully. Speaking of which, my little apprentice sister really should thank Master a lot. Thanks to you taking her out of the divine general mansion. Otherwise, she would have only succeeded the Leaf family's heroic spirit. Congealing the spirit 80 times is not bad, but that's just the standard of us. To reach the current level that is comparable to the Imperial family's top-tier level would be difficult. Plus, I heard that the Divine General Mansion's soul succession has many restrictions. Shut up, Jian Wudao scolded. The young man was slightly startled and promptly shut his mouth. The Leaf family, after all, holds the frontier pass, slaying countless demons. How can you allow yourself to speak ill of them behind their backs? Jian Wudao rebuked in a cold voice. The young man knew he had spoken out of turn and scratched his head. I was wrong. I do respect the Leaf family greatly. Humph, if you can't perfect that moon's sleepless within 3 months, be ready to stay at the Sword Cliff instead. Jian Wudao spoke coldly. As for that Mo River household register, you should look at it less. The matters of the Mo River are none of your concern. That's the business of the Divine General Mansion. When you reach the 3 immortals, I will naturally let you leave the mountain. Otherwise, with your current standard, if you were to start your own sect and someone challenged you, you would be the one losing my face. The young man left in a disheartened manner, not daring to linger. There's a newcomer on the virtue list. In a certain sect, as someone happened to be looking through the virtue list, they immediately noticed the new name added to it. A full 100 contributions. Is this by directly destroying a Ming domain level Mo River, which Grandmaster has come out of seclusion? Chong'er, a strange name. Go and check which sect's Grandmaster it is quickly. See if we can bring him over. In a tall building within a certain city, someone ordered. Qingzhou, in a courtyard of the Divine General Mansion. Miss, there's suddenly a new name on the virtue list called Chong'er. Such a strange name. Don't talk nonsense. Anyone willing to take action to solve the Mo River disaster is a righteous and brave person. Xiao Tao understands, but the name really does sound a bit unpleasant. The lady wearing gossamer silk gave a disparaging look at the little maid who had followed her from childhood. What do you know? Go and listen outside my father's room to see if you can find out who it is. If we can invite him here, we'll give him the position of a junior supervising officer. Yes, Xiao Tao will go right away. As the little maid ran off, the lady looked out to the courtyard, a slow smile spreading across her lips as she casually broke a twig and lightly sketched 2 words on the ground. Wind and moon. Interesting. Inside the main hall of Black and White Hall at Tan Palace Academy, Song Yufeng stealthily took out a small packet of tea from his sleeve, just about to pour it into the cup to brew, when he suddenly noticed several elders hurrying over. His heart skipped a beat. Old Huang. Can't be, they found me so quickly, and brought others along. He hurriedly covered the cup, maintaining a calm and composed expression. Palace Master, the leading elder, Huang Li Cao, approached with an excited expression. Song Yufeng's face twitched slightly as he coughed lightly. Old Huang, no offense, but do you need to be so agitated? It's just some. Palace Master, Fengshan Menghe River has disappeared. Huang Li Cao exclaimed. Elder and I just detected some activity and went to check. The regional lord's temple has vanished. It only disappears immediately after being permanently cleared, Otherwise, the temple would have shattered where it stood into mud. What? Song Yufeng was stunned, immediately relieved that they weren't there to hold him accountable. Wait, Fengshan Menghe River had been cleared? By whom? What's the situation? Explain clearly who did it. Song Yufeng pressed on. Don't know, didn't find a person. Huang Li Cao shook his head, but your granddaughter seems to have seen it. Yu Yao. Song Yufeng was surprised and immediately said, then quickly have her come over. She's already waiting outside. Huang Li Cao immediately turned and gestured, and soon, under the accompaniment of an elder, two young girls entered. It was indeed Song Yueyao and Lin Feifei from the moss-covered ground. The two women had heard the commotion earlier and had rushed to the regional lord's temple, only to witness the shocking scene of its disappearance. Who cleared it? Song Yufeng asked immediately. Lin Feifei glanced at her friend, and Song Yueyao, with a calm demeanor, replied, reporting to the palace master, it seems to have been an external disciple. Feifei and I were training nearby, and only saw the side of that person's face. It's not someone I recognize. How many do you know, spending all your time training? Song Yufeng muttered to himself, then turned to Lin Feifei beside him. What about you? Did you see clearly? Reporting to the palace master, I too only saw a side profile. Lin Feifei hastened to add, but if I see that person again, I will definitely be able to recognize them. Song Yufeng nodded slightly. All right, then you two go ahead and try to recognize who it was. This is good news, deserving of a great reward. Should we notify the Mo River Authority? Huang Li Cao asked. The Mo River Authority is destitute enough. We don't need that bit of royal treasure. Eradicating Mo rivers is everyone's responsibility and also our duty. That Feng Mountain was originally a rural farmland. Such a pity that it was ravaged by the Mo River. The entire village perished miserably, enslaved by the river. As he spoke, Song Yufeng sighed and shook his head. Huang Li Cao nodded and said, then I will take them now to recognize the individual and also put out the word so the person who cleared it can come forward to receive their reward. MHM. Song Yufeng nodded. Huang Li Cao immediately left with the two girls. Just as he was about to go, he suddenly remembered something and turned to say, by the way, Palace Master, what were you about to say earlier? Song Yufeng replied with confusion. What was I about to say? Seeing his expression, Huang Li Cao thought he had misheard and promptly made a slight bow before retiring and leaving. News spread throughout the academy, not just amongst the four external houses, but also disciples within Black and White Hall were stirred, especially those from Black and White Hall, all of whom had experienced the brutal challenges of Fengshan Menghe River, were now shocked to hear that someone had cleared the river. Who was it? Was it one of the elders? Which elder would be so idle? Besides, even for elders, it's not easy to clear it. I've heard each Mo River's requirement to clear is incredible, very tough to find. A reward of the red sky precious sword that's forged from meteorite iron, reputed to crush anything it strikes, even able to harm the divine soul. The disciples of Black and White Hall bantered amongst themselves. The four external houses were likewise abuzz, especially Alpha Academy, where everyone vying for the martial arts rankings was dumbfounded upon receiving the news. The Mo River is gone? Wasn't it the place they were to be tested for entry into Black and White Hall after 1 year? How could it just disappear? How would they enter Black and White Hall when the time came? In contrast to Alpha Academy, the other houses were simply bewildered. The Mo River? What's that? Clearly, their primary task given by the house was to first make it into Alpha Academy. Whatever the Mo River was, it had nothing to do with them. Without a place in Alpha Academy, they wouldn't even qualify to enter. Yu Yao, do you think that person is really an external disciple? Judging by the number of flower patterns on that clothing, I remember it might be, but among the woods, Lin Feifei and Song Yueyao walked side by side, heading towards the outer houses. Lin Feifei looked hesitant. She had also challenged Fengshan Menghe River before, and it was tough. Once one entered the village, all the villagers would be alerted, and that was hundreds of Zhou Tian realm fighters. Furthermore, if it turned into a prolonged battle, that black-robed scholar would also intervene, making it treacherous even for someone with early soul succession realm power. Song Yueyao shook her head slightly, without answering. She had no answer in her heart either. Passing the Menghe River in Feng Mountain was extremely difficult. If it were disciples of the Black and White Hall, there would be a slight possibility, but for outer court disciples, unless the person had already achieved the soul succession realm. The black-robed scholar was genuinely of the soul succession realm, and his soul was extremely fierce, akin to facing two soul succession experts. The assessment for the outer court disciples wasn't to kill the black-robed scholar, but to achieve a completion rate of 50%. Massacring nearly half the villagers would count as completion. This test already involved sneaking, hiding, pure strength, and movement technique among other aspects, making it very difficult. After all, slaughtering nearly half would easily alert the black-robed scholar. Once he took action, even the disciples of the Black Hall had to flee. I heard that 2 members of the royal family have come. Could it be one of them who did this? If they've achieved cycle heaven realm perfection, relying on that unrivaled meridian opening skill and chi circulation skill, there might be a slight hope of battling someone in the soul succession realm. Lin Feifei guessed. That was the only possibility she could think of. If not even the royal family could do it, then nobody else stood a chance. Let's go have a look and we will know, Song Yueyao said. Under Huang Licao's guidance, the 2 of them arrived at the outer court. There, Suyehua had already convened everyone to wait. As the 2 women and Huang Licao arrived, many became slightly restless and started to stand on tiptoe to look around. It's Song Yueyao. In the crowd, Du Qiyue recognized Song Yueyao and Lin Feifei at a glance, admiration appearing in her eyes. Who are they? The one in white is Song Yueyao, the palace master's granddaughter, one of the most exceptionally talented individuals in the Black and White Hall. I heard she's not even 20 yet, but has already reached the divine travel realm. Du Qiyue whispered enviously. This was the real deal, a 9-grade battle body, a top genius. Li Yuanzhao suddenly understood and didn't show much surprise on his face. Divine travel realm at 20, but mother said 9th uncle reached divine travel realm at 13, Grandmaster at 17, and at 19, when he built his achievements and sacrificed himself, he was already at the 7th realm, the immortal 3rd. That was the one and only monstrous talent in all history. Having heard about 9th uncle's battle achievements, whenever Li Yuanzhao looked at other geniuses, he felt they were all mediocre in comparison. Where's your Hao? Why isn't he here? Du Qiyue asked in a low voice, her gaze wandering around in search. Li Yuanzhao shook his head. Hao probably went off to play chess with someone. Playing chess? Du Qiyue's mouth twitched. At this moment, Song Yueyao and Lin Feifei began scanning the crowd with their gaze. The granddaughter of the palace master. In the crowd, Jiang Yi narrowed his eyes, sizing up the 2 elegant figures, a hint of peculiar light emerging in his eyes as he thought to himself. She's quite attractive. If I conquer her, making her my empress, then Song Yufeng, for the sake of his granddaughter, could become an asset for me in the future. It's a shame she's a few years older than me, but with Tan Palace as her dowry, I don't mind taking a small loss. As he was contemplating, Song Yao's gaze swept over the crowd and landed on him at first glance. Although they were all wearing the same uniform, judging by the robustness of the emitted aura, she guessed he was most likely of royal descent. How could a common Zhou Tian realm have such a vigorous aura, as mighty as a flood dragon? Seeing the look from Song Yueyao, Jiang Yi smiled slightly, revealing half a set of white teeth, and nodded in greeting. But Song Yueyao's gaze calmly shifted away. It wasn't him. She continued searching through the crowd, scrutinizing one after another, her brows furrowing. None was the right one. No, Song Yueyao said to the elder beside her. Huang Licao was taken aback and quickly asked in a low voice, "Are you sure you've looked carefully?" "Yes," Song Yueyao nodded. Huang Licao then turned to Lin Feifei, who also shook her head slightly, revealing a helpless expression. Could it be not Alpha Academy? Huang Licao wondered internally and proceeded to ask Suyehua, "Are all the disciples of Alpha Academy here?" Su Yehua, also aware of what they were looking for, glanced over the crowd and noticed 2 or 3 absences, saying, "Almost all of them are here." The missing were the wastrel who was always sound asleep and 2 mediocre sons from noble families. She thought it was unlikely to be them. Strange, after thinking a bit, Huang Licao whispered a few words to Su Yehua. She nodded slightly in response and immediately commanded everyone, "Turn sideways." The crowd was puzzled and looked at her questioningly. Without explaining, Su Yehua assumed the authority of a teacher, her willow eyebrows slightly stern, and everyone promptly complied. To this beautiful teacher, they had long experienced the strictness of her methods. Song Yueyao and Lin Feifei, once again compelled to look, were full of confusion. Everyone looked vaguely familiar, presumably due to wearing the same uniform. Yet on closer inspection, none seemed to fit. In despair, Huang Licao said to Su Ya, "Let the ones who didn't come find me later, so that Moon and the others can take a look." "Yes," Su Yehua nodded in agreement. Huang Licao left the area, taking the 2 women to Beta Academy. Along the way, a figure casually approached with a wild rabbit in hand. It was Li Hao. "Which academy's disciple are you?" Huang Licao immediately called out upon seeing him. Li Hao looked at them in surprise, not recognizing them, and said, "I'm from Alpha Academy. And you are?" "Alpha Academy?" Huang Licao's heart stirred. He turned his head to look at the 2 girls. Song Yueyao and Lin Feifei were also sizing up Li Hao. With rosy lips, white teeth, and fair skin, he was an incredibly handsome young man. However, the wild rabbit he was holding and the grass stains on his academy uniform made him appear somewhat disheveled. After taking a careful look, the 2 girls immediately shook their heads slightly. "It doesn't seem like him." Hearing this, Huang Licao waved his hand at Li Hao. "It's nothing, you can go." Li Hao walked away with a look of confusion, carrying the wild rabbit and passing by them. Suddenly, Li Hao felt that the aura of the 2 girls was somewhat familiar. Hadn't he encountered them before in the Mo River Cave? When he returned to Alpha Academy, Su Yehua immediately told him to find Huang Licao. After asking around, Li Hao understood the situation and shared his encounter on the road. Su Yehua did not suspect him of lying, since she too felt that Li Hao was unlikely to be that person. If it weren't for him being a member of the Li family and spending the past half-month sleeping and lazing around, she would have strictly reprimanded him long ago. "Hao, where were you?" Back at his seat, Li Yuanzhao spilled all the details of what just happened to Li Hao. Li Hao suddenly realized, feeling somewhat disheartened, it was a relief that the academy seemed to have no intention of settling scores with him. As for the reward, the Red Sky Precious Sword was indeed impressive, capable of harming the divine soul, a truly rare weapon for the divine travel realm. Even at the divine general mansion, only a few tens of thousands could be found. What a pity. He was now in the 15 Li realm and no longer needed it. Above the waterfall, Shun Yunxing and Zhao Zongyuan also received the news, both of them surprised. Who did it? Couldn't be that kid, right? The place he went before, that's on the side of the Mo River. Zhao Zongyuan said in disbelief. Shun Yunxing shook her head slightly. Although there's the Mo River there, it's still possible to return to the academy. It just requires taking a detour. Maybe he took a wrong turn. Hard to tell. This kid grasped your movement technique so quickly, I always feel like I can't see through him. He might not be in the Zhoutian realm. Even the soul succession realm will be difficult. Shin Yinqing shook her head and said, "It's about passing the test, not destroying." Who knows what the conditions were? Besides, we just got news. Song Yueyao witnessed it. Old Huang took her to the external academy, and they found a kid in Beta Academy who looked similar, but turned out not to be him after verification. Strange. Could it be someone from the Black and White Hall? Who knows? Anyway, the matter will soon have a result. It can't be kept secret. Shen Yinxing remarked. Indeed. Zhao Zhen thought and sighed. The Fengshan Mo River was quite suitable for testing newcomers. Now that it's gone, we can only use that other Mo River, but that one is much harder. They'll just have to count themselves unlucky, Shen Yinxing declared. Several days later, the disciples of Alpha Academy gathered in the courtyard. Li Hao, who was preparing to sneak off to play truant, was also called back by Su Yehua, obediently returning to his seat. Tomorrow is your first trial since joining the academy, a practical demon-slaying test. Su Yehua surveyed everyone with a calm face and declared, "Martial artists must experience the trials of combat, blood, and fire. We have arranged connections for you. All you need to do is go and report, participate in person. This way, you will understand the flaws in your martial arts when facing demons and how to truly fight the enemy." Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, and many were eager to try. Demon slaying? This was a dream that many in the audience eagerly anticipated. To travel the world with a sword, slaying demons, and eliminating evil. How cool. These tasks vary in difficulty. It's best to know your own strength. Su Yehua pulled out a stack of papers and said, "For each task, we will award points based on the difficulty, which can be exchanged in the Black and White Hall's Martial Scripture Pavilion for weapons, precious medicines, cultivation techniques, and peerless techniques. But you need to truly assess your capabilities, and avoiding greed is also a test for a martial artist." As she spoke, she called over a senior student to distribute the papers in her hand. Li Hao received a copy and casually began to read. It listed all demon-slaying assignments, spread over different states and cities. Being able to connect the academy with different states and cities demonstrated the extensive reach of Tan Palace Academy. Was this akin to sending students to large companies for internships and evaluations? Suddenly, Li Hao's gaze sharpened, landing on one of the mission lists. Demon-slaying Task 23. Qi State, join the Monster Suppression Department. Assist the local demon-slaying team in hunting demons, graded by the local person in charge. Full score, 10 points. Qi State. How? Which task are you planning to choose? After looking over the task list, Li Yuanzhao immediately asked Li Hao, clearly hoping to accompany him and provide mutual support. The one in Qi State, Li Hao said, a hint of coldness hidden in his eyes. Li Yuanzhao scanned the task, didn't think much about it, and nodded. Then I'll choose that one too. You are all going to Qi State? Next to them, Du Qiuyue glanced at the task and said immediately, "Can you take me with you? I'm also heading there." "Me too. I'm going as well," Zheng Bai quickly added, seeing the chance to be close to the young master of the Divine General Mansion, a rare opportunity to foster intimacy. If he could become a good friend, that would be an enormous networking opportunity. Hao, what do you think? Li Yuanzhao decided to consult Li Hao first. Li Hao replied, "I don't mind. Since Hao has no objections, then you can all join," Li Yuanzhao stated. Du Qiuyue and Zheng Bai exchanged glances, both seeing the joy in each other's eyes. At that moment, Su Yehua at the front suddenly said, "Let me explain the rules now. Each task can be taken by no more than 5 people. I will start counting off. The first task is to go to the Qingzhou Demon Subjugation Department to assist in resolving a demon-caused disturbance in a village. The task is worth 5 academic credits. Who wants to take it? Me. Immediately, 7 people raised their hands. Among these tasks, the highest score was only 15 points, and that also carried the highest difficulty level, indicating a very high chance of encountering demons at Cycle Heaven Realm Perfection. And for this first task, the intelligence only suggested the possibility of demons at the 2nd to 5th levels of the Zhou Tian realm, making it relatively easy. We have too many people. You either need to discuss it among yourselves or decide based on the martial arts ranking. Those with lower ranks should change to another task, Su Yehua said. The 7 people looked at each other, and 2 of them voluntarily sat down. Then Su Yehua continued to read out other tasks. Those interested raised their hands to select accordingly. Some tasks attracted 3 people, others only 1, and some tasks went unchosen and were left open. Ow! They're going to undertake a task in Qingzhou. That area was just cleared of demons not long ago, and they're going over to help eliminate the remnants, commented Li Yuanzhao, who paid special attention to the Li Yun siblings and noticed their choice of a task worth a full 15 points, his face unwittingly displaying a trace of concern. Although they didn't see eye to eye within the mansion, After growing up together, he still didn't wish for any misfortune to befall them. Tell them to be careful, not to be reckless in seeking merit. Li Hao glanced at the sibling duo, seeing their faces full of eager excitement, and frowned as he spoke. Understood. Li Yuanzhao nodded, planning to give them a heads-up after getting his own task. Soon after, Su Yehua mentioned the Qi state task. Li Hao immediately expressed his intention, and Li Yuanzhao, together with Du, Qiyue, and Zheng Bai, also raised their hands one after another. Meanwhile, two other people, a male and a female, also raised their hands in a different location. She's going too. Du Qiyue caught sight of the girl who raised her hand, momentarily surprised. The girl was Ren Qianqian, ranked 4th in the martial arts ranking, the daughter of a Grandmaster, with divinely skillful swordsmanship. Zheng Bai's expression changed. He looked at the young man whose ranking on the martial arts ranking was higher than his own, and was not a newcomer, but a senior student. Now, with 6 people interested, it meant that Zheng Bai, who was last in line, would have to step down. However, their main reason for choosing the Qi state task was because of Li Hao's decision. If Li Hao stepped down, Li Yuanzhao would probably do the same. Zheng Bai looked at Li Hao, his eyes filled with hope, wishing he would choose a different task. At the same time, Ren Qianqian and the young man also noticed Li Hao and others. Ren Qianqian just glanced at them, her expression unchanged as usual, calm and collected. The young man, on the other hand, was stunned, and then his face lit up with happiness. We are over the limit, Su Yehua swept her gaze over the group and said, discuss it among yourselves to decide who will step down. If no one is willing, we'll have to follow the rules. Ren Qianqian sat down without paying much attention, as she had to go regardless. The young man's gaze skimmed past Li Hao, aware that he couldn't afford to offend the young lord of the divine general mansion, even if he was at the bottom of the martial arts ranking. Being able to attend Alpha Academy meant he couldn't be too bad. He just hadn't shown his full potential yet. His gaze then landed on Zheng Bai, and he said with a smile, Qi state is dangerous. It is my homeland, and I can lead the way for them. How about you back out? Zheng Bai's face flushed slightly. With those words, if he persisted, it might offend others. All right then. Zheng Bai's complexion went through changes, but he quickly managed his emotions and said to Li Yuanzhao and Li Hao, I wish you a smooth journey. We'll take on a task together another time. Okay then. Li Yuanzhao, upon hearing this, gave up on persuading the young man and patted Zheng Bai's shoulder to offer comfort. You also need to be careful out there, Du Qiyue said. Zheng Bai smiled and nodded. Although he was somewhat regretful that he wasn't able to team up with Li Hao and the others, it was, after all, only the first task of the school year, and there would be other opportunities in the future. Once the head count was confirmed, Su Yehua continued to distribute other tasks. Soon, everyone had made their selection. Those who received the same tasks gathered together under Su Yehua's instructions. When do we set out? The youth named Yu Wei, who recognized Du Qiyue, asked, but his gaze was on Li Yuanzhao and Ren Qianqian. Now, Ren Qianqian said calmly. However, Du Qiyue was looking at Li Hao. How, what do you think? Li Yuanzhao asked. Let's go now. The sooner the better, Li Hao replied. All right, I'll go prepare the carriage. Li Hao shook his head. Prepare 5 red blood horses. A carriage is too slow. Li Yuanzhao was slightly startled, but nodded in agreement. Yu Wei was surprised, and looking at Li Yuanzhao's demeanor, it was as if he was Li Hao's little follower. Yet, Li Yuanzhao was ranked 6th on the martial arts list, an exceptional talent, reportedly possessing an 8th-layer battle body quality, only slightly inferior to those true prodigies. After coordinating with the mansion, Li Yuanzhao went to the siblings, Li Yun, who were preparing to descend the mountain. Hao has instructed you both to be careful and not to be recklessly ambitious, Li Yuanzhao told the siblings. Li Yun raised an eyebrow and snorted coldly. You just take care of yourselves. Li Jining turned her head and glanced at Li Hao, who was conversing with a few others. Her eyes flickered as she said to Li Yuanzhao, Thank you, Yuanzhao. You guys also have to be careful. Li Yuanzhao grinned and replied, You too, take care, Sister Jining. After giving his instructions, Li Yuanzhao returned to Li Hao's side, and the group set off down the mountain immediately. Riding the red blood horses, the five of them galloped out of Qingzhou. The youthful experience of riding horses and brandishing swords upon entering Jianghu filled Yu Wei and Li Yuanzhao's faces with delight and excitement, feeling liberated and carefree. Indeed, a first-rate steed of the battlefield. Such speed is hard to come by at any price, Yue exclaimed, marveling at the scenery flying past the roadside. Du Qiuyue was also riding a red blood horse for the first time. Even though she was an upperclassman, she was ultimately just an 18-year-old girl trying to maintain composure in front of several freshmen. But her slightly flushed cheeks betrayed her excited and lively thoughts. Red blood horses are not for sale. It's a capital offense to attempt to purchase them privately, Li Yuanzhao said, still harboring a young man's nature, unable to hide a hint of pride and superiority in his eyes. Yue Wei and Du Qiuyue looked envious. Some people are born standing at a finish line others could never reach in a lifetime. That is the disparity. With the red blood horse's fleetness, it would take less than 2 days to reach Qi State from Qingzhou. High above Qingzhou City, a black bird resembling a crow flew past. The bird reflected the image of 5 swift horse figures on the official road in the wilderness below. Suddenly, the bird blinked, and it saw 2 figures following closely 4 or 5 miles behind the 5 horses. What was surprising was that the 2 figures were leaping on foot without horses, yet they moved leisurely and managed to keep up without falling behind. The bird blinked again, let out a low caw, and flew into the higher clouds. Later, the black bird emerged from another part of the clouds, plummeted down rapidly, and flew into a certain forest. Upon landing, the black bird transformed into a child about 7 or 8 years old in appearance, with a crown of feathers on its head. It ran towards the black water pool ahead directly after landing. Lord Xianjiao, that person has come out, the child called out to the black water pool. The voice reached into the depths of the pool. Suddenly, a dark shadow emerged from the still waters as if alive. Then it rapidly broke the surface, revealing a large serpent-like head, gently flicking its tongue amidst razor-sharp teeth, appearing quite ferocious. Did you get a clear view? Is it the son of that execution martial marquis? The serpent-like creature asked. I'm sure of it. My 1,000-god eyes skill would never misidentify. The child shuddered briefly before hastily bowing and saying respectfully, also, there are 2 people following them. It seems that someone from their side is protecting them in secret. One is at the divine travel realm, and the other, I can't see through. As his voice fell, the black water pool stirred, and another black shadow suddenly surfaced. Another serpent, slightly more slender with a white scale on its belly. 4 years have passed since we were dispatched here to assassinate the son of that execution martial marquis, and we have waited for 4 years. The serpent spoke human words, then with a flash of their figures, they leapt from the water, landed and transformed into a pair of cloaked individuals, a man with a demon-like face and a woman with a bewitching look. Both seemed to retain some serpentine aspects, their thin tongues stretching out to lick their lips and chins, both revealing smiles. They must think we have given up. But we, as demons who have cultivated for 1,000 years, have plenty of what we need most: patience. As dusk approached, Li Hao and his companions galloped along the official road, occasionally passing tea stalls and small traders setting up their stalls by the road to provide resting spots for weary travelers. On their journey, they also encountered escort agency team transporting cargo, heroic adventurers from Jianghu eagerly joining forces to slay demons, as well as diligent farmers tending to their fields and small villages along the official road. The verdant cypresses on both sides of the road stretched straight up, reaching for the blue sky and white clouds. Coming across a tea stall, the enticing aroma of steaming dumplings made the riders pull on their reins. Shall we take a rest here? Yue asked attentively. When Li Hao heard Li Yuanzhao's stomach growl, it was clear he was also hungry, and with a smile he said, Let's go have something to eat first. It's getting dark. Want to be unsafe out here? Du Qiuyue voiced her concerns with a hint of worry. The tea shop owner, with his keen ears and sharp eyes, upon hearing the young lady's words, said with a smile, "Don't worry, dear heroes. With the 4 divine general mansion guarding the frontier pass, there are no demons within Diyu. Even an old fool like me is not scared. So what is there for you to fear?" The group looked at Li Hao and Li Yuanzhao, and Li Hao asked with a smile, "Old man, there are clearly 5 divine general mansion. Why do you say there are 4? There's another one that, I've heard, isn't responsible for guarding the frontier pass, probably assigned to safeguard the imperial city," the tea house owner replied with a laugh. Du Qiuyue whispered, "It's good that Wang Han isn't here with us. Otherwise he would be angry to death hearing this." Yue nodded. The Divine Travel Realm General Mansion in charge of guarding the Mo River has sacrificed countless, yet the common people are unaware. It's like how many are also oblivious to the fact that the Leaf family defends the border and slays demons. People recognize the existence of the Divine General Mansion, but can't be bothered to discern which one exactly. Upon saying this, he sighed, seemingly feeling indignant for the Leaf family, with a hidden compliment in his words. Li Hao, however, wasn't upset. Instead, he merely nodded and said, "The lives of the common folks are harsh. They spend their days counting small coins, so they don't have the leisure to look up. It's normal they are uninformed. After all, even if they knew, it wouldn't make much difference to their lives. And us, the Leaf family, defending the frontier pass isn't for the world's praise and gratitude. We do it simply because the frontier pass needs us, just as the common folks need us." Hearing his words, Yue, who still harbored flattering intentions, was stunned, while Du Qiuyue couldn't help but look at Li Hao with a mixture of surprise and newfound respect. Originally thinking Li Hao was just a carefree playboy, his words shattered their previous impressions. Their reverence for the authority of the Divine General Mansion also gained an added layer of respect from the depths of their hearts. By his side, Ren Qianqian, who carried a sword in her arms, glanced up at Li Hao, let her gaze linger on his handsome and fair cheeks for a while, and her eyes softened a bit more. "Hao's right." Li Yuanzhao, who had been somewhat dissatisfied, felt a surge of excitement hearing Li Hao's words. Li Hao smiled and patted Yuanzhao on the shoulder. "Let's go in for some tea, my treat." "No, how can we let you do that? We are heading to Qi State to slay demons, which is practically helping out my hometown. I should be the one thanking you on behalf of the people of Qi State. I'll cover all the expenses on the way." Yue seized the opportunity, immediately speaking up and walking into the tea shop to call the owner, ordering tea and snacks. "It's almost dark, sir. Are you really not afraid of demons?" Du Qiuyue poured a cup of tea but didn't drink it directly. Instead, she took out a silver needle to test for poison. She performed the test expertly and, after confirming there was no poison, proceeded to rinse the cups for everyone. "Maybe other places, but this road is very safe. I've been running my stall here for decades without ever encountering one," replied the tea shop owner with a smile. "You really are lucky." Li Hao couldn't help but marvel. Incidents of demon attacks within Diyu were rare, but they occurred every year. For those like them who dealt with demons, news of such events was constant. However, the common people were cut off from such news, and with the slow spread of information, unless it was a major incident that caused widespread alarm, small-scale demon attacks went largely unnoticed. Besides, part of the reason for this lay with the Monster Suppression Department's efforts to intentionally suppress information about demon encounters to avoid public panic. After all, only when the common people live and work in peace and contentment can the dynasty flourish even more. If news of demons flies everywhere and the populace is filled with dread, who would dare to venture out to trade or transport goods? Even farming and laboring would become less efficient. Soon, the food and drinks were served. The taste of the steamed dumplings was excellent. Li Hao also ate 2 baskets, singing their praises non-stop, and discussed the cooking process with the owner, leaving the others at the table dumbfounded. Li Yuanzhao had long been accustomed to Li Hao's unusual mannerisms, but was rather curious about Ren Qianqian next to him, and asked, "Why do you always hold your sword, even when eating?" Doesn't it get in the way? Du Qiue and Yue also looked at the girl, who, even when eating steamed dumplings, held a sword in one hand and chopsticks in the other. Ren Qianqian frowned, glanced up at Li Yuanzhao as if thinking of something, remained silent for a bit, and then responded, "The sword has become a part of my body. I don't feel its existence." Du Qiue said enviously, "I heard that to comprehend the heart of the sword, one must always be accompanied by a weapon. I've tried before, but it never worked. First, you have to fall in love with it," Ren Qianqian said earnestly. Du Qiue smiled wryly. "I do like it." Ren Qianqian looked at her and said no more. Whether one truly loves it or not, the brain may not know, but the heart certainly does. That's why it's called taking heart. Soon, after everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, Li Hao, who was deeply engrossed in chatting with the tea house owner, left him somewhat befuddled. Hearing the young hero speak so knowledgeably about things like kneading dough with warm water, fermentation, how to remove the gamey taste from the meat filling, and so on, if not for his attire, the owner would have thought him an experienced chef, or even an expert chef. "Young hero, you must be full by now," the tea house owner said with a forced smile, reluctant to reveal more, fearing that Li Hao would learn the secret recipe. Li Hao saw the owner's resistance and was about to excuse himself when his eyes suddenly narrowed. He raised his hand and grasped a streak of black light. Beneath his feet, the ground cratered several inches from the impact of the black light. Li Hao opened his hand to find an oval, triangular scale. His divine soul instantly left his body, emerging as a beam of golden light visible only to those in the divine travel realm, shooting straight out from the top of his skull, roaming heaven and earth. Quickly, Li Hao saw, 15 miles away, a woman with a seductive face and scales on her jaw and cheeks, standing atop a tree, looking towards him with a somewhat astonished expression. The black light was identical to the scales on her cheeks. Coldness flashed in Li Hao's eyes. A demon? Atop the tree, the black Jiao beauty was confused, gaping in astonishment. Her driven scale, across 15 miles, had failed to kill the human race youngster. He had caught her attack so effortlessly. "I have something to take care of. I'll be back soon. Wait for me here," Li Hao said to the four at the tea table, holding the scale as he stepped out. In an instant, he vanished from their sight. Yue, who was rinsing his mouth with tea, immediately spat it out. Yue couldn't care less about the tea he'd sprayed onto the snack dish, pointed to where Li Hao had disappeared, his eyes nearly bulging out as he stuttered, attempting to speak. The person is gone." Du Qiue also stood up alarmed, wide-eyed in shock. Where did he go? Beside her, Ren Qianqian froze, her gaze rapidly sweeping in all directions, extremely meticulously, yet she saw no trace of Li Hao, not even a footprint. In the blink of an eye, right under their eyelids, he had just vanished. Obviously, unless it was some kind of obscuring technique she had never heard of before, it was Li Hao's movement technique speed that was too fast, beyond her visual capture. If he used such speed to attack her, her pupils slightly contracted, the fingers gripping her sword hilt tightening considerably. This. Yue turned his head to look at Li Yuanzhao, waving his hands and feet with great unease. "Yuanzhao, your brother Hao, what cultivation level is he?" Du Qiue managed to recover a bit, unable to help looking at Li Yuanzhao and asking. Li Yuanzhao was just as dumbfounded. In his day-to-day interactions with brother Hao, he'd never seen him show such a move. What cultivation level? Wasn't brother Hao following the path of body refinement? Mother said that the limit of body refinement was low, that reaching Zhou Tian realm was the max, and that getting to soul succession realm was difficult. Could it be brother Hao succeeded in soul succession? Li Yuanzhao's heart trembled. He wasn't completely ignorant. Stepping into soul succession realm meant that brother Hao could attract the energy of heaven and earth, indicating that his meridians were open. Brother Hao could cultivate. Thinking of this possibility, Li Yuanzhao's hands, resting on the table, trembled slightly with excitement. Meanwhile, at another location, 15 li away, the black Jiao, shocked beyond measure, couldn't help doubting if she had seen incorrectly. While in her state of shock and suspicion, she saw Li Hao step out from the little tea shop, immediately streaking towards her like a bolt of golden lightning. So fast, and he was moving with his body controlled. The complexion of the black Jiao beauty changed drastically, filled with unspeakable horror. This was the symbol of the 15 Li realm, this son of the criminal military marquis. Was it the 15 Li realm? How old was he? Her brain experienced a momentary blankness. What she thought was a straightforward decapitation from 15 Li away turned into an unbelievably bizarre situation. A powerful sense of impending death shrouded her in an instant, and the black Jiao beauty immediately came to her senses. Without another thought, she turned to flee, wanting to reunite with her husband first. A flash of dark light, and she soared into the air, aiming for the distance. But before she could get a few hundred meters away from the treetops, a golden light suddenly descended from the sky. A fair and slender palm extended from the light, pressing down on top of the black Jiao beauty's head, and then pushed her straight down into the ground dozens of meters below. On the ground, the head of the black Jiao beauty was pressed into the pit by Li Hao's palm, her expression disheveled. The black Jiao beauty was petrified with terror, feeling as if that palm on her head was made of steel, like 1,000 mountains pressing down on her, rendering her unable to move. How could this possibly be the strength of the 15 Li realm? She let out a piercing roar, like the bellow of a bull, like thunder, her body emanating black demon aura, and she reverted to her true form. A massive and fierce dragon head broke through the fog, turning to bite, but in the next moment, a boot with intricately embroidered patterns stepped ruthlessly on the dragon's head from within the demon fog. With a thud, this massive dragon head was pressed into the ground. The thick dragon tail swept from behind. Li Hao didn't even look back, casually swinging his fist behind him. Accompanied by a deep thud, a force of more than 1,000,000 pounds hit the dragon tail, instantly causing the scales to dent and fall off, and the tail to violently rebound onto the ground. Painful screams like bestial roars rose from beneath his feet, but it seemed the mouth couldn't fully open, making the sound extremely muffled. A gentle breeze rolled through, dispersing the surrounding demon fog, with Li Hao standing with one foot on the indented head of the dragon, his other hand propped on his knee, closely examining the demon beneath his feet. Ambush me? You're not simply out to kill. Who sent you? Li Hao narrowed his eyes, asking in a soft voice. There was no anger in his voice, but the mother black Jiao felt a chill run through her. Who exactly are you? She managed to ask, her mouth barely opening, filled with fear. In just a single encounter, she had been completely suppressed. Was the other party in the heavenly human realm? At this moment, she suspected that the assassination attempt must already have been known to the divine general mansion. This was a decoy, a counterplot. With so many people at the tea stall, why did you target me right away? Don't you know who I am? Li Hao let out a slight cold laugh, believing that aside from his appearance, there should be nothing else about him that stood out more than anyone else. If it was targeted at the divine general mansion, they certainly came prepared. Are you really the son of Marquis Qingzhou? How is that possible? Age cannot be faked. Marquis Qingzhou's son is only how old this year? 14 at most, and you are in the 15 Li realm. The black Jiao mother said with surprise and suspicion, her voice even tinged with a mix of anger and grievance as she spoke. 14 years old, in the 15 Li realm? Even for a top-notch demon of the 9th grade war physique, reaching the divine travel realm at this age would already be terrifying. You know my father? Li Hao raised his eyebrows and suddenly thought of the assassination attempt he encountered at the age of 7, his eyes narrowing. You couldn't possibly be sent by the demons from Northern Yin, could you? He could have counter-killed this demon back at the tea stand, but the reason he personally gave chase was to understand the motive behind it. Are you really his son? Upon hearing Li Hao's words, the black Jiao mother was so shocked that she widened her eyes, looking up with all her might, wanting to take another look at the young man's face. Li Hao exerted a slight force under his feet and said coldly, "Let's hear it. What's the situation on Northern Yan's side? Why has it been stalemated for so many years? Are your demon kin unaware of the strength of the Great Yu Dynasty? Even without the Li family, if you truly manage to tear open a gap, other divine general mansions would send reinforcements. And there is also the Dayu army, led by the Dayu royal family, ready to dispatch at any moment. Are your demons that starved? Don't talk as if your human race is all united. Conquering Northern Yan is just the first step. The black Jiao mother sneered, but then realized she had misspoken and immediately turned to anger, saying, "With such talent, you could have entered a famous mountain for training and become renowned under the heavens. Why hide your strength and pretend to be worthless?" The first step? Li Hao frowned. It seemed that the demon force attacking Northern Yan was incredibly large, wanting to swallow the entire Dayu. How could that be possible? How many demons would need to band together to achieve that? He looked at the black Jiao mother under his feet and said, "Hide my strength? I simply had no opportunity to show it usually. When I fished for Jiao at 12, if you didn't see it, could you blame me? If you cooperate and act sensibly, I might consider sparing your life." Fished for Jiao at 12. The black Jiao mother was taken aback, an icy chill suddenly filling her heart, so astonished that she could not speak. "Have you decided? Cultivation is not easy. Don't give up so readily," Li Hao said. Regaining her senses, the black Jiao mother was filled with fear. At that moment, she had only one thought. She must survive and bring out this terrifying intelligence. If Monarch Bai found out about this child's talent, even without the matter of the Northern Yan battlefield, he would spare no expense to have him killed, as he would become a major threat in the future. Initially thinking it was overkill to send her and her husband, not wanting to give the other side any chance, turned out to be a vast underestimation. It wasn't an underestimation of the protection of the divine general mansion, but an underestimation of the prey itself. Seeing that the black Jiao did not respond, Li Hao muttered to himself, "Well then, do you wish to die? It's been a long time since I had Jiao meat, and today I shall make use of your Jiao liver. I wonder if it's fattened and delicious." The pupils of the black Jiao mother constricted, as if a demon was whispering above her head. It was only demons eating humans. This young man actually wanted to eat a demon, and not for its inner core, but for the taste of its liver. "Husband, save me." Just as Li Hao was about to make his move, the black Jiao mother desperately shouted. Li Hao paused. Another one? His heart grew wary, and his divine soul flew out from the top of his head, scanning the surroundings. Soon, he spotted a fierce battle erupting on a hill 30 li away. A massive and brawny black Jiao was fighting against two people. Li Hao had noticed the two people fighting the black Jiao a long time ago as they followed him on the road. One of them was Fu, but he didn't recognize the other one, who wasn't from the divine general mansion. He guessed it must be someone sent by Run Qianqian. At the moment, their battle was terribly dangerous. Fu was already injured and could only assist from the side. "I'll borrow your scale." A killing intent flashed in Li Hao's eyes as he bent down to pluck a scale from the top of the black Jiao mother's head, suddenly flinging it and transforming it into a streak of black light that instantly vanished into the sky. The black Jiao mother watched in shock and then panicked with terror. "What were you doing?" 30 li away. The two engaged in battle were being pushed back. Li Fu's face was pale as he did not expect to encounter a great demon of the 15 li realm here. With only the divine travel realm cultivation level, it was hard for him to escape, but luckily, someone of the 15 li realm was helping him. However, the situation looked very grim. The distress signal he had sent out earlier had been consumed by the great demon, leaving them looking for another way out. "Die!" The black Jiao roared ferociously, ready to swoop down and tear apart the burly man it had smacked down the hilltop, when suddenly, a sound of piercing through the air approached. The black Jiao turned with a start, its pupils catching sight of a black scale that rapidly grew larger. With a pop, it pierced the eyeball with a terrifying speed that was impossible to avoid, then stirred rapidly within the skull, destroying all brain tissue. The black Jiao violently spat out blood, disbelief apparent in its other eye. It recognized the black light as its sister's scale, but how? With a rumble, the black Jiao crashed to the ground, its life force quickly fading. A single scale had slain a Jiao 30 li away. What? Li Fu, who was just about to step forward to help, was dumbfounded upon seeing the black Jiao suddenly plummeting down. Immediately afterward, he hurriedly looked around. He noticed that fleeting black light and realized there had been outside assistance. He utilized divine traveling to patrol the surroundings. With peerless divine refinement skill, one could divine travel for 18 miles. Although Li Fu was not directly descended from the Li family, he had once made remarkable military achievements. Combined with the assistance from Li Tiangang, he had managed to obtain a peerless divine refinement skill from the Li family, which also made him a formidable figure within the divine travel realm. Now, under his surveillance, everything within 18 miles was completely visible to him, yet he saw no sign of anyone. At this moment, the sturdy man also reacted, his complexion changing dramatically. He immediately searched for the strong presence that had assisted him, but finding none, he realized that the person had concealed themselves and did not wish to reveal their identity. He bowed deeply and cupped his hands in gratitude. I thank the senior for your assistance. I hope the senior leaves a name, so Wei Feng can repay this life-saving grace in the future. The voice traveled 15 miles. After a long time, there was still no response. Wei Feng could not help but wryly smile, thinking that the senior who could kill the Jiao dragon with one strike probably wouldn't care about his gratitude. He couldn't help feeling a bit regretful in his heart. He turned his head to look at Li Fu and asked, "Is that senior perhaps one of your divine general mansion?" Li Fu was stunned. He was still wondering if it had been the handwork of that Grandmaster behind the other man. Divine general mansion, apart from himself. There shouldn't be anyone else, right? However, could it be someone sent from the 4 academies? With doubts in his heart, he could only say, "I'm not sure, but since the senior has taken action, Divine General Mansion will remember this kindness." Towards the end of his words, he also bowed respectfully to the heavens and earth around him. My husband's aura, 30 miles away. The female black Jiao suddenly narrowed her pupils, sensing the robust and overwhelming aura of her mate fading away in the distance, until it finally disappeared completely. She hurriedly looked toward Li Hao, but saw him looking composed, as if he had casually tossed a pebble. At this moment, he was tidily adjusting his clothes while looking at her. "What have you done to my husband?" The female black Jiao asked with a trembling voice. "What do you think?" Li Hao said with a faint smile. "I'm afraid your husband won't make it here. You can give up now. If you're willing to talk, I might consider sparing your life." The female black Jiao shook all over. She could only sense her husband's aura disappearing, but didn't know what had actually happened, as the distance was too far, beyond the range of her divine soul's perception. Yet, Li Hao's demeanor left her feeling extremely uneasy inside. "All right, whatever you want to know, I'll tell you." The female black Jiao hesitated for a moment before her tone shifted, becoming coquettish. She displayed weakness and helplessness. Li Hao raised an eyebrow, immediately recalling in stories how demon creatures beguiled and deceived people. These demon races were not only violent, but, when weak, could also charm and confuse the minds of others. "Don't play tricks on me. Tell me about the demon races situation in northern Yin and why they keep insisting on attacking," Li Hao said coldly. The female black Jiao said delicately, "Ease your foot off a bit first, and I'll tell you." "Stop dawdling." Li Hao snapped. The demon mist dispersed, and the female black Jiao transformed back into the beautiful woman she was before, now lying on the ground like a willow branch, her cheek still under Li Hao's foot, looking pitifully disheveled. Yet her expression was soft and charming, her eyes tearfully looking up at Li Hao. "Don't you know how to show mercy to women?" "I have no interest in a rotten snake," Li Hao said indifferently. The eyes of the black Jiao, beautiful woman, flashed with a trace of humiliation. She hated being called a snake the most, but in order to escape her predicament, She had no choice but to swallow her pride, pleading weakly, "I don't know much about Northern Yan's affairs. Can you ease your grip first, so we can talk more comfortably?" Slowly, her palm touched Li Hao's boots, caressing up his pant leg. Feeling the provocation from beneath him, Li Hao said coldly, "I'm quite impressed with you, thinking of infidelity while your husband has just died." Huh? The black Jiao, beautiful woman, was taken aback, her eyes widening as she looked at Li Hao in disbelief. What? What did you say? My husband? Seeing the indifference in Li Hao's eyes, her heart felt as if it had been hammered. Thinking back to her husband's rapidly dwindling aura and the scales that had shot out, her eyes immediately reddened, the vulnerability on her face vanishing as she looked at Li Hao with ferocity and madness. "You kill my husband, I want you dead. I gave you a chance to live. Don't waste it," Li Hao said. "Want to know about Northern Yin? You can dream on." The black Jiao beauty looked deranged and let out a roar. "My demon race has sworn an oath. We would never betray the sacred palace. You will never learn anything. Go to die. I want you dead." She lunged at Li Hao with her claws bared, even trying to bite his boots, and her body tumbled once again, transforming into her true dragon form. Li Hao furrowed his brows slightly, surprised that the news of her husband's death would provoke such a violent reaction. Could it be that demons also have true feelings? As the black Jiao writhed madly, Li Hao once again pressed down on its head to subdue it. However, the female black Jiao appeared to have lost all reason, constantly roaring and rolling around. Seeing this, Li Hao had no choice but to send her on her way. With a crushing blow to the head of the black Jiao, the piercing shrieks abruptly came to an end. Li Hao shook the blood off his hands, glanced at the twitching tail of the Jiao, and sighed softly. He hadn't expected that, after all that effort, he would learn nothing. As for the so-called sacred palace and the Northern Yin demon race's plot to invade Yu, his father, whom he hadn't seen in over a decade, probably knew more than he did. Shaking his head, Li Hao didn't linger any longer. He took a step and returned to the tea stall outside the official road. Those following him, like Fu, would likely find the corpse of the black Jiao and take care of it. Outside the tea stall, the sight of Li Hao walking silently from beyond the official road startled everyone, with Yu Wei jumping in fright. Li Yuanzhao paused, quickly approaching Li Hao excitedly, and whispered close to his chest, "How? Have you entered the soul succession realm?" Li Hao was a little surprised, instantly realizing the reason, and nodded with a smile. The soul succession? He had already completed that long ago. Really? Li Yuanzhao's eyes widened in immense excitement. Watching the excitement in his eyes, Li Hao patted his shoulder with a smile. "It's a minor matter, nothing much. Have you all eaten your fill?" Li Yuanzhao, already used to Li Hao's casual manner, didn't think it a trivial matter and whispered excitedly, "If our mother knew you achieved soul succession, she would be overjoyed." Thinking of their noble and dignified mother, Li Hao's heart filled with respect that was involuntarily solemn. Over the years, it had only been their mother who treated him consistently well. Time reveals a person's character. When first adapting to this new world's elite environment, he had been naive about human nature, having been taken advantage of. Now, after a long time, he had come to understand the true nature of each madam in the family. For instance, Madame Four, who fostered Yuan Zhao, was not a simple character. She was just childless and extremely low profile in the mansion, appearing gentle and kind. "Li Hao, where did you go?" Du Qiuyue asked curiously upon seeing Li Hao arrive. "Encountered a demon, took care of it," Li Hao answered with a smile. He hadn't intended to say anything, but considering they were soon heading to Qi State to hunt demons, it might be good to let them feel a bit of tension ahead of time to prevent being too relaxed later and risking their lives. A demon. The group was stunned, with Ren Qianqian looking at Li Hao, trying to gauge the truth of his statement. The old man at the tea stall expressed his surprise. "Young hero, you said there was a demon?" Li Hao said to the old man, "Boss, it's getting dark. You should pack up and go home early too." "Really? Was there really a demon?" the old man asked, his curiosity piqued. Li Hao laughed, but at the same time, he sighed inwardly. He didn't know why he sighed. Without elaborating further, once he saw that everyone had finished eating and drinking, he called them to mount their horses and set off. On the red blood horse, as they traveled along the way, Yue and Du Qiue seemed to warm up to Li Hao again, so they became more brazen and inquired whether he really had reached the soul succession realm. Li Hao nodded with a smile, not denying it. Both of them were astounded, exclaiming repeatedly, not expecting that the Alpha Academy's strongest disciple would be right beside them. The sword-carrying girl on horseback tightened her grip on the reins. As Li Hao and the others left the tea stall, in the distant sky hidden behind the clouds, an inconspicuous bird flew through the mists toward the horizon. In the bird's eyes lay deep fear. It knew it must deliver this terrifying report to Northern Yin, to Monarch Bai. There is a lad of the Li family, age 14, suspected to be a Grandmaster. Undoubtedly, once this news broke out, countless people would be shocked. And if the elders in the sacred palace were aware, they would never allow a second direct disciple from the gone Tao Palace to arise within the human race. After the bird and the young rider left, in the jungle where the female Jiao's corpse lay, Li Fu and Wei Feng arrived, having followed the scent there. The smell of blood was just too strong. Jiao Dragon. Seeing the Jiao Dragon corpses in the jungle, with heads already shattered, both were astonished. They still had many precious materials cut from the body of a black Jiao, including an inner core that could boost one's power, as well as reverse scales, Jiao teeth, and sharp claws for weapon forging. It was due to harvesting these materials that they were delayed for a while, and unexpectedly, there was another one here. The two immediately thought of the senior who had secretly assisted them before. This Jiao Dragon was most likely killed by that senior. Looking at the surrounding jungle environment, there weren't too many trees fallen, indicating the battle wasn't intense, suggesting it was one of suppression. Two Jiao Dragons entering the territory. Why would they appear near the official road? If it were for hunting, they would go to remote villages. Li Fu's brow furrowed, and suddenly his pupils shrank as he hurriedly dropped all the scales and the Jiao teeth, as tall as himself, rushing forward. As he rushed, the divine soul atop his head was offered up, roaming heaven and earth, swiftly following the horse hoof prints on the ground. Wei Feng also realized his face changed abruptly, disregarding the gathering of materials and directly using his powers to fly, catching up to the position where Li Hao and the others had been at the tea stall in a blink of an eye. There, the tea stall old man was packing up. It was already dark, and dark clouds were descending in the distance, as if a heavy rain was imminent. Old man, did a few young men on horses pass by here earlier? Wei Feng hurriedly asked. They had been following far behind Li Hao and the others, but they were intercepted by the Jiao Dragon that ambushed them halfway, leading to a fierce battle that caused them to lose distance from Li Hao and his group. They had thought that the Jiao Dragon was ambushing them, wanting to consume their flesh, but there was another one, and it appeared somewhere else, which could only mean the two Jiao Dragons weren't targeting them, but Li Hao and his party. Oh, they've long gone, the tea stall old man said with a smile, feeling surprised to see Wei Feng. Gone far. Wei Feng was stunned. They didn't encounter any trouble. Without inquiring further, he directly pursued to investigate himself. Soon, as his divine soul roamed, he saw 5 figures on horseback on the official road ahead. When he saw them clearly, a big stone in his heart fell, and he let out a long breath of relief. Thank goodness. It seemed that the senior acted in time, preventing the Black Jiao from being able to strike. He felt secretly fortunate while also feeling helpless. He instinctively felt that the 2 Jiao Dragons were not targeting the young lady, but the 2 young masters of the Divine General Mansion. After all, Divine General Mansion guarded the frontier pass and was deeply resented by the demon clans. It seemed plausible they'd send 2 Jiao Dragons to assassinate them in secret. Mixing with the Divine General Mansion on this trip, he wasn't sure if it was good or bad for the young lady. However, the senior who had taken action earlier was most likely someone from Divine General Mansion. Thinking of this, he felt somewhat more at ease in his heart. Thinking of Li Fu still behind, he turned back to the tea stall, where he saw Li Fu running over hastily. "They're fine, don't worry," Wei Feng immediately reassured him. Upon hearing this, Li Fu took a long sigh of relief. If something had happened to Li Hao, he would have been in dereliction of duty, too ashamed to return to the divine general mansion. "Would you two like to drink some tea?" the tea stall old man asked, already having packed up halfway, smiling as he spoke. Neither of them was in the mood for tea. Li Fu said to Wei Feng, "Please go and keep an eye on them. I'll immediately send a message back to the mansion so they can come and take care of the Jiao corpses. As for that inner core, I'll send it to you after this mission is over." Of course, Wei Feng shook his head. "We owe our thanks to that senior's intervention. Otherwise, we both would have been in trouble. The materials from the Jiao Dragon rightfully belong to Divine General Mansion. No need for long speeches. I'm going to check on the young lady." "All right." The two hurriedly went their separate ways, with the tea stall old man watching and shaking his head slightly. Why are they all so anxious, so impatient? Traveling day and night without stopping. 2 days later, Li Hao and his companions arrived within the boundaries of Qi State, and after another half-day of riding, they reached Sangyu City, where they were tasked with slaying demons. This city wasn't large. Among the hundreds of cities in Qi State, it was of medium size, with a dozen towns surrounding it and hundreds of villages, with a population of around 4 or 5 million. Yu Wei, who had experience executing missions, released messenger birds ahead of their arrival at the city. As they entered the city, the trusted aides from the city lord's mansion came to greet them warmly, especially towards Li Hao and Li Yuanzhao. Yu Wei and Du Chue watched with envy. When they had come to carry out missions before, they had never received such treatment, just a few courtesy exchanges that were neither warm nor particularly cold. Before long, the five were led to the local monster suppression department. As soon as they arrived at the monster suppression department, they spotted an acquaintance. "It's her." At first glance, Du Chiyue recognized Song Yueyao, dressed in the monster suppression official attire, and was somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected the other party to also be on a mission, let alone assigned to their group. Li Yuanzhao and the others also recognized her as the woman who had visited Alpha Academy to find someone and heard that she was one of the top talents from the Black and White Hall. At that moment, Song Yueyao was hurrying out of the monster suppression department's gate with another youth and 2 middle-aged men, seemingly about to carry out a mission. When Song Yueyao saw the newcomers like Li Hao reporting in, she merely gave them a cursory glance, nodded slightly, and quickly took leave. The youth, however, showed a surprised face, and his eyes flickered when he saw the red blood horse led by Li Hao's group. He gave them a gentle smile and said, "With frequent demon calamities outside the city nowadays, all junior brothers must be careful. If you need anything, feel free to come to me." After speaking and waving to them, he also quickly followed Song Yueyao and the others, disappearing into the street. "It's Sister Song from the Black and White Hall and Brother Tian. They've actually come too. But Sister Song's official attire. She's a monster suppression inspector." Once Song Yueyao and the others left, Yue exclaimed softly in amazement. In an ordinary city, a monster suppression inspector already holds great authority, second only to the city lord. Du Qiyu sighed and said, "Sister Song possesses grace akin to that of celestial beings. She's now in the divine travel realm and fully capable of overseeing a city. It's normal for her to wear the inspector's official uniform." Lord Song is indeed formidable. Just yesterday, upon her arrival here, she took down a demon that had been around for hundreds of years, said the middle-aged monster suppression official leading the five, his face showing respect. He then led them into the monster suppression department and had someone bring over official uniforms. "Is Sangyu City so chaotic that we encounter demons just upon arrival?" Du Chiyue asked in surprise. The monster suppression instructor, named Shui Fan, treated Li Hao and the rest with considerable politeness and said, "Lately, demons have become more rampant. Our Sangyu City is located near the border of Qi State and hence often sees the shadows of demons. It's not as peaceful as the inner cities, but don't worry. On your first demon-slaying mission, you just need to patrol with the monster suppression officials. there's no danger. Clearly, the monster suppression department took great care of these talents who had come for experience. Moreover, there were 2 young masters from Divine General Mansion among them, and the higher-ups had already given instructions. They must not be exposed to any danger. Hearing the other party's solicitous words, both Yu Wei and Du Qiyue felt a quiet joy in their hearts, knowing that thanks to the face given by people like Li Hao, they were likely to get a perfect evaluation and earn 10 academic credits. "We are here to slay demons, not to play," Li Yuanzhao said gravely, frowning. Raised in a military household, he was imbued from childhood with a sense of discipline and righteousness. Ren Xianxian, who was about to speak, showed a trace of surprise, glancing at Li Yuanzhao and then at Li Hao with a noticeable change in her eyes. Remembering the words Li Hao had shared at the tea house, and now hearing Li Yuanzhao's remarks, her understanding of the people from Divine General Mansion had completely shifted. Yu Wei and Du Qiyue were stunned, looking at each other and secretly smiling bitterly, feeling a mix of shame and embarrassment. Chui Fan hadn't expected his attempt to brown nose to backfire. Indeed, these signs of powerful families were difficult to serve. "Let you go slay demons? Do you think it's because I'm worried you'll get tired? I'm trying to protect my own position. If Li Hao and the others come to harm, who knows whether the Divine General Mansion would unleash its anger? While it may not affect the Monster Suppression Department, targeting small people within the department who lack a background would be no different from crushing ants. Truly, the people of the Divine General Mansion are admirable for their iron-blooded spirit. I, Chui Fan, have great respect." Though his heart harbored sarcasm, Chui Fan still raised his thumb in admiration, as if truly moved by Li Yuanzhao's words. This caused the young man's face to unconsciously reveal a slight smile and a sense of pride, proud of his earnestness. Seeing the practiced ways of these career officials, Li Hao knew that Yuan Zhao's words had been in vain, but he couldn't blame others for their flattery. After all, their status was immensely intimidating. For them, slaying demons was a way to earn fame, but for these people, it could be a means of livelihood. It was both a duty and a way of life. Soon, 5 sets of official uniforms were delivered. Judging by the sleeve patterns and wooden tags, the uniforms provided to them were all from monster suppression officials. In the monster suppression department, those in the power passage realm would be monster suppression apprentices. Zhou Tian realm practitioners could serve as monster suppression officials, while those in the soul succession realm would be monster suppression instructors. Above, that was the inspector level, the same rank as Song Yuyao's uniform signified, a position of high status. "Please trouble you, Senior, to provide us with a full report of recent demon sightings throughout the territory," Li Hao said to Chui Fan. "Only martial artists assigned to monster suppression can access the full territory's intelligence," Chui Fan said. Monster suppressors also lead teams to eliminate demons, but are only responsible for rural villages and towns. However, his intention in saying this wasn't to refuse Li Hao. His tone shifted as he smiled and said, "But since you've traveled from afar, eager to hunt demons, naturally I cannot decline your request. Please follow me." With that, he led Li Hao and the others into a side room of the monster suppression department. There were guards in the room, with whom Chui Fan was very familiar. After a greeting, he took the group inside. In the room hung a map, the geomantic chart of Sangyu City, covering over a dozen small towns and numerous villages in the vicinity. Chui Fan pulled out a record book from the shelf and handed it to Li Hao. "This is the record of demon hunting in and around Sangyu City for the past half year. Take your time looking through it. After we've had lunch, I'll take you all on a patrol this afternoon," Chui Fan said with a smile. Li Hao opened the record book and started to read carefully. Li Yuanzhao also leaned in out of curiosity and examined it closely. In a wealthy estate on the outskirts of the city, Ms. Yin, 10 copper coins. Ms. Zhang, 8 copper coins. A young and full-figured beauty reclined on a lounge, slowly flipping through an account book. She spoke to the account keeper beside her. "The demon calamities have been frequent this year, and the tenant farmers' harvests are poor. Please tell my husband to waive some of their taxes. They are suffering too much." The account keeper paused, bowing his head, and said, "Madam is merciful, but with the businesses of the various households also struggling this year, further tax reductions would shrink the estate's revenues. We can be frugal. Let the farmers have a good year." The beautiful lady spoke softly and gently. Hearing this, the account keeper nodded and said, "I'll discuss it with the master." "Madam, you are pregnant and have been looking at the account books all morning. You must be tired. It's time to rest," said the delicate and pretty maid beside her with concern. The beautiful lady gently caressed her protruding belly. Her eyes filled with tender love, closed the account book, and with the help of the maid, slowly rose and returned to her own bedroom. "I'll go to the kitchen and bring you some snacks," the maid said obediently after helping the beautiful lady lay down on the bed. The beautiful lady nodded gently. As the maid left and the door gently closed, she softly caressed her stomach and murmured, "Child, New Year's is coming soon. Mother will soon be able to see you." Her eyes were like water, filled with gentle expectations. "Hee hee, you're so eager to see me, aren't you?" Suddenly, a strange child's voice echoed in the quiet room, sharp in tone. The beautiful lady snapped back from her thoughts, her eyes widening in shock as she looked at her belly. She heard it clearly. The voice came from inside her 8-month pregnant belly. "You?" Before she could comprehend what was happening, she saw her belly suddenly swell up, growing larger and larger, accompanied by waves of tearing pain. With a pop, it burst from her navel, but there was no blood spray. Instead, it deflated quickly like a burst balloon. The monster suppression department's food was excellent. And aside from Li Hao, even people like Li Yuanzhao, who were accustomed to delicacies from the mountains and seas, ate heartily, their bellies and goblets full. In Shui Fan's words, "We slayers of demons must always face life-threatening dangers, so we surely can't die with an empty stomach, right?" That made sense. After eating their fill, they rested for a quarter of an hour. Then, Shui Fan took out the map to show Li Hao and the others the area they would patrol that afternoon, before asking them to get ready and assemble outside. The location for the patrol had previously shown signs of demon activity, which had been addressed. This time, they were going to check for any oversights, making it quite suitable for taking along newcomers. When it came time to gather, however, Shui Fan saw only Li Yuanzhao and Rin Xianxian among the 4 people and couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Where's the last one?" Hao told us he went to the outhouse and asked us not to wait for him. As for the task assessment, he said Master Chui can just score him however you see fit. Li Yuanzhao conveyed Li Hao's words as they were. Shui Fan was speechless. Then he chuckled wryly to himself. Sure enough, a young master from a great family had come here only to amuse himself and broaden his horizons. Indeed, Shui Fan hadn't taken it seriously either. In this day and age, those who took things too seriously were the ones to lose out. "All right then," he said. Shui Fan didn't say much and led the 4 people on their way, while secretly devising an excuse in his mind to award the young master a perfect score. After all, there was no way he could give a low score. He would rather be accused of negligence than to mark down the score. Because while the young master might only face issues with schooling, Shui Fan himself would be at risk of losing his job. Sanyu City was square-shaped and surrounded by mountains on all 4 sides. About 30 li to the east of the city lay a mountain range that spanned across the large river leading to Sanyu City. The range stretched for dozens of li with peaks upon peaks and lush forests. The sunlight struggled to penetrate the large leaves, leading to heavy moisture in the woods and making the forest seem shadowy and ghostly even during broad daylight. Near the mountain range, scattered like splashes of mud, lay some villages. Each village had several hunting households that relied on the mountain for sustenance and lived off hunting. As the saying goes, the duck knows first when the water is warm. These hunters who spent their years living off the land were the ones who best understood the dangers of the mountains. Since several bold hunters who defied superstition had been found in the mountains, dismembered, nobody dared to venture into them again, with even the collection of firewood being limited to the foothills. At this moment, however, a figure rushed through the air above the mountain range, speeding forward. Clad in the black attire of the monster suppression department, this person was none other than Li Hao. Going to the outhouse was just an excuse. He wasn't needed for something like a patrol, and that Master Chui certainly wouldn't lead them to slay real demons. If there were any, they were only minor ones for practice. As for the matter of academic credits, he cared even less for them. Anything that could be exchanged for credits at the Black and White Hall, the Li family already had. And the top-tier peerless technique wasn't something you could exchange for mere credits. His only goal in coming to the Black Wind Mountain Range was to find the whereabouts of that demon, the Tiger Robe Immortal. Along the way, Li Hao noticed many demons flickering in the woods below and various spirits and monsters lurking among the trees. But they were all minor demons with faint demon auras. Once reaching the Soul Succession realm, one could glimpse the demon auras. Through the perspective of the divine soul, one could see the energies of heaven and earth, and these wandering energies, like accumulated snow, would settle on all things in the mountains and rivers. Given enough time, they would adhere firmly. Bamboo, rocks, animals, all were covered by qi. It was just that they were faint and pure, like colorless thin mist. Martial artists, however, were different. Their qi was as vigorous as flames, and depending on the cultivation technique they practiced, the color of their qi would change. Those in the divine travel realm, and even the 15 Li realm, had qi as dazzling as stars. If not deliberately subdued, their presence could be discerned from Li away. It was the same with demons. However, demons with Taoist cultivation usually hide their demonic aura and blend into the crowd, making them hard to spot. At this moment, within the Black Wind Mountain Range, various dense and faint auras drifted about. Li Hao released a golden light from the top of his head, and his divine soul ventured forward, surveying the situation. Deep in the mountain range, in front of a cave with rugged, grotesque rocks, leaning on a huge boulder, there sat a demon almost as tall as 4 or 5 zhong, with the appearance of half-man, half-bear. Scattered by its feet were pure white bones, and the relatively flat stone beneath its bottom was padded with some tattered and wrinkled human skins, the pungent stench of evil spreading around. Beside it, there were other figures in various poses, including a long snake with the upper body of a seductive woman, a reptile with a withered head, and a monster with the lower body of a white baby's legs attached to the waist of a centipede. Great demon of mighty strength, our Black Wind Mountain Range has already assembled over 20,000 lesser demons, 800 spirits, and 25 who can transform. We are ready to join forces with the Red Eyebrow Taoist to devour Qingzhou City at any moment. A snake woman with a winding figure and a seductive face said coquettishly as her head swayed in the air. A gleam of craving showed in her eyes as she flickered her serpent tongue, seemingly impatient. Once we're done eating, we'll make our escape. The passage by Wangchuan Mountain has been cleared, ready for our departure at any moment. Another gaunt and sparingly haired old creature said with a titter. We must wait for the right moment. The bear demon's face was filled with savage energy, yet its voice was calm. We'll act after the Red Eyebrow Taoist leads the others from the north in the attack. That man surnamed Yu secretly sent a message to the Xia family half a month ago, but luckily the Red Eyebrow Taoist had a way to handle it. The Xia family won't be coming for a while. After all this time, we finally get to feast properly. So satisfying. The meat supplied by that man, surnamed Yu, is getting worse every time. This time, I must eat him. Ah, that's not your turn. The Tiger Robe Immortal has already reserved it. The bear demon also glanced at the talking wolf demon and said coldly, that Yu is the brother of Tiger Robe. It is reserved for him alone. I was just saying, how could I possibly compete with the Tiger Robe Immortal for food? The wolf demon hastily said with a sheepish smile. As they conversed, suddenly, the bear demon seemed to sense something and looked up towards the woods. There, a young man clad in dark clothes, with a sword strapped to his waist, brushed aside roadside weeds and walked slowly into this mountain heartland, occupied by numerous great demons. At this very moment, The other demons also became aware, realizing a human had approached so closely without their detection. So many demons. Li Hao looked around, his gaze sweeping over each of the great demons in turn. They only slightly concealed their auras. They didn't hide them completely, standing out like candles in the darkness. As he saw the hellish scene before him, his expression changed, barely conceiving the number of humans cruelly slaughtered here. A monster suppression envoy. Upon seeing Li Hao's attire, all the demons were taken aback. The dragon pattern on his cuff and the number of patterns on his dark clothes indicated he was just a monster suppression envoy. Yet he dared to come before them? HM, are you here to deliver the meat supply? But it was just delivered a few days ago, and you don't have any meat with you, said an old man with a high-pitched, strange laugh, who was as short as a dwarf. He hopped and skipped toward Li Hao, but watched him carefully. Li Hao knew what the demons meant by meat supply. Delivering meat? He paused, suddenly realizing the incredible implications within those words. Utterly chilling. His mind raced with numerous thoughts, and Li Hao scanned the demons before asking, "Which of you is the tiger robe immortal?" Looking for the tiger robe, the demons were bewildered. The emaciated old man grinned and said, "Boy, you've got guts. Aren't you afraid of us?" Afraid? Li Hao slowly drew the demon-slaying sword from his waist. "You've got audacity being surrounded by me, and yet you don't run." Hearing Li Hao's words, the demons were taken aback for a moment before they all burst into laughter. Although they found Li Hao a bit peculiar, not like the common monster suppression agents. Given his age, even if he were an exceptional talent, how strong could he be? There were at least 20 shape-shifted great demons here. In the demon race, only those in the divine travel realm could shapeshift, whereas those in the 15th realm could completely transform, perfectly concealing their demon bodies without any trace. "Kid, have you been scared senseless? Even Yu Shuhong, that old-timer, wouldn't dare to be disrespectful to us." The demoness with the body of a snake giggled. "So, who is the tiger robe immortal?" Li Hao asked again. Seeing her words ignored, a flash of annoyance crossed the demoness' eyes as she flicked her forked tongue and moved to approach. "What do you want with tiger robe?" The giant bear suddenly spoke calmly. "Nothing much." Li Hao flipped the blade in his hand and said, "Just borrowing its head to pay homage to my uncle's heroic spirit." The giant bear felt his caution was overdone, having thought it was a messenger who came. He no longer fancied watching Li Hao, and whispered, "Eat him." These words were directed at the other demons. The seductive demoness, hearing this, was the first to rapidly snake towards Li Hao, suddenly smiling sweetly, her voice sultry. "Come, nicely into my mouth." The demon aura filled the air, but she ripped open a huge, bloody maw, distorting her bewitching face grotesquely. Bewitchment techniques were in full force, enough to influence even those in the soul succession realm, turning their minds chaotic, crawling obediently into her mouth. But at that moment, a streak of dark light flashed by. The half-open bloody maw, as if lifted by the wind, unexpectedly tumbled backward, the cut clean. Blood suddenly sprayed out, splattering all over the ground. The mockery in the other demons' eyes instantly froze, and the dwarfish, emaciated old man who had almost reached Li Hao stopped in his tracks, staring blankly at the young man. The demon-slaying blade in the young man's hand had disappeared. The black blade hung in mid-air, then like a shadowy glint of dark light, it darted out, tracing an arc. In an instant, several great demons' heads fell where the arc passed, without even a chance to react. This abrupt change came too fast, surpassing their reactions and imaginations. "Since none of you will speak, I'm left with no choice but to slaughter you all. Using you as a sacrificial altar works too," Li Hao murmured to himself. As he spoke, the black demon-slaying blade hovering in mid-air didn't stop, instead charging out again urgently. 15th realm. What kind of monster is he? All the demons snapped awake, looking at Li Hao in horror, desperately scattering in all directions, tried to escape the demon-slaying blade, but their movement techniques were nowhere near as fast. Controlling objects within 40 li was not merely 2.5 times beyond the 15 li, it was also a crushing superiority in strength and speed. It's like some people throw stones 20 meters while others can throw 100 meters. The difference in arm strength is self-evident. Besides, they hadn't even reached the 15 li realm and couldn't yet fly. So at this moment, some great demons had chosen to abandon their physical bodies, directly employing their divine souls to flee. As long as they could preserve their divine souls, they could possess other bodies again. The capacious bear's expression also changed, abruptly standing up with its massive body like a small tower. It stared intently at Li Hao, as if trying to see through the youth's true essence. The 15 li realm? How old is this young man? It didn't allow its subordinates to continue being slaughtered by Li Hao and abruptly attacked, spouting a black flame that transformed into a black fire dragon in midair, clawing its way towards Li Hao, revealing that it too was of the 15 li realm. Li Hao glanced up, having already noticed that this bear demon had the strongest aura, but in his eyes, compared to the divine travel realm, the difference wasn't much. Whoosh! His divine soul's power covered the blade, instantly splitting the fire dragon and directly chopping down upon the bear demon's head. However, the skull of the bear demon was extremely hard, and the blade only managed to slice half a foot deep before it got stuck, unable to advance further. Li Hao stepped forward, his figure appearing like teleportation in front of the pained bear demon. In its wide, terrified, and shocked eyes, he raised his fist and smashed down hard. The force exceeding 10 million pounds was gathered in his fist, and the destructive force it brought when smashing down was far more than 10 million pounds, especially with the push from the controlling object's power. The entire body of the bear demon was violently thrown against the rocks it had been leaning on, shattering them and flying backward for over a dozen meters, crashing into its own cave. Blood burst from its throat, and the bear demon was filled with horror. It possessed divine power naturally, with boundless strength, self-proclaimed as a true giant strength deity. But the power erupted by this young man now scared even itself. How could such a small flesh and blood body have such a brutal force? Li Hao merely glanced at the bear demon, then turned and waved his hand, pulling out the demon-slaying blade stuck in the bear demon's head. And as his gaze swept around, the blade turned into a dark light and flew off. Those divine souls that scattered in different directions hadn't even made it several li away before vanishing from sight, only to be chased down by the demon-slaying blade. The mere demon-slaying blade couldn't harm these divine souls, but with Li Hao's divine soul's power on it, it was more than enough to split their divine souls apart. Screams echoed from all directions, some cut short before they could even fully escape their lips as the bodies abruptly fell to the ground. The once terror-filled peak, where over 20 great demons gathered, was left with only the bear demon in a mere instant. The rest of the great demons either had their bodies cleaved open or lay limp on the ground, their divine souls dissipated miles away. A gentle breeze rustled through the woods, carrying the thick stench of blood to the nostrils of the bear demon, making it nearly choke. For the first time, the bear demon found the smell wafting from its own mountaintop to be unbearably foul, causing its stomach to churn and a sense of nausea to overwhelm it. Fear so intense, it induced the urge to vomit. "You, are you a Grandmaster from Tianrin's sect?" Watching the youth approach step by step, the bear demon could not hide the terror in its eyes. Merely from their brief exchange of blows, it knew, even in the 15 li realm, it was no match for the boy. The gap was unimaginably vast. It was now beginning to suspect that the teenager was some Grandmaster who had rejuvenated back to youth. "Among these demons I've just killed, is there the tiger robe immortal?" Li Hao walked up to the bear demon, stopped, and looked up slightly at the great demon that was still towering like a small building even as its sack collapsed on the ground. The bear demon now understood that it was the tiger robe that had provoked this terrifying youth, and the latter had come seeking vengeance. Tiger robe. Resentment filled its heart, its thoughts racing as it gritted its teeth and said, "Tiger robe isn't here, it's in the north." The north. Li Hao raised an eyebrow, looking suspiciously at the bear demon. There are many more of your kind out there. You'd better not lie. The bear demon's expression changed slightly, and it immediately said, I am not deceiving you. Tiger Robe is indeed from our Black Wind Mountain range, but it's clever and capable, so it was sent to the north. What is it doing in the north? We're planning to ally with the north to take down Qingzhou City. It went there to assist, the bear demon said breathlessly, concealing the identity of the red eyebrow Taoist. There are demons in the north? Li Hao paused, as the intelligence from the Monster Suppression Department had no records about the north. It had always been peaceful there. How many demons are there in the north? Li Hao immediately asked. About the same as here. Why do you want to attack Qingzhou City? Do you know the consequences of provoking you? Li Hao demanded. The bear demon had a bitter smile in its heart. Why else would you humans slay demons, if not to pick on the weak? Who could have anticipated that Qingzhou City would shelter a monster like the youth before me? Of course, it couldn't dare to voice out such a thought, so it could only display a face of forced desperation, saying, Although we are demons, we only seek to fill our bellies, much like how the human race eats livestock. It's the same principle. Li Hao's eyes turned cold. The mention of eating instantly brought forth a surge of killing intent from deep within him. Just for eating, Li Hao suppressed his urge to kill, staring at the bear demon, attempting to probe for more information. Felling Li Hao's killing intent, the bear demon's heart shuddered, attempting to apply the logic of the human race's philosophy in a position of weakness. All beings in the world survive for, well, survival. We are the same, aren't we? There's nothing wrong with that, is there? Who's discussing right or wrong with you? I'm only asking you, is attacking Qingzhou City just for the sake of eating? Li Hao pressed, holding back his anger. The decision to attack Qingzhou City was spearheaded by the red eyebrow Taoist. Although the bear demon had heard of other reasons, it naturally wouldn't share them with Li Hao. How else would it argue its case? If not for survival, we wouldn't take such risks, the bear demon continued, seemingly transforming into a Confucian scholar. Persisting in his discussion of righteousness with Li Hao, heaven and earth nurture all things, and all things have the right to survive, don't they? Li Hao took a deep breath and asked again, What does Tiger Robe look like? Is it a tiger demon? The bear demon was startled, disappointed that the human before hadn't taken its philosophy to heart, which made it somewhat panic. That's right, Tiger Robe is a tiger demon. It is cultivated for nearly 1,000 years. Good. Receiving the information he wanted, Li Hao nodded slightly. Before the bear demon could react, Li Hao suddenly leaped forward, his fist smashing out and striking the bear demon on its brow, the force piercing through and shattering its brain. The bear demon's mouth opened slightly in shock and disbelief. Its eyes gradually lost their light as it collapsed, falling to the ground with a thud like a giant rock tumbling over. Discuss right and wrong with a demon? Li Hao was in no mood for such debates. Moreover, compared to right or wrong, one's own stance was far more essential. Facing the countless white bones and skeletons around him, how could he possibly say to the bear demon, Yes, you're not wrong. To hell with right or wrong. I am of the human race. After solving the issue with the bear demon, Li Hao noticed some activity inside a nearby cave. When he sent his divine soul to investigate, he saw 7 disheveled survivors, men and women, all aged between 20 to 30 years old, with no children or old people among them. The 7 were shackled by their hands and feet, with the other end of the chains threaded through a slit in a large rock. Unless someone could drag the rock away, there was no way to free themselves. Having seemingly experienced some terrifying ordeal, all 7 had expressions of bewilderment and fear on their faces. Some were already numb, lost in a daze. Li Hao sighed inwardly as he commanded a stone to break the chains, setting them free. But even as the shackles on their limbs were gone, it seemed they were still bound by other chains. After a brief moment of being stunned, they looked around blankly, still standing in place, with no attempt to flee. One of them seemed to recall something and started trembling, curling up on the ground and frantically grabbing the broken chains to wrap them around their own limbs, murmuring pleadings nonstop. Don't eat me, please don't eat me. They were already paralyzed with fear. Li Hao fell into silence. He wasn't accustomed to comforting people and felt it was better to give them some time to regain their senses. Meanwhile, he took the opportunity to tidy up everything outside. He casually controlled objects to gather the corpses of the demons, stacking them into a high platform, arranged it neat and square. Lin, as your unworthy disciple, all I can offer are these demons to commemorate your valiant spirit. Li Hao flipped his hand and took out a wine gourd from behind him. Then he unscrewed the gourd and poured the wine over the bodies in front of the altar. Before him was a sea of blood and corpses, but in his mind he saw that courtyard bathed in the brilliant glow of the sunset. It was the night when the man sang poems over drinks. It was that afternoon when the man, seeing himself unable to absorb the Foundation establishment elixir, hung his head in sorrow. It was also that autumn when fallen leaves landed on the chessboard and the two bantered and bickered over a game of strategy. Li Hao shook the wine gourd, which had one last swig left, tilted his head back to drink it, and softly said, "Lin, cheers." Afterwards, he stowed the wine gourd, turned around with the demon-slaying knife in hand, and walked toward the forest outside. In this mountain range that stretched for hundreds of miles, there were tens of thousands of demons, with just the nearby area gathering several tens of thousands. Whoosh! Li Hao stood on the leaves of a treetop. His divine soul burst out from the top of his skull, guiding the demon-slaying knife, shuttling through the green forest, sweeping in all directions. Various demons of all races, be they creeping or sleeping, foraging or frolicking, met their end as a dark light streaked by, severing their lives. The dark light shuttled through the mountains like a flying needle, piercing through the bodies of demon after demon. Sensing the danger, the demons panicked and fled in all directions, but the dark light moved faster. If it had been an ordinary person of the 15th realm, it might not have been so easy to slaughter them. But Li Hao's range and speed of object control were several times that of an ordinary practitioner in the same realm, and he hadn't even used any special methods yet. The tens of thousands of demons that had gathered at the foot of the mountain were terrified, clueless about what was happening. They fled on instinct, while others rushed to the mountain peak to seek answers from their king, but were beheaded before reaching the summit. The whole mountain trembled violently, as if struck by an earthquake. The scattered demons, barely 10 miles out, were all slain. Blood stained the shrubs and the earth red, trickling like tiny rivulets along the wrinkles of the land, flowing into lower areas and merging into tears for this mountain range. The divine soul returned to its body, and the dark light settled back into his hand. Li Hao glanced at it. Having slain tens of thousands of demons, the blade's edge was now dulled. If it weren't for the coverage of his divine soul, the knife would have broken long ago, unable to penetrate the thick bodies of certain demons. He didn't stop there, but continued with the dull-edged black knife in hand towards a region dozens of miles away. There, some demons, unaware of the situation here, were still wandering near their dens. Since he was here, might as well eliminate them all. There really are demons gathering here. In the high skies above the Black Wind mountain range, a stealthy golden light moved through the clouds, which was Song Yuyao's divine soul. Her physical self was sneaking along the periphery of the mountain range, while her divine soul soared, surveying the entire situation of the mountains. Along the way, she had already seen the traces of many demons. In the part of the range closer to Yu City, there were only a few demons with sparse demonic aura, merely small demons that had just become sentient, barely a threat. Even hunters armed with crossbows could scare them off. But as she went deeper, dense clouds of demonic energy began to enshroud the mountains and forests, and their numbers increased. The Yu City Guard wasn't wrong. There's definitely a gathering of demons here, and it's very obvious. Song Yueyao frowned deeply. But why, with the situation so clear, did the Yu City Guard not feel confident in reporting truthfully, asking the Xia family for help? She couldn't understand. Didn't the Yu City Guard fear the demons might suddenly attack the city? Or is it that the Xia family was unwilling to come, bearing grudges with each other? But if Sangyu City were to fall and the common people suffered heavy casualties, both the Yu City Guard and Xia family would be held accountable. She could not understand and felt that the situation was somewhat complicated. At this moment, as she continued to delve deeper, before long she arrived at the depths of the Black Wind mountain range. Along the way, the toughest demons she encountered were those in the Soul Succession realm patrolling the mountains, which she easily avoided and went undetected. Suddenly, a rotting stench wafted through the forest ahead of her. Song Yao's face changed slightly, and she stopped in her tracks, cautiously extending her divine soul ahead to investigate. Soon, she beheld an unimaginable scene. Rivers of blood flowed through the mountain forest. Nearly all bodies of water were dyed red with fresh blood, and the bodies of demons were strewn about. Song Yueyao was stunned for a moment, having initially thought that the putrid wind was caused by demons capturing and harming members of the human race. She hadn't expected it to be the demon's own blood. Her face showed astonishment and doubt. What on earth had happened here? Hesitating for a moment, she let her divine soul carefully advance in stealth. Soon, she reached the corpses of some demons, quickly checked them, and discovered that the wounds were fresh, the death no more than an hour old. Someone was killing demons. The thought popped into Song Yueyao's mind, sending a jolt through her heart. Could it be another inspector from the Monster Suppression Department? There is only one inspector in Sangyu City's Monster Suppression Department, in the Divine Travel Realm, tasked with guarding this city on the border alongside the Defender of Yu City. She was a parachuted officer, temporary, with a tenure not meant to last long in Sangyu City. In the midst of her astonishment, Song Yueyao had her divine soul scout ahead. If she could meet the other party, they might assist each other and gauge the situation here. However, as she delved deeper, the expression on Song Yueyao's face turned increasingly shocked. All along the way were demon corpses. Everywhere she looked, packed closely together, her divine soul saw at least 10,000 by her reckoning. The density of demons gathered here certainly qualified as a small-scale demon wave, but what was most shocking was that all these demons were dead. Controlling so many demons must definitely be the deed of a great demon. But where was that great demon? Song Yueyao had never clashed with that inspector, but considering what she was seeing, she doubted she could achieve such a feat herself, nor did she possess the courage to try. As her divine soul continued forward, she saw even more demon corpses, even more than before. Among them were some with massive bodies, showing signs of transforming, evidently demons close to the divine travel realm. But without exception, all were dead, with surprisingly consistent wounds, all pierced through vital points by a sharp weapon. Before long, Song Yueyao arrived at the foot of a great mountain. She could vaguely make out that at the mountaintop, a thick and heavy demonic aura was brewing like clouds. Such a fearsome demon mist was unmistakably the work of a great demon, and judging by the color of the demonic aura, there was more than one. Her heart raced with fright, feeling the urge to turn around and flee, but the sight of demon corpses scattered at the mountain's base and the eerie silence at its peak spurred an unbelievable thought in her heart. Suppressing her fear, she allowed her divine soul to soar silently, concealing its presence while peering down at the demon clouds below the mountain summit. This glance left her expression frozen. A platform piled with the bodies of over 20 great demons stood erect at the mountaintop, arranged neatly and orderly. As a light breeze passed by, she could even see some of the demons' solidified eyeballs, which retained the terror and fear of their final moments. Song Yueyao stood stiffly, too shocked to utter a word. The number of great demons was more than she had expected, and all of them, all were dead. These were all great demons from the divine travel realm. Who could have killed all of them? That inspector? Impossible. They were also of the divine travel realm. Accomplishing such a deed, even for the top talents in the divine travel realm, would be exceedingly difficult unless it were someone from the 15 Li realm. Was it a general sent by the Xia family? Or perhaps a passing expert from some sect? Song Yueyao came back to her senses and suddenly noticed several figures emerging slowly from a cave atop the mountain, all members of the human race, looking bedraggled as if they were survivors. She swiftly set off toward the mountaintop and approached the survivors. "Were you all captured by demons?" she immediately asked upon seeing the survivors. Expecting that they would feel safe upon seeing her monster suppression department uniform, she was taken aback when they trembled at the sight of Song Yueyao, their eyes showing a fear as if they had sighted a demon. Don't capture us. Please let us go." The survivors collapsed and began kowtowing and weeping in despair. Song Yueyao was dumbfounded. Her mind couldn't quite catch up for a moment, and after a short pause, she angrily said, "What nonsense are you talking about? I am an inspector from a monster suppression department, here to rescue you. Spare us, my lord. Please spare us." The survivors kept on kowtowing and begging for mercy. Song Yueyao watched in silence, wondering if they had all been driven mad by the demons. If that were the case, she likely wouldn't get anything useful from them, thinking the expert who had slain the demons had already deduced the survivors had gone mad. However, these great demons had clearly died not long ago. With this in mind, Song Yueyao didn't bother with the survivors any longer and swiftly spurred her divine soul to scout in all directions. Soon, she came across a blood trail with demon corpses all along the way. She hurriedly followed it. Not long after, as Song Yueyao landed on a tree branch, she stopped dead in her tracks. In an open area of a mountain forest ahead, there lay demon corpses all over, all of them ape demons, seemingly a tribe. But at this moment, they had all been slaughtered. Blood pooled on the ground, and in the midst of these corpses stood a young man. He wore the most common dark uniform of a monster suppression officer and held in his hand a damaged and worn demon-slaying knife. Song Yueyao was stunned. She had assumed it was either a passing strongman or a general from the Xia family taking action. Never did she expect it to be the monster suppression department, and only their most common demon-suppressing agent. Suddenly, she noticed the young man's face, and it struck her as incredibly familiar. She seemed to have seen him somewhere. This morning, Song Yueyao was somewhat face-blind and usually paid no heed to others, as if they were grass or trees. But her memory wasn't bad, and she quickly recalled that this young man was one of the 5 newcomers who had reported to the Monster Suppression Department that morning. He was also a disciple of the Tan Palace. Thinking of his identity, Song Yueyao suddenly remembered the youth with a wild rabbit she saw when she went to the Alpha Academy earlier. He was the person in front of her now, just that he had changed into a profound robe, which made her feel a bit estranged. At the same time, Li Hao also noticed the woman chasing after him from behind. He slightly turned his head to glance, and their eyes met in an instant. Li Hao didn't pay much attention, nodded slightly, and continued forward, carrying the demon-slaying blade. But Song Yueyao, struck as if by lightning, stood frozen on the tree. That tilted head, that side profile, so familiar. Images of that cave suddenly surged into her mind, that fleeting side profile. Is it him? Song Yueyao was astonished. Could the disciple who secretly passed through the Mo River be this same person? She found it hard to believe, yet seeing the bodies of the ape demons all around, she suddenly came to a realization and became certain she had not seen wrongly this time. Among the outer court disciples, who else besides the person in front of her could pass through the Mo River? Her figure flashed, leaping down from the treetops, and she hurriedly chased after Li Hao, calling out, "Wait a moment." Li Hao stopped, turned slightly, and looked at her, "Senior sister?" This address of senior sister inexplicably gave Song Yueyao a sense of security, and the tension that had gripped her all the way seemed to relax a little. She quickly asked, "Did you kill these ape demons?" Even though she had an answer in her heart, she couldn't help but blurt out the question. Li Hao was slightly silent. Did this senior sister have poor eyesight? Couldn't she see there was no one else here? At a death scene like this, there's no need for Conan. Even Jinta could have cracked the case, right? Seeing the odd look that passed through Li Hao's eyes, Song Yao's cheeks turned slightly red, realizing that she had perhaps asked a bit redundantly. She looked at the demon-slaying blade in Li Hao's hand. The bloodstains, the mottled and jagged edge. It wasn't difficult to imagine how many battles it had gone through. The great demon on a mountaintop. Did you kill that one too? She asked, gazing intently at Li Hao. Li Hao nodded slightly. It was just a group from the divine traveling rank, and one from the 15th realm. Nothing much to speak of. Seeing Li Hao nod, Song Yueyao's heart skipped a beat. She couldn't help but ask, "How old are you this year?" Asking a young man's age is quite impolite, Li Hao said. Song Yueyao almost choked. In the midst of these mountains of corpses and seas of blood, he still had the mood to joke. However, even if Li Hao didn't say it, she could tell that Li Hao was at most 14 or 15 years old. The Tan Palace's new recruit age limit was a maximum of 16. A 15 or 16-year-old at the 15th realm. She suddenly felt as if she was struck a heavy blow, shocked beyond belief. She herself was just a step, 2 steps, 3 steps away from this realm. She was one of the Tan Palace's top geniuses, a 9th-grade battle body. Before reaching the Grandmaster realm, the talent of a 9th-grade battle body greatly assisted in cultivation. Even so, she was being left behind by such a large gap. The last time she heard about such a shocking prodigy, it was about the 9th young master from the Leaf family that her grandfather mentioned. But she was too young back then to have seen it for herself. It was like hearing a mythological tale. Yet the young man before her was standing right in front of her now, almost as if the legend had stepped into reality, making it feel surreal. "Are you here alone? How did you come to this place?" Song Yueyao couldn't help but ask. Looking at his profound robe, which had barely a few stains of blood, while only the blade of his demon-slaying sword was thoroughly ravaged. It looked as if he was still cutting down demons with ease. "Senior sister, are you interrogating a prisoner?" Li Hao said helplessly. Song Yueyao was speechless. She rarely took such an intense interest in others, only to find herself being frowned upon. "There's a demon here, and since I'm free, I came over," she said. Li Hao saw the embarrassed discomfort on her face and softened his heart to offer an explanation before turning around and continuing on with his sword in hand. Chatting was one thing, but the work couldn't stop. He lightly leaped up, standing atop a tree branch, conjured his divine soul, wrapped it around his demon-slaying sword, and started to patrol forward. Witnessing this scene, Song Yuyao's pupils slightly contracted, realizing that no amount of words could compare to what one's eyes could see. Her face grew a bit pale. She had thought her grandfather's words were an exaggeration, an overpraise by the masses, but now she understood that there were indeed such monstrous talents in the world. But how is this possible? Being of a 9-rank battle physique and considered a genius, could she only catch glimpses of this young man's back? Before long, the black sword flew back, landing in Li Hao's hand. Flicking off the fresh blood, and seeing that he had cleared this mountain range's end, he turned around, ready to erase the remaining demons along the way as well. "Wait for me," Song Yueyao called out, having come to her senses and hurriedly chased after Li Hao. When she caught up to Li Hao, she looked at his profile and asked, "Back in Tan Palace, it was you who passed the Mo River Challenge, wasn't it?" Li Hao couldn't help but glance at her. Although Tan Palace announced a reward for those who passed, he still felt a twinge of unexplainable guilt. After all, that was the exam for the other new students. "It was me, yes." "How did you do it?" "The palace master even issued a reward decree. Why didn't you claim it?" Song Yueyao asked curiously. "How'd he do it?" Li Hao couldn't quite articulate it. It seemed as though he just drew and then somehow passed. On further reflection, perhaps the black-robed scholar was ashamed, realizing he was no match, and fled in a panic. Seeing Li Hao silent, Song Yueyao uttered him. Li Hao snapped out of it and said, "Is it to claim the Red Sky precious sword?" "Yes. As you can see, I am of the 15th realm," Li Hao stated. Song Yueyao felt as if she'd been struck in the face with a hammer, a sensation both suffocating and searing. 15th. Did he think the Red Sky was too inferior? Damn it. She bit her lips slightly, curious and yet frustrated with this young man. Suddenly, a beacon of distress, smoke rose in the distance, and then burst open. Song Yueyao glanced at it, her pupils shrinking drastically as she exclaimed in shock, "Xian, how is this possible? That's a critical signal released only when demons attack a city." Li Hao was momentarily stunned. As a member of a martial family, he was naturally familiar with these signals. Without an extremely grave situation, Xian would not be released. Once released, the city would shut its gates and go on full alert. Demons attacking the city? He suddenly remembered the bear demon's words about trouble to the north. "I need to go back now," Li Hao immediately said, and with his figure flashing, he stepped up and soared away, turning into a dark silhouette that vanished from Song Yueyao's sight. Controlling his flight, Song Yueyao watched for a moment, somewhat baffled, sensing that Li Hao's speed at controlling his flight seemed faster than any other 15 Li realm individual she had seen. But why not take me along? Song Yueyao stomped her foot in irritation, gritted her teeth, and quickly traversed the jungle towards the city. Sangyu City. Apart from the monster suppression department and the city lord's mansion, 3 major families had established their presence there, among which the Liu family took the lead, having rooted themselves in Sangyu City for over 100 years. The other 2 families, the Qi family and the Zhao family, rose later. The Qi family was a branch that migrated from another city, managing to build a considerable business within just a few decades in this location. At this moment, news of the demons attacking the city had already reached the hands of the 3 families' patriarchs. Upon receiving the message, all 3 families were somewhat shocked. It had been nearly 100 years since Sangyu City last saw a demon attack. The most sensational episode had been 30 years ago when a few great demons entered the city causing trouble, leading to countless deaths and injuries and creating quite a stir at that time. But now, only some old people still remembered it. Army reports can't be false. Old Zhang, go and take a look quickly. The patriarch of the Liu family, Liu Shunqing, immediately dispatched a devoted retainer from the family to investigate the truth. The other 2 families also sent people out to probe, quickly bringing back one piece of confirmed news after another. A large number of demons were appearing from the north, sweeping in with an estimated number of at least 40 to 50,000. All sorts of mountain goblins and ghostly creatures were among them, clearly led by a great demon. These demons had occupied the official roads and also blocked a few other paths. It was said that on the southern trade routes, 2 escort agencies were raided and killed, and jewels hidden in grains meant for transportation were found on the road. The demons blocking the road, with the great demon pressing on, indicated a momentum to attack the city. The north? Could it be the group of demons from the Black Wind mountain range? Have these demons gone mad, with such audacity to indeed attempt an invasion? Aren't they afraid that the Xia family will descend in fury and wipe them all out? Damn it, what is Yu Shuhong doing? Could it be he has offended the Demon King? Has anyone seen the Xia family's people? The 3 major families were somewhat panicked. The mere concept of 40 to 50,000 demons. What did that mean? The entire defense capability of Sangyu City's military only amounted to just over 20,000 soldiers. That the number of demons exceeded that of the soldiers by more than twice was secondary. These demons were planning to attack the city and naturally had the utmost confidence that they were fully prepared. And for a great demon capable of commanding such a multitude, it had to be at least of the divine travel realm, if not 15 li. At the same time, to the north, dark demonic clouds were already closing in. The mountain rain was about to arrive, and the entire city was on high alert. As the purple smoke signals rose, igniting the skies, all 4 city gates were sealed. Soldiers from the city defense army, now clad in battle armor, gathered atop the city walls. At this moment, looking toward the north from the city walls, the faces of many soldiers changed. They could see the thick demonic clouds, a mix of black with a streak of red, swirling in the northern sky and approaching with alarming speed. Have these demons gone mad, daring to attack the city? Many from a city defense army could hardly believe it. This was Diyu, and even though it was a remote city, it was not the outermost city on the border. Had the attackers really dared to cross the border and provoke the wrath of the royal family? risking a military expedition against them? Throughout the decades of their service in the city defense army, aside from occasional disturbances in the outskirts, these demons were seldom seen, let alone in such massive force. The news of the demons attacking the city spread throughout. With the city gates sealed and the city defense army scurrying all over the place, the news was impossible to hide. Every household was ordered not to leave their homes, and the streets echoed only with the rapid sound of horse hooves. Many inns, taverns, tea houses, and shops had also closed their doors. Some were worried about demons breaking through the city defenses, anxious and fearful. Others complained about the damnable demons affecting their business, and some had already instructed their families to pack their valuables, sending servants to prepare carriages and horses, ready to flee the city at a moment's notice. However, some wealthy households in the city sent messages through their connections to the city defense generals, inquiring if they needed help, willingly offering to donate funds and supplies to jointly resist the demonic onslaught. In the face of disaster, the true nature of all beings was fully revealed. At this time, within the city lord's mansion, in the lofty backyard of the grand mansion, there was a gloomy underground chamber resembling a dungeon. Yu Shuang was standing here, staring at a painting before him. He was tall and slender, dressed in a Confucian robe, exuding the air of a scholar. However, half of his face was obscured in the shadow of an oil lamp, making it impossible to see clearly. The painting depicted a woman in a light green luo dress, looking alluring and graceful. With exquisite craftsmanship, the figure looked lifelike. Suddenly, a wisp of black smoke appeared from the shadows behind him, slightly twisting before transforming into a burly and towering figure of an imposing man. This man had a broad face and large eyes, a thick mustache around his mouth, and his eyes emitted a faint red glow in the darkness. There you go thinking about your little sister again. The broad-faced man barely cracked a smile, his expression ambiguous. Yu Shuang did not turn his head. His expression seemed slightly stirred, coming out of his reverie. He sighed softly and said, "Tiger Robe, how long have we known each other?" "It has been over 20 years," the broad-faced man replied. 20 years. Yu Shuang murmured to himself, "This year I am 53. At 30, I entered the divine travel realm, full of youthful vigor, assigned here as the city's defender. In the blink of an eye, it has been 20 years. Once a man of 30, with a sword at his waist, he now had nothing there." The broad-faced man nodded slightly, his eyes filled with a mix of sighs, envy, and jealousy. "Your human race is born intelligent, standing above all races. In just a few decades, you can cultivate to the divine travel realm, whereas we demons need hundreds of years to absorb the essence of the sun and moon to reach this stage. I truly envy you." Yu Shuhong's mouth twitched slightly as he said, "But Tiger Robe, you have seen how few in our human race live to be several hundred years old." The broad-faced man shook his head, a hint of disdain in his eyes. "Reaching the divine travel realm, one can live nearly 1,000 years, yet your human race insists on seeking death. Look at those folks from the divine general mansion. Clearly, they could live comfortably for a long time, yet they choose to fight to the death against our demon race on the borders. In the end, they all die young." Yu Shuang couldn't help but laugh. "Indeed, that may be the difference between our human race and your demon race. For the billions of children of Diyu and the vast lands of the 19 provinces, every inch of soil has been a witness to the blood of those heroic souls. Because some have died, many more can live." The broad-faced man squinted slightly and asked, "You, surely you're not going to be as foolish as those idiots?" Yu Shuang turned around, his previously half-gentlemanly face under the warm glow of the oil lamp, now obscured in darkness. "For the last 20 years, I have provided you with human flesh, trying my best to meet your needs. Why must it come to this in the end?" His voice was very light, as if talking to himself. The broad-faced man gazed at him deeply, sighed, and said, "I am not willing to do this either, but the red-eyebrow Taoist has awakened from his seclusion, starving. Moreover, the purpose of this trip isn't solely to fill our stomachs. The real target for attacking Sanyu City is the Xia family. The Xia family? Correct. You sought help from the Xia family, but they dare not come because they are facing even more troublesome issues and can't afford to be distracted. If Sanyu City falls while their back is unguarded, the entire city's obliteration will certainly impact them. If that emperor sitting on the throne in the palace becomes angered and punishes the Xia family because of it, that would be even better. The broad-faced man said softly, "So, Sanyu City, you can't save it." Yu Shuhong took a deep breath, eyes closed for a moment. "So, the demons were playing this game. Ugh. My visit here is to have you open the city's northern gate. The fall of Sanyu City is inevitable. If you open the gate, I can say a few good words for you in front of the red-eyebrow Taoist and give you a way out," the broad-faced man said. Yu Shuang opened his eyes, a hint of a smile on his face. "Thank you, Tiger Robe. Get on with it immediately," the broad-faced man said. "I will certainly keep you safe." Yu Shuang nodded and turned to walk to one side, not toward the desk but the weapons rack instead. "You, Tiger Robe. I see." The red light in the broad-faced man's eyes intensified and his mouth slightly curled open. You truly break my heart by doing this. I am sad for you." Yu Shuang chuckled. "Tiger Robe, I will surely use your tiger head to brew the finest wine from our 20 years of friendship." "Thank you." The broad-faced man's teeth began to extend, becoming sharp and pointed. "I will also savor yours slowly." As their auras grew more intense, their divine souls began to emerge. Yu Shuhong's divine soul gathered above his head, while behind the broad-faced man, a fierce and gigantic tiger faintly appeared. "So it's here." Suddenly, a voice arose beside them. Then, a crack abruptly opened above the cellar, and a figure floated down slowly, standing in the midst of their confrontation. Clothed in dark attire, wielding a broken black saber, it was Li Hao, who had rushed back to the city. Hurriedly returning to the skies above Sanyu City, Li Hao had already seen the vast expanse of demonic clouds rolling in from the north. But his first action wasn't to head north. Instead, he went to the city lord's mansion, wanting to understand the situation. However, upon search with his divine soul, he witnessed this scene within the city lord's mansion. Monster suppression department? At the same time, Yu Shuang and the broad-faced man also noticed the dark attire on Li Hao, both taken aback. It was indeed the monster suppression department, but he was the most ordinary of monster suppressors. Yet, from Li Hao's entrance, it was impossible that he was merely an ordinary monster suppressor. "You are?" Yu Shuang frowned. He did not remember such a young powerhouse among the monster suppression department within the city. Li Hao, however, paid no attention to the city's defender, instead turning his head to glare at the broad-faced man. "You're called Tiger Press? Is that you, the Tiger Robe Immortal?" The broad-faced man cracked a grim smile, revealing a ferocious grin. "That's right, it's me, your Tiger Lord. The lad actually knows my title. It seems I've made some name for myself outside Sanyu City." Li Hao's fingers clenched around the hilt of his blade, tightened slightly, and the hilt slowly deformed. He took a deep breath and said, 7 years ago, you ambushed a captain on the national road of Qi State. Remember that?" The broad-faced man raised an eyebrow, and a chill flashed in his eyes. "You're talking about that man from the Northern Yin Army? What's your relation to the Li family?" Seeing the man admit it, the killing intent in Li Hao's eyes became uncontrollable. "My surname is Li." The Tiger Robe Immortal's pupils contracted slightly, his aura surged, and his gaze passed Li Hao, landing on Yu Shuhong ominously. It seems this kid has already overheard our conversation. What should we do now? Your collusion with our demon race is out in the open. Even if you escape me today, you'll still fall from grace. According to the laws of the Great Yu Dynasty, you should know the crime for colluding with demons, right? Its eyes turned fierce. How about this? You kill the kid, and I'll forgive you for the confusion earlier. Yu Shuhong's gaze similarly turned stern, staring at the silhouette of Li Hao. But after a moment, he shook his head slightly and sneered. "Tiger Robe, If I continue to listen to you, that really would be foolish. Today, it's either you die or I perish. When we first formed an alliance, didn't we agree to die on the same day of the same month? Pa, idiot! The tiger robe immortal spat out a stinking glob of saliva, sneering, "You short-lived ghosts of the human race think you're worthy to live and die with me." In the midst of speaking, he suddenly pounced toward Li Hao. The enormous tiger demon's spirit soul roared behind him, its roar thundering like a low growl, enough to render anyone in the soul succession realm unconscious on the spot. But the fearsome roar only lightly brushed the hair on Li Hao's forehead. His eyes were dark and deep, as if void of light. It was only when the massive frame of the tiger robe, immortal, rapidly closed in that he abruptly raised his hand. With a thud, his 5 fingers spread open, pressing on the tiger robe immortal's forehead, then ruthlessly pushed down, crashing against the solid stone slabs beneath their feet, shattering them. This exchange happened in an instant, like lightning, and Yu Shuhong, who hadn't even had the chance to draw his sword to help, found his foot frozen in midair. The blade of the demon-slaying knife, now reversed in Li Hao's hand, was fiercely plunged into the side of the tiger robe immortal's neck. The tiger robe immortal was shocked, unable to believe it as he looked up. This immense power, this kind of skill, how could it be possible? But the eyes he met were a pair of chilling coldness. "I won't let you die so easily." Li Hao spoke in a low whisper. As he spoke, he also proved his words with action. The blade edge slid across the flesh of the tiger robe immortal's neck, abruptly tearing away the skin from his shoulder and ripping off the tiger skin from his back. Cooking technique, skin peeling, and stewing. This was the most commonly used technique for peeling ingredients, so skilled it neared perfection. The sudden loss of skin and flesh caused the tiger robe, immortal, to let out a ferocious and painful roar. A tiger roar came from its throat, its skin split open, and black-yellow fur grew wildly, revealing its true form. As it displayed its true form, the basement began to feel crowded. Behind it, the enormous tiger demon's spirit soul rushed towards Li Hao, but behind Li Hao, his own divine soul emerged. With a body similar to Li Hao's, he simply raised his hand, and with one palm strike, he burst the tiger demon's spirit soul's head. The fierce palm wind forced the tiger demon's spirit soul to stagger backwards, and when its head condensed again, its divine soul had become much thinner. Terror and fear gleamed from the eyes of the tiger demon's spirit soul. "Unmatched. How exactly did you kill Lin? Today, I will make you pay back slowly," Li Hao said, word by word. The broken sword in his hand, still sharp under the coverage of the divine soul, revealed the true form of the tiger robe, immortal, whose head was being stepped on by Li Hao's foot on his forehead. Immobilized, as if nailed by a steel spike, it twisted its body, struggling furiously to escape from under Li Hao's foot. At that moment, a flash of golden light shone in Li Hao's eyes as he suddenly unleashed the power of the chess pattern embedded in the physical body path, Tiger Press. Tiger Press. Physical strength slightly increased, with intimidation. When embedded into swordsmanship, it would enhance the power and might of the sword moves. Under Li Hao's release at this moment, his body burst forth with the majesty of a 1,000-year-old great tiger, like the king of the mountains and forests, his eyes shooting out a cold gleam that would make all beasts submit. The tiger robe immortal, stepped on by Li Hao, felt the terrifying aura emanating from him and couldn't help but tremble all over, his eyes becoming dull. It felt as though it was being suppressed by a tiger king, unable to muster any will to resist. Its body shook like a sieve, and the intense pain no longer provoked any ferocity. "Spare me, please. I was wrong. I will do anything, even serve as your house servant," the tiger robe immortal begged tremulously. Li Hao said nothing, only quickly slicing with the sharp edge in his hand, skillfully peeling off a complete tiger skin from head to toe. The tiger robe immortal was in such pain that life seemed worse than death, but it just lay there quivering on the ground, not daring to run away. Yu Shuhong, who was watching nearby, had a stunned expression. Was this the same tiger robe immortal that had been arrogant before him for over 20 years? Flaying, deboning, cutting tendons. Blood flowed like rivers, seeping from the huge body of the tiger robe immortal, covered in blood, uttering countless pleas, but Li Hao remained unmoved. Such a bloody, brutal scene deeply shocked Yu Shuhong's mind, leaving him feeling chilled to the bone and trembling. After nearly half an hour of torment, Li Hao beheaded the tiger robe immortal, now a blur of flesh and blood with only a breath remaining. He planted his broken sword into the back and chest of the tiger robe immortal, grabbed the tiger head with eyes filled with fear and dullness, and said coldly, 7 years ago, when the tiger demon ambushed the people of the Li family, did you take part in it? A tremor went through Yu Shuhong's body. Although the youth did not turn around, he could feel the chill that enveloped his whole body. By now, he knew he could not escape death, and said with a bitter smile, I may be guilty of death, but I would never do something like framing the loyal and good. Li Hao said coldly, then conspiring with demons, secretly sending humans as food for them. Was that your doing? Yu Shuhong's cheeks twitched faintly, and he nodded. Yes, that was all my doing, sacrificing humans to these demons, harming my own kind. He said self-mockingly, initially, I only sent them some death row prisoners as disposable resources, but later, when there weren't enough prisoners, they pressed me, and I had no choice but to give them bandits and even civilians. Why? Li Hao turned his head, gazing at him. Why collude with demons? Yu Shuhong gave a bitter smile, a hint of regret in his eyes. When I first took the post, I also wanted to clear the surrounding demons, to purify our realm, but later learned that human power has its limits. These demons cannot be eradicated. They multiply too fast and are too numerous. The Great Yu Dynasty is no longer the invincible dynasty it was hundreds of years ago. In recent years, it has gradually become decadent. I requested external assistance everywhere, requested troops, but all fell on deaf ears. Who can save Sanyu City? He gave a tragic laugh and looked at Li Hao. If I didn't give them sacrifices, more would die. With my limited abilities, I can only bear the sins of the whole city to protect its people. I know that I cannot avoid death today, and I don't expect anything, but I wish I could be buried in Sanyu City. That would be enough for me, and I hope you would grant me that. As he spoke, he lifted his official robe and knelt down on both knees. At the same time, he took off the black hat of the city guard from his head and put it aside. His disheveled hair hung beside his cheeks, already wet with tears. Standing under the warm light of the lamp, Li Hao looked down at the middle-aged man's face that was not illuminated by the light, seeing the hot tears streaming down the face. He was silent for a moment, then averted his gaze and said indifferently, Indeed, you deserve to die, but your crimes will be judged by the court, not by me. Now that the great demon is pressing in, since you still have strength, then follow me to slay the demon. Having said that, he placed the large tiger head on a table beside him and walked away. West of the city, in an old mansion, a side room showed signs of burning. The courtyard pond was decayed, covered with weeds and green moss. No one lived here anymore. Inside the courtyard, dressed in black garments, Li Yuanzhao and others, led by Cui Fan, carried their weapons and searched the mansion for traces of demons. But evidently, the demons had long gone, leaving no trace behind. Just as Cui Fan was about to call off the search, suddenly a gray sparrow flew in. Cui Fan, surprised, reached out to catch it. The sparrow obediently landed, a scroll of paper tied to its leg. Untwisting the scroll, Cui Fan read it carefully, his face changing color immediately. What is it? Yue, not far away, quickly asked. Cui Fan gripped the paper tightly, a grim look on his face. The patrol is over. I've just received a message that a demon has attacked the city. We are to assemble at the city defense post in the west immediately to discuss our response. A demon attack on the city? The others were startled, utterly shocked. Even having lived deep within the territory, they understood the gravity of a demonic invasion of the city. Then let's hurry. Li Yuanzhao was the first to react, speaking immediately. Chui Fan's expression kept changing. He couldn't understand how a demon could be attacking the city. Was the intelligence exaggerated? They had to go to the west side of the city to see. "Let's go," he called out, taking the lead to leave. Suddenly, two figures came rushing at great speed from the sky, landing one after the other. Qianqian, Yuan Zhao. The ones who had arrived were Wei Feng and Li Fu. They were already aware of the demon attack on the city and had seen the vast cloud of demonic fog gathering in the north. The situation was extremely dire. Uncle Wei, Rin Qianqian was taken aback, clearly not expecting Uncle Wei to follow her. Her mind was quick, and she soon guessed that he must have been secretly following her all along, protecting her from the shadows. This made her frown slightly, feeling somewhat helpless in her heart. She was out for experience. Couldn't her father trust her to take care of herself? How could she stand on her own in the future? Uncle Fu, Li Yuanzhao was also stunned, but then understood. Uncle Fu was worried about Hao. "Where's Hao Air?" Li Fu scanned the surroundings and, not seeing Li Hao, quickly asked. Li Yuanzhao candidly replied. Hao had too much to eat at lunch and went to the outhouse. At such a critical moment, this guy is nowhere to be found. Li Fu became anxious and irritated. Chui Fan, with his keen perception, immediately understood that these two powerful characters were the protectors of the young ones, and he couldn't help feeling envious as he respectfully addressed them. "Elders, I have just received news of the demon attack on the city. Is it true?" "What? You don't trust the reports from your own city?" Li Fu gave him a glance, speaking irritably. Chui Fan, running into a dead end, felt a bit discomfited and at the same time couldn't help but feel alarmed. The intelligence was actually true. This was a catastrophe unseen in a century. There are really demons attacking the city? How many? Rin Qianqian hurriedly asked. Li Yuanzhao and the others were also very concerned. Wei Feng sighed. These demons have premeditated this attack for a long time. You all just have unlucky timing, arriving right in the middle of it. Qianqian, you should come back with me. I can ensure your safe exit from the city. Rin Qianqian shook her head and immediately replied, I won't leave. I'm out here to gain experience. This is a rare opportunity. Uncle Wei, with your strength, can't you fend off the demons? You are of the 15th realm, more than enough to defend a great city. Wei Feng's face showed complexity. I've glimpsed deep demonic energy within that fog, which belongs to a very powerful existence of the 15th realm. As for whether there are other demons hidden in the shadows, that remains unknown. If I were alone, I would be willing to take the risk, but miss you. You don't need to worry about me. I can take care of myself, Rin Qianqian insisted. Wei Feng shook his head. The number of these demons is vast. Entrusted by my master, my duty is to protect you. Uncle Wei, why are you? Rin Qianqian couldn't hide her vexation. On the side, Li Fu, hearing Wei Feng's words, expression complicated, said to Li Yuanzhao, Go find Hao and stay with him. Don't go anywhere. I will send a message back to our mansion immediately. It's a pity this area belongs to the Xia family, but we can't worry about overstepping a time like this. I must go north to help. Otherwise, the city might fail to hold. With that said, he turned to Wei Feng. Brother Wei, I'd be obliged if you could take care of the two youngsters from the Li family. This favor will not be forgotten by our Li family. Upon hearing this, Wei Feng did not decline. It was a rare opportunity to receive the gratitude of the Li family. Looking after one child is the same as looking after three. All right, Li, do you really intend to head north to face the enemy? Wei Feng asked. As a member of a military family, how can I flee upon encountering demons? Although this is the Xia family's jurisdiction, I cannot stand idly by if I encounter them. Li Fu said gravely. Wei Feng's gaze grew solemn, and he clasped his hands in respect. Li's righteousness is commendable. Go ahead, as long as I live, I will make sure to take good care of them. Good. With your word, I am at ease, Li Fu nodded. With the 15th realm's protection, which was even more reliable than his own, he immediately said to Li Yuanzhao, Yuanzhao, you must behave and not wander off. Find how air. Having said this, and seeing Li Yuanzhao nod vigorously, he then leaped towards the distance, heading north. As Wei Feng watched Li Fu depart in the distance, he said to Li Yuanzhao, "Let's go find your brother." Li Yuanzhao was also worried about Li Hao's safety and quickly nodded, but his gaze turned towards Chui Fan. Chui Fan managed a wry smile. "In that case, shall we meet up first and then go to check on the west of the city?" Wei Feng shook his head. "Defending the city is your responsibility. I am only in charge of protecting our young mistress and the young master of the Li family. I will not involve myself in other matters. As for the assessment credits, do as you please." He notably intensified his tone on the words, "as you please." He was not Li Fu, bounded by the identity of a military family. Here, he could come and go as he pleased, stay or leave depending on his mood. Chui Fan was dumbfounded and quickly said, "The patrolling mission has ended, and they have all performed very well. I will certainly grade them fairly, but—" Wei Feng let out a cold scoff, knowing the other wanted to tie him to this city. He was about to rebuke curtly, but heard Ren Qianqian shout emphatically, "Uncle Wei, I want to help defend the city. I won't let these villagers be slaughtered by demons." "Miss." Wei Feng's expression changed. Ren Qianqian suddenly drew her sword and laid it across her arm, looking sternly at Wei Feng. "Uncle Wei, if you dare knock me out and take me away from here, I'll sever one of my arms when I wake up." "Miss." Wei Feng felt his heart clench, aware that the young mistress was naive to the world and still soft-hearted, but this was excessively stubborn. He sighed and said, "All right, I will accompany you to assess the situation first. If things go awry, you must listen to me. Otherwise, I will take you back to the mountain myself for the master to deal with." Ren Qianqian's expression sobered, and she nodded, "Okay." The two reached an agreement and immediately set off without further delay, quickly leaving the large residence and heading back to the monster suppression department. But inside the monster suppression department, there was a flurry of activity. The headquarters had long been deserted. They learned from one of the storeroom attendants who stayed behind that all personnel from the monster suppression department had already been dispersed to the four sides of the city to follow the orders of the city defense army. How? Li Yuanzhao shouted in the monster suppression department, searching everywhere for Li Hao but didn't find him. Meanwhile, yellow smoke signals rose from the city walls. This was a signal that battle had been joined. Ren Qianqian's face fell. "There's no time to waste. Let's go to the west of the city first. Uncle Wei, please use your divine soul to help look for where Li Hao might be." Wei Feng nodded, but wasn't overly anxious. The elder from the Li family he had met on the road had not yet appeared. Likely, Li Fu had dared to leave because another elder was secretly watching over them. That was someone who could easily kill 2 Li realm serpent demons. If he was willing to make a move, he could resolve the demonic calamity of the city. Under the lead of Wei Feng and Chui Fan, they headed to the western city wall. Displaying his strength, Wei Feng ascended the city wall, courteously invited by the commanding officers of the city defense army, bringing the others with him. As soon as they reached the city wall, they saw a large number of demons rushing towards them from the wilderness beyond. These demons burst out from the woods far away, seemingly in alliance with the northern demons, ready to breach the city together. So many demons. Watching the teeming swarm of demons, Li Yuanzhao and Ren Qianqian, along with the others, turned deathly pale. No wonder. Even some veteran soldiers of the city defense army couldn't help but shudder, their hearts pounding. The approaching demons, numbering at least several thousand, were enormous and fearsome in appearance, some transforming into rolling demonic mists in midair. This scene was indeed a demonic dance of chaos. The sharp, strange laughter was already making many people's scalps tingle. "Uncle Wei, have you found Hao yet?" Li Yuanzhao, looking slightly pale, urgently asked Wei Feng, who was by his side. Just as Wei Feng was about to reply, his gaze shifted abruptly, and, turning his head, he saw two figures speeding towards them, one after the other. At the sight of the young man in black robes ahead, Wei Feng was stunned. If he was not mistaken, That young man was the divine General Mansion kid he had been following. Yet now the boy was riding the wind. Under Wei Feng's astonished gaze, Li Hao came soaring through the air with the city guard Yu Shuhong by his side. Li Hao also noticed Li Yuan, Zhao, and the others, and he gracefully landed in front of them. Seeing Li Hao descending from the sky, Li Yuan, Zhao, and the others, who were being intimidated by the demon crowd, were all astonished. Yue Wei's mouth hung open, and his eyes almost bulged out, staring at Li Hao as if he'd seen a ghost. "You're here too?" Li Hao hadn't expected to encounter them in the west of the city. Weren't they supposed to be on a patrol mission? Why had they run over here? He glanced at Chui Fan, who had an expression of suffering, clearly very reluctant. Li Hao then looked at Wei Feng, a man he was not unfamiliar with, having followed them all the way. "You?" Wei Feng stared blankly at Li Hao. Being at the 15 Li realm himself, he naturally could tell that the two who had arrived through the air were not led by Yu Shuhong, but by the young man in front of him. Was this guy that he and Li Fu had been following and protecting the whole way actually at the 15 Li realm? A higher realm than even Li Fu? Who the hell was protecting whom? Wei Feng felt his brain go numb. Having descended the mountain to wander the Jianghu while in the divine travel realm, he considered himself to have seen a broad range of people and met countless geniuses. But someone so young at the 15 Li realm? Unheard of. It was said that the descendants of the divine General Mansion were all monsters, but even monsters hadn't reached this extent, right? "The demons are coming." Just then, someone said nervously. Everyone's gaze immediately turned towards the city ramparts, where the rapidly advancing demons had already come within range of the archers. "Fire the arrows." The commander here, a middle-aged man around the 8th or 9th level of the Soul Succession realm, immediately bellowed. Countless arrows rained down like a black downpour, these being specially made arrows that held the power to ward off evil and subdue demons. Under the barrage of arrow rain, quite a number of demons were injured, but even more of them continued their charge despite the arrows. "Demons suppressing formation." The commander bellowed once more. More than 10 mystic-robed demon suppressing masters hurried to the high platform on the city ramparts. Each conjured up their respective divine souls, which had different appearances. They held hands, their soul power connecting in fluctuating waves to maintain some kind of balance as they prepared to cast the array. Li Hao looked at the demons that were closing in, now less than 100 meters from the city walls, and then turned his head to glance at the sword in Ren Xianqian's hand. "Let me borrow your sword for a moment," he said. Ren Xianqian came to her senses, staring blankly at Li Hao for a moment, still somewhat in disbelief of the terrifying cultivation level he had just revealed. Seeing Li Hao reach out to borrow the sword, she subconsciously tightened her grip on the sword sheath, asking, "Do you know how to use a sword?" Throughout their journey on horseback, she had never seen him carry any weapon. A little, Li Hao nodded. He had joined the Jianghu in such a hurry that he had not brought a sword with him. If he were to enter the Jianghu again, he'd certainly remember to bring the treasured sword given to him by his second elder. Ren Xianqian hesitated somewhat, as a swordsman's sword is never far from their side, especially since she treasured and cherished her own sword. But given the dire situation of the battle, she knew that Li Hao had exceptional cultivation level but lacked a weapon. After a moment's hesitation, she still handed the sword to Li Hao. "Xing." Li Hao nonchalantly pulled out the sword, a long sword that shimmered like autumn water as it left its sheath. At that moment, the sword blade vibrated, as if awakening, emitting a sword cry, with a white light flickering along the blade and humming resoundingly. Li Hao turned, sword in hand, and stepped out, standing in midair about 10 meters beyond the city ramparts. His figure, suspended in the air, immediately caught the eyes of the many soldiers atop the city walls, who were all shocked. To stand in midair was a sign of the 15 Li realm. Their city defender, Yu Shuhong, was only in the divine travel realm, not yet at the 15 Li. "Bright moon, rising," Li Hao murmured softly. In the past 5 years, he naturally had also perused the last 3 sword techniques in Endless Sea. Endless Sea had a total of 4 moves. They were tides, severing river, bright moon rising, endless sea. At this moment, he wielded the third of these supreme sword techniques in his hand, a move second only to the ultimate one. Bright moon rising. In an instant, everyone on the city wall seemed to see a bright moon rising from Li Hao's palm. The glittering long sword had vanished, leaving only the dazzling, silver-white moon, full and blinding, coalescing from Li Hao's hand before slowly rising as if over the sea, flying towards the horde of demons. Layer upon layer, the true form. While everyone was immersed in the beauty of this moon, it swept into the midst of the demons, and as its light unfurled, the countless demon shadows, like darkness dispelled by light, seemed to ebb away like the tide. But in reality, they didn't just retreat. They were annihilated. This sword technique, Rin Xianxian's pupils contracted, her beautiful face showing a look of startled shock. She couldn't believe the sight of the young swordsman's silhouette. The godlike moon stirred her to an indescribable level of astonishment. Was that really swordsmanship? Those equally shaken, besides Rin Xianxian, included Yu Shuhong and Wei Feng. Only now did Yu Shuhong realize that Li Hao had not used his full strength when he had previously slain the tiger robe immortal, not even 1/10 of it. Just this radiantly magnificent sword technique alone could alarm the entire Qi state. This sword technique, Wei Feng's eyes were lost in a trance. Rin Xianxian's father was a swordsmanship grandmaster, but even then, he seemed to have never seen his master execute such a stunning display of swordsmanship. The clear and dazzling bright moon on this western city battleground was so eye-catching. When that dreamlike moon disappeared, everyone gradually came to their senses, and only then did they suddenly realize that they were still in the midst of battle, still atop the battlefield. But as the soldiers were drawing their bows and readying their arrows, they all suddenly froze. Within several hundred meters range, in front of the city wall, were any demons left. The ground was littered with nothing but the wreckage and torn remains of demonic corpses, and the demon blood spilled all over the ground like a splash of paint. With a single sword strike, he had cleared out nearly a mile radius of demons. The battlefield that was once filled with the raucous howls and shrill cries of demons had, in the blink of an eye, become so silent you could hear a pin drop. Not just the soldiers on the city wall were stunned. The demons farther away, gearing up to charge, were also dumbstruck. Their once unstoppable, avalanche-like momentum abruptly came to a halt. Many demons looked at each other. Among these demons were great demon leaders, on the same plane as the divine travel realm, the same level as the tiger robe immortal. But at this moment, their eyes revealed horror and fear. The young figure who stepped out alone, hovering at the edge of the city wall, casually holding his sword, stood there like an incomparable sword immortal. Untouchable. Li Hao glanced at the demons that had halted in their tracks, and without a word, threw his sword, using sword control. The flying sword burst out like a flash of golden light, instantly reaping the lives of over a dozen demons. Only then did the frozen horde come back to their senses, screaming and scattering in every direction. The formerly formidable offensive had, in a blink, disintegrated, completely vanishing. The numerous soldiers on the city wall were dumbfounded, staring in shock at the silhouette of the youth. That figure they would be unable to erase from their minds for the next 20 years, haunting their memories. The flying sword, like a golden needle, rapidly slaughtered a great number of demons, including the divine travel realm great demon in the horde who tried to conceal its aura and escape stealthily. It too caught Li Hao's attention, and with a flash of his sword, he cut off its head and extinguished its divine soul. In his presence, great demons and common demons seemed to have no difference. All were slain with a single blow. These sights left Wei Feng on the city wall utterly astonished. Even if he took action himself, he wouldn't possibly possess Li Hao's might. That speed of sword control was too fast, at least 2 to 3 times quicker than his own. He immediately thought of the Jiao demon shot down by the dark light, exactly the same. Was this the senior they had all bowed down to on their journey? What kind of monster was Li Fu escorting? As the horde of demons was routed and fled, the condensed demon cloud in front of them dispersed in an instant. Without the command of a divine travel realm great demon, these lesser demons dared not to attack the city. The tall and imposing city walls still exerted a tremendous pressure on lesser demons. Li Hao chased and killed with his flying sword. Of the thousands of demons that came, nearly half were killed or injured, and the rest rushed into the jungle, hiding everywhere. Li Hao glanced at them and didn't waste more time on these minor specters. He turned and returned to the top of the city wall, raised his hand to summon, and the sword light flew back into his hand. Looking around, Li Hao asked Wei Feng, "Where is my Fu?" "Li Fu." Wei Feng reacted and quickly said, "Li Fu asked me to look after..." Cough. Li Fu went to the north of the city, which is the main direction of the demon army's attack. The north. Li Hao looked up to the north, his gaze sharpening. There, the thick demonic aura was like dark clouds, already shrouding the city wall at the north. His complexion changed slightly as he wrapped any Qianqian's sword with his divine soul power and rapidly flew toward the north to strike. The entire Qingzhou city was squarely shaped, with a diameter of less than 50 li. He was located at the city's west, not in a straight line to the north, so the distance was somewhat closer, completely within his range of object manipulation. In fact, if he used the special attributes of the chessboard flying phase to increase the attack distance, his range of object manipulation could be even larger. As the flying sword was shot out, Li Hao's gaze concentrated on the north of the city, and those standing beside him, Li Yuanzhao, Yu Wei, Ren Qianqian, and others, all stared dumbfounded at Li Hao. The most shocked among them was Li Yuanzhao. He had never imagined that Hao, who accompanied him every day, who spent days painting in the courtyard, went fishing with the older master, or popped into the kitchen to bake pastries, could be so formidable. The 15 Li realm? He felt suffocated. My God, if his aunts and the others knew about this, wouldn't they be overwhelmed with excitement? But how did Hao cultivate? He had never seen him practice with a sword. If it weren't for Li Hao's familiar gestures and speech, Li Yuanzhao might have thought he was impersonated by a demon. The young man standing beside them imposed a great pressure, leaving Ren Qianqian, Du Qiyue, and others staring blankly in a trance. Of a similar age, they were still wandering in the Zhou Tian realm, not yet embarked on soul succession. And Li Hao had already crossed 2 major realms beyond them. This was beyond a demon prodigy. It was outrageous. Ren Qianqian recalled her father's words. Possessing an 8th-layer battle body, she understood the essence of the sword at the age of 10 and stood peerless among her peers in swordsmanship. Once her understanding of the sword reached great accomplishment, she would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with other top geniuses. Was this what it meant to stand shoulder to shoulder? Looking up at the profile of the young man, her breathing gradually became more rapid. That round of bright moon still lingered in her heart, unable to be erased. Young master. Yu Shuang had previously witnessed Li Hao easily overpower the tiger robe immortal. Although still shocked, he was somewhat able to accept it and hurriedly bowed, saying, "I will head to the north of the city." Li Hao nodded slightly, his attention already on the flying sword at the north. Yu Shuang hurried to the north, while at the same time, the sword light maneuvered rapidly through the demon horde in the north. Above the north, countless arrows were shot. Li Fu revealed his identity, commanding the battle alongside the city's defending general. Within the demon horde, 8 hideously shaped figures revealed their true forms, gathering around a man in a yellow robe with 2 conspicuous red eyebrows that hung down to his chest. This minor city only has 3 or 5 divine travel realm beings. We can handle them. Speaking of which, why hasn't the giant strength true god arrived yet? What are those guys in the Black Wind Mountain range thinking? The demons gazed toward the east, expecting unrest there as well, but it seemed quiet. Kill them first, then talk. A demon resembling a flying eagle suddenly dived toward the city, eager to take the lead and impress the red eyebrow Taoist. Atop the city wall, a streak of sword light slashed out. It was Song Yueyao returning to the city. She hadn't encountered Li Hao, and upon receiving the news, she had to come to the north to defend against the enemy first. The Flying Eagle was also in the divine travel realm, and, seeing Song Yueyao's fierce swordplay, immediately spat out a cloud of demon mist, covering the city wall and casting a demon art. With the demon art as obstruction, more and more demons assaulted the city wall. The archers lost their targets and could only draw their swords to battle the climbing demons. The other demons around the red eyebrow Taoist did not stop either, rushing to attack relentlessly. In the blink of an eye, Song Yueyao was attacked from both sides by two divine travel realm demons. Her face suddenly changed as she switched from offense to defense. On the other side, the head of the Liu family, Liu Shunqing, along with the head of the Qi family, also led their family disciples in defending this place. Seeing the demonic suppression envoy surrounded by demons, they immediately went to assist. But the enemy had obviously more divine travel realm fighters, and soon the three of them were at a disadvantage. Li Fu saw this and immediately drew his sword to join the battle for reinforcement. His cultivation along the divine travel realm had always involved superior or even peerless techniques, which gave him a profound foundation and made him 3 times stronger than other divine travel realm practitioners, quickly repelling one of the divine travel realm great demons. Seeing Li Fu's fierce might, the other demons immediately retreated and encircled him. The 3 demons unleashed a vicious battle, and soon Li Fu was also at a disadvantage. Spurt, one of the demons, covered in scythe-like limbs like a colossal mantis, suddenly hooked Li Fu's arm with a blade, tearing through the armor on his back. Another demon, about 7 or 8 meters tall, covered with coarse purple fur like a giant ape, swung its club and struck fiercely on Li Fu's back. Li Fu's vision darkened as he fell onto the ramparts, losing consciousness on the spot. Seeing this, the defending commander urgently ordered men to assist. He was only at the perfection stage of the soul succession realm and had not reached the divine travel realm. He was just about to help when suddenly a great demon landed heavily in front of him. This great demon resembled a humongous toad, covered in lumps and spikes, and at this moment, its body trembled slightly, and from these lumps spurted a greenish viscous poison. Those city guards who were touched by the poison had their armor instantly corroded, screaming miserably, and died on the spot. "Bastard!" the commander roared, drawing his sword to fight to the death. Just then, a cold light suddenly streaked through the air. The toad demon seemed to sense something. Its eyes had just started to turn when it got pierced through the next moment, with blood gushing out like an explosion and its enormous head bursting apart. Even the divine soul it hadn't yet used was exterminated along with it. The commander stood stunned, staring in disbelief at the scene. In the sky, the red eyebrow Taoist looked towards the darting flying sword, and his previously indifferent expression suddenly changed. 15 Li realm? His eyes narrowed as he scanned the vicinity. Could it be that someone from the Xiao family had arrived? Nevertheless, he was not afraid and spat out a red flying sword from his mouth, slashing towards the incoming sword light. The edge of the sword seemed to sense the killing intent of his red sword, and suddenly changed direction, fiercely charging at the red eyebrow Taoist. The red sword swirled, emitting a dragon-like low hum, as if it was going to sever Li Hao's flying sword. But the next moment, the flying sword accelerated fiercely, crossing paths with the oncoming red sword, then charged straight at the red eyebrow Taoist. The red eyebrow Taoist's pupils constricted, a look of horror spread across his face. His object manipulating Qi circulation skill was a top-tier treasure nearing peerless quality, with a maximum control speed of 18 Li. However, the change in speed of his object control were far less than this flying sword. Whoosh! It was an almost instantaneous assault. The red eyebrow Taoist's face showed panic. He swiftly turned to flee while calling the red sword back for defense, but it was already too late. His body coiled, his robe loosening and falling, revealing his massive true form. a red-scaled flood dragon. It appeared quite old, for the flood dragon had 2 long brows. Curled like a snake, its body tucked up. To strike its head, the flying sword had to penetrate the flesh covering it. Li Hao didn't intend to rely on brute force. After all, the sword was borrowed. The flying sword turned in midair, and then the light of the sword suddenly blazed intensely. Endless Sea, second technique. Severing River. If the first technique, Tidal Surge, and the third, Bright Moon Rising, were group attack moves, then Severing River was a single target kill move. It seemed as though the sound of a river roaring could be heard throughout heaven and earth. That was not the sound of water, but countless streams of air and natural energies, all being split apart automatically. A sword's momentum fell. The red flood dragon let out a scream of utter agony as its curled body was cleaved into 3 sections by the sword. The enormous head was split in 2, and the divine soul that burst out failed to escape before being swiftly overtaken and extinguished by the flying sword. Thud! 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 The body of the massive dragon fell from the sky, plunging into the surge of demons below. The hot, searing dragon blood that splattered on some of the demons caused them to shout in panic and disarray. The previously wind-like attack of the demon wave, in an instant, turned into chaos. The heads of the divine travel realm great demons fiercely fighting with Lu Shanqing, Song Yueyao, and the others atop the city wall, hearing the red eyebrow Taoist scream. All paused, and upon turning to look, they witnessed that terrifying scene. The red eyebrow Taoist had been cleaved by a flying sword. As a 15-li realm expert arrived, everyone was pleasantly surprised, looking around. Could it be the Xia family had come? As Song Yueyao was stunned, an image popped in her mind, but the person she recalled previously wielded a damaged, demon-slaying saber. Not this sword. Could it really be the Xia family? Speaking of which, where is that guy? Song Yueyao couldn't help but look around, yet she did not see Li Hao's figure. Similarly, she did not see any generals from the Xia family. Perhaps they were standing somewhere out of sight. While everyone was rejoicing, the remaining great demons were panicked and disordered. This sudden change was completely unexpected. Reinforcements? The Xia family? No matter what it was, the red eyebrow Taoist was dead. Even he was instantly killed. The other remaining divine travel realm demons didn't stand a chance. Moreover, it was said that the red eyebrow Taoist had cultivated in the Holy Palace, possessed a millennium of Taoist practice, and was an extremely strong existence even among those in the 15-li realm. The giant strength true god from the Black Wind Mountain Range, who was once a tyrant outside Songyu City, known as the giant god-demon king, was also defeated by the red eyebrow Taoist and had no choice but to obey his command. However, faced with a 15-li realm expert from the Xia family, was the red eyebrow Taoist really so vulnerable? The demons were terrified and hastily began to retreat, no longer caring about the demon tied below them. And as the great demons fled, the other soul succession realm demons also saw the situation. The red eyebrow demon king had fallen. How could they continue to fight? The hordes of demons behind were still rushing forward, but the demons in front were already frantically turning to flee. Their collisions with each other caused the entire demon tide to become chaotic. Meanwhile, after the flying sword killed the red eyebrow Taoist, Li Hao continued to maneuver it through the battlefield, pursuing the escaping divine travel realm great demons. These great demons had the power to regroup and come back. Li Hao naturally would not spare them. The sword light was like divine lightning, swiftly passing through the battlefield. The fleeing divine travel realm great demons, stricken with terror, tried to resist, using their life-saving demon art. But under the divine speed and immense power of the flying sword, they stood no chance, effortlessly pierced through with no suspense. One by one, the great demons screamed as they fell. These great demons could only scatter and hope that Li Hao's object control range wouldn't be enough to catch up with them. But as Li Hao operated the flying sword, he himself began to move, flying towards the north of the city. Seeing this, Wei Feng, who had been ready to retreat, changed his mind. With Li Hao as a strong 15 Li realm expert by their side, it seemed unlikely that the city would be taken, unless it was by a heavenly human realm great demon. And if that were the case, why would a heavenly human realm great demon need the help of other demons and cause such a commotion? Laying waste to a city would be just a matter of casual effort, a task that could be completed in the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. But a heavenly human realm great demon entering the region would be even more dangerous. If it committed such a massacre, it would definitely be pursued to the ends of the earth by the 5 great divine general mansions, and so they rarely invaded alone. If they invaded mixed within the demon race forces at the border, they would not be individually marked for pursuit, and it would also be easier to retreat back into the demon realm to save themselves. Thinking of this, Wei Feng immediately took Ren Xianxian and Li Yuanzhao and leapt forward to pursue, wanted to see the outcome of the battle for themselves. With him at their side, if the situation turned bad, he could also retreat to safety in time. At the same time, with Li Hao himself in action, the range of his object control expanded. The divine travel realm great demons had not even escaped the battlefield before they were cut down one by one. How can his object control distance be so far? A great demon that had shrunk into a small ball of black fog heard the whistling wind behind it and showed deep despair in its eyes. Whoosh! The sword light flashed by, shattering the black fog. After all 8 divine travel realm great demons perished, Li Hao maneuvered the flying sword to turn and slash towards the demon tide. The sword light sewed through the demon tide like threading a needle, with blood splattering incessantly as the demons were reaped crazily. The once ferocious demon tide, in the blink of an eye, was left with nothing but a tragic sea of blood and countless corpses. The remaining demons scattered and fled. Seeing this, the city defenders immediately called to others to pursue and attack. Lu Shunqing and the Qi family also led their disciples, rushing out to hunt down the demons, a rare opportunity to earn merit. In less than half the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the demon tide had collapsed. Gazing at the demon corpses littering beneath the city walls, and notably the most striking Red Jiao's body, severed into 3 sections, many of the city defense army felt as if they were dreaming. They had already despaired, even having written their wills and left them in their military tents, yet they ended up successfully defending the city. An attack by demons? Under the onslaught of the flying sword, it seemed almost farcical. The ferocious buildup ended abruptly. The demon clouds hovering in the north, following the death of the Red Eyebrow Taoist and the successive deaths of other divine travel realm great demons, had already dispersed, and the sky returned to clarity. Atop the city walls, soldiers and officers alike cheered with raised hands. When Yu Shuhong rushed over, all he saw was the scattered demon horde and couldn't help being stunned. 20 years of deceitful coexistence with demons and painstaking efforts, all defeated by a single youth with a sword. Besides being emotionally stirred, he also felt an unspeakable sadness and bitterness. Seeking help everywhere, pleading, but it was all as fleeting as bubbles. What was the point of all his compromising and struggling over the years? He knew well that only strength could clear every obstacle. But since his transfer here, with official duties weighing on him, how much spare time did he have to cultivate? He stood speechless, looking up to the sky with a light sigh. The tide of demons had ended. Given the number of their dead and injured, Sangyu City should have no fear of demon intrusions for decades to come. But what about himself? He smiled bitterly, then composed himself and walked towards Li Hao. Li family's young master, I, Yu Shuang, shamelessly represent all the people of Sangyu City in thanking you for your aid. Yu Shuhong's expression was solemn, hands clasped together, eyes grave, as he bowed deeply to Li Hao. Li Hao beckoned with his hand, and the flying sword in the distance came floating over like a cloud, landing in his palm. He looked at the city defender beside him, a middle-aged man with a tanned, rugged face bearing the marks of exposure to the elements. It was a trifle. No need for thanks, Li Hao said calmly. Yu Shuhong's mouth twitched with bitterness, and he immediately said, "My collusion with demons and fraternizing with them, I will report to the imperial court. Furthermore, the young master's merit in defending the city, I will also record and submit, with all the soldiers here as witnesses. Your credit for this feat will not be diminished." Merit, a trifling matter. Li Hao shook his head slightly, unimpressed. Seeing Li Hao's indifferent and casual demeanor, Yu Shuhong paused for a moment, recognizing that the youth's eyes were clear, not falsely modest. But whether he was modest or not didn't matter. As he said, the credit was too significant to be obscured. To note, during ordinary times, earning merits was extremely difficult. Even in a state of war, earning great merit was no easy feat, with the most common methods being penetrating enemy lines, being the first to scale walls, capturing flags, or beheading generals. There were also merit awards for capturing leaders or annihilating the enemy. The first two, penetrating enemy lines and being the first to scale walls, were second-class merits that, according to Diyu's reward and title laws, could confer a second-tier noble title. Capturing flags and beheading generals, on the other hand, were first-class merits, even harder to attain, which conferred a third-tier noble title. The noble titles in Diyu were ranked from lowest to highest: Knight, Baron, Earl, Marquis, and Duke. Above the dukedom was the most prestigious title of Divine Marquis. The ancestors of the 5 great divine general mansions were divine marquises. They followed the former emperor in battle, establishing the Yu Dynasty and earning incredible merits that lasted 1,000 years. Apart from divine marquis, all other titles had 3 ranks. If one could earn a first-class merit, it would result in becoming a first-tier knight. If it was a second-class merit, then one would become a second-tier knight. If one was already a knight and then achieved first-class merit or 3 second-class merits, one would be promoted to baron, awarded with farmland and lands, akin to being a noble landowner. If one was an earl, one could receive an estate. Earning merit was difficult, but today Li Hao had single-handedly defended the entire city and its citizens. His merit surpassed even a first-class merit award. As for how to calculate it specifically, Yu Shuhong didn't bother to think about it. He would leave it to the imperial court, estimating it to be at least a third-tier baron. The demon horde scattered in disarray, and Li Hao found Fu at the top of the city walls. Seeing Fu fallen unconscious with serious injuries, Li Hao couldn't help but heave a silent sigh. It was his fault for arriving late, failing to protect Fu properly. Li Hao located Yu Shuhong and asked him to arrange for someone to treat Fu's injuries. Yu Shuhong agreed without hesitation. He immediately had someone carry Li Fu down and sent the best military doctor to treat him. Wei Feng, bringing along Li Yuanzhao and Ren Qianqian, found Li Hao and witnessed the scene here as well. The monsters outside the city had been routed. Below the high walls, corpses were strewn everywhere, no different from the west side of the city. If anything, there were more bodies, and the blood flowed even thicker. There weren't many injured on the city walls. Seeing Li Fu being carried down, and then looking at Li Hao, who didn't even have blood on his sleeves and appeared unscathed, a twitch formed at the corner of Wei Feng's mouth. Since ancient times, it's always the family's warriors who covertly protect their young masters. This was the first time he had seen a young master covertly protecting a warrior of the family. It seemed the Li family was turning the world of Tiangang upside down. "Your sword." Li Hao saw Ren Qianqian and remembered, immediately handing over the sword he was holding. Suddenly a thought crossed his mind. "No, it's your sword." Ren Qianqian, clearly unaware of what the young man in front of her was thinking, took the sword with a complicated look in her eyes, yet her gaze remained fixed on Li Hao's face. She, who had always known her beloved sword as well as the back of her hand, didn't even notice the slightly dulled edge of the blade at that moment. "Are you really at the 15 Li realm?" She bit her lips slightly, asking with complex emotions. This question was also eagerly sought by Du Qiyue and the others. Despite seeing Li Hao walking on air and defeating the horde of demons, everything seemed like a dream, too surreal. Wei Feng's expression changed slightly. He looked at his young mistress with concern. Encountering a monster like Li Hao was a massive blow for his peers. If his young mistress's sword spirit collapsed and she never recovered, it would be terrible. Li Hao simply smiled, without saying a word. But that was an answer in itself. Rin Qianqian thought about the bright moon and couldn't help but ask, "That sword technique of yours, want to learn it?" MHM. Rin Qianqian's eyes suddenly brightened, and she nodded emphatically. "Sad to say, that's one of my family's peerless sword techniques, and it's not to be shared. Nonetheless, if you're willing to become a retainer of the Li family or agree to serve for 30 years in the Yuan camp, I could teach you," Li Hao said. Rin Qianqian was stunned, but then she clenched her teeth and said, "I can be your retainer." "My!" Li Hao was surprised. "Do you understand what being a retainer means? Once you are one, it's for life. With your father being a Grandmaster in your status, you'll enjoy endless wealth and honor in the future." In his eyes, it was clearly an unnecessary act. Not like him, burdened with a debt, in need of settling. "Yes, miss, please don't be rash," Wei Feng quickly said. If the young miss could learn something by following Li Hao, he would certainly welcome it. But to become someone's retainer, such status was far too low. If Li Hao weren't right there, he'd have been even more stern. Rin Qianqian shook her head, saying, "As long as you're willing to teach me that sword technique, I'm willing. Moreover, I've long heard about your Li family's listening rain tower, which encompasses myriad cultivation techniques from all over the world. If I become your retainer, could I also take a look inside? You sure have a knack for calculating your gains," Li Hao responded with a smile. "But to enter the listening rain tower, I'll have to consider your performance." "No problem," Rin Qianqian said earnestly. Wei Feng couldn't hide his anxiety. "Miss, for such a significant matter, you should discuss it with your master. I am myself, and he is himself. He has his own path as a Grandmaster. In the future, I will have my own path too." Rin Qianqian spoke with seriousness. How foolish. Wei Feng's mouth twitched, wondering what sort of path one could have as a retainer. He dared not imagine how, upon returning from this trip, his master would most likely skin him alive. Li Hao had not expected this youngster to be so stubborn, but through the years, he had come to understand the people of this world. They were quite shrewd. Some entrenched feudal ideologies were deeply rooted, like the idea that a man is nothing without achievements, looked down upon and despised by everyone. Women, too. In this martial world, while there are certainly gentlewomen of noble families, there are also many girls who from a young age aspire to vie with the sun and moon. Not to mention, this little girl comes from a martial arts family. What was even more critical was that she had comprehended the essence of the sword, was obsessed with and focused on swordsmanship, and could even do things beyond common sense to practice her skills. Just like he would be thrilled to travel thousands of miles over mountains and through valleys for a game of chess. "All right then, think it over on your way back, and we'll talk again once we return to Qingzhou," Li Hao said, afraid that the young lady might act impulsively. Upon hearing this, Wei Feng couldn't help but give Li Hao a grateful look, his mind rapidly going over how he could persuade his young lady to drop this idea. Rin Qianqian, however, shook her head slightly, saying no more, as she knew her mind was made up and no one could dissuade her. Li Hao glanced at Li Yuanzhao next to him, who seemed to have a belly full of words to say to him, patted his shoulder, and signaled that they would talk later. Li Yuanzhao, understanding Li Hao's intention, contained his excitement and nodded vigorously. With that settled, Li Hao found Yu Shuhong and inquired if there were any collections of poetry, paintings, musical scores, or perhaps recipes from some illustrious chefs in Sanya City. It was a rare occasion for him to go out, and he did not want to return empty-handed. Hearing Li Hao's request, Yu Shuhong was a bit perplexed and bewildered. He had thought Li Hao would ask about other things, but instead, it was all about these irrelevant trinkets. He gave a strange look, considering that these young masters might have some peculiar hobbies. He didn't ask further and told him everything he knew. Still, as a military man, he hadn't paid much attention to such things and promptly summoned a scholar from the mansion and had him take Li Hao for a stroll around the city. Mount Wuliang. As one of the top powers of the Great Yu Dynasty, the realm of Brahma Pure Land where Mount Wuliang was located was extremely vast, home to continuous mountain ranges, imposing and majestic Arhat Buddha halls, and over 1,000 Mahayana Buddha peaks. The vast clouds and mists wafted about, giving the entire Pure Land an ethereal, transcendent aura. At this moment, in front of the Vajra Heart Palace on one of the Mahayana Buddha peaks, a man and a woman, two figures, climbed from the foot of the mountain to the entrance of this grand and imposing palace. This is the Vajra Heart Palace of my junior brother Qianfeng. The young monk, clad in a kasaya, said with a smile. Vajra Heart Palace? The woman beside him had cascading black hair, a face as beautiful as a peach blossom heart, and eyes as clear as a tranquil lake, now filled with surprised and bright ripples. Vajra Heart Palace? Last time he was still a Gandharva Dharma god, and now he's already a Vajra. Gandharva Dharma god and Vajra were both titles within the Buddhist ranks of Mount Wuliang. The Gandharva Dharma god required the cultivation level of divine travel realm. To be a Vajra, one had to reach the 15th realm. Junior brother Qianfeng is naturally clever, came to the mountain at the age of 6 to study under the infinite ancient Buddha, reached power passage realm perfection at the age of less than 8, perfect Zhou Tian at 10, succeeded in inheriting our Buddha's true spirit at the age of 10 and a half, and at 14, he was already in the divine travel realm. The young monk continued with a smile. Since returning from slaying a demon down the mountain last year, junior brother Qianfeng secluded himself for 3 months. Before the age of 18, he broke through divine traveling, formally entered the 15th realm, was conferred the title of Vajra, with the Dharma name Qingzhou Vajra. The woman beside him showed a look of shock. Qingzhou Vajra, that Dharma name was quite significant. It was evident how highly Mount Wuliang regarded him. Her eyes deepened with admiration, and the image of that figure wielding a sword to slay demons in the demon forest became much clearer in her mind. "Hurry, take me to see him," the woman said eagerly. The young monk glanced at her and chanted a Buddha's name softly. "Nan, although junior brother Qianfeng is a secular disciple of our Buddhist sect, he has great aspirations. I'm afraid your visit this time may be." "I don't care. Let me see him. I will speak to him myself," the woman interrupted with a shake of her head, knowing what he was about to say. But she had always been bold in love and hate, wanting to clear up everything. "All right then." The young monk, upon hearing this, shook his head slightly, remembering what his master had said about greed, anger, and delusion. This female donor had committed the delusion. "Please announce my arrival. I've come to register for junior brother Qianfeng," said the young monk as he approached the entrance of the Heart Palace and spoke to the 2 soldiers wearing armor and holding steel spears. The soldiers' armor bore a special mark with a golden yuan character scorched into their shoulder armors, which made the young monk think of the young man's illustrious status inside, and couldn't help but feel a mix of envy and admiration, but immediately realized that he was being greedy and quickly chanted a Buddha's name in his heart. A soldier from Yuan camp glanced at the young monk, recognized his identity, nodded, then turned and entered the Vajra Heart Palace to report. Soon after, a young man dressed in a blue robe and wearing a half-length kasaya in mysterious yellow walked out from the palace. He stood tall and straight, with star-like brows and sharp eyes. Beneath his fierce brows, there was a pair of cold and resolute eyes. With a sword at his waist and an imposing presence, he resembled a proud dragon. "Brother Song." Upon seeing the young monk, Li Qianfeng nodded slightly. "Li Qianfeng, do you still remember me?" The beautiful woman beside him spoke out, staring at the young man, her eyes lighting up. Li Qianfeng glanced at her and frowned. "You are. 1 year ago, Qingfeng Ridge." The woman's eyes shimmered with hope. "Do you remember?" Qingfeng Ridge. Li Qianfeng's eyes revealed a hint of reminiscence as he pondered. "It seems the demon there has already been eliminated. It's me, Murong Qiulan. Back then, it was you who shielded me from that Wind serpent demon's attack. Without you, I would have already died. Murong Qiulan said hastily. Li Qianfeng frowned slightly and glanced at her. You came here for? I said at that time that I would definitely repay your kindness. I, Murong Qiulan, would not marry anyone but you in this lifetime. Blushing, Murong Qiulan summoned the courage, biting her teeth as she spoke. So, you are here to repay your debt with ingratitude? Li Qianfeng raised his eyebrows. Murong Qiulan. The young monk beside them cast an astonished glance at Li Qianfeng, who could speak such harsh words to such a beautiful woman. Indeed, this junior brother truly deserved to be a direct disciple of the Buddha Lord. I just want to repay you. Murong Qiulan bit her lip, speaking with a sense of grievance. She had traveled thousands of miles, used connections to come up the mountain, only to encounter such a cold reception. What is your family background? Unmoved by the woman's pitiful appearance, Li Qianfeng calmly asked. Murong Qiulan was momentarily stunned, then quickly responded, The Murong family is the foremost great clan in Bai Feng City. My father, the clan leader, already reached the 15-li realm in his youth, traveled widely, and made extensive connections. He has long since stepped into the heavenly human realm, and, given the chance, this life might not be without hope of reaching the 3 immortal realms. Your father's age? He just turned 54 this year. He's already old. Li Qianfeng shook his head slightly. With such talent, reaching the immortal realm is arduous, and even if he truly steps into the immortal realm, he would count for nothing in front of my Li family. Your family status is too humble. Murong Qiulan opened her mouth slightly, speechless. How could she not be aware? Considering family background, how many in Dayu could compare to the young man before her? She clenched her teeth and said, But my mother said, if 2 people truly love each other, why bother about family background? I don't mind. I am willing to forego a dowry. I don't want anything, I just want you. Your words are very greedy in themselves, Li Qianfeng said indifferently. I myself surpass countless dowries. Marrying me is like gaining half a province. The matter of my marriage will be decided by my mother in the future, and she would only consider someone of equal social standing, such as a princess or the daughter of a duke. Your family status is probably not esteemed by her. Murong Qiulan's face turned ashen, at a loss for words. She hadn't expected this to be the case, coming forth as a woman to confess her feelings, even inclining herself to pursue him, and yet to be spurned. The young monk nearby was astounded by Li Qianfeng's words. This junior brother was incredibly fierce. But what if the person you marry in the future is not to your liking? Murong Qiulan was biting her lip, feeling as if her heart were bleeding. Li Qianfeng said impassively, Matters of marriage are essentially transactions, not about liking. In this life, only the sword accompanies me. The rest are merely trivialities. Upon hearing this, both were stunned, and then silence ensued. The stunning young man before them, like a proud dragon under the sun and moon, possessed exceptional talents, yet he seemed to have devoted all his heart to the sword in his hand. Clearly, discussing love and affection with such a person was futile. Murong Qiulan was silent for a long time before she said, I understand, but if I were willing to marry you as a concubine? As she said this, she raised her head again to look at the extraordinary young man. The young monk beside her changed his expression slightly, glanced at the woman, and subtly turned his head away, somewhat unable to bear it. Is this what the master spoke of as the world's foolish passions? As a concubine, Li Qianfeng pondered for a moment and said, As a Grandmaster's daughter, you barely qualify, but must wait until after I am first married. I can wait. Murong Qiulan immediately said, Very well. Li Qianfeng nodded his head once, not saying more, then turned to the young monk beside him and asked, Brother Song, did you bring the registration book? I'm about to leave the mountain for a while after coming out of seclusion. The young monk snapped back to reality, nodded, and pulled out a register from his kasaya, along with a brush and ink. Brother Qianfeng, you have been up the mountain for more than a decade. Are you returning home this trip? Indeed, it is time to visit home, but before that, I must also strive for some achievements. As Li Qianfeng spoke, he took the brush and ink to register. The young monk asked in surprise, "Oh, does Brother Qianfeng still need achievements?" Brother Song jests, "We of the Li family must each earn our own accolades. Moreover, this return is to compete for a true dragon position. Having some achievements surely helps," Li Qianfeng replied, appearing very amiable as he made quick work of the registration before handing back the brush and ink to Brother Song. The young monk blew the register dry, closed it, put away the brush and ink, and said with a smile, "Brother Qianfeng, you are too cautious. With your cultivation level, who can compete with you for the true dragon position?" Li Qianfeng smiled faintly, his gaze drifting to the distance. In his mind, an image surfaced, that of the woman his mother had mentioned when she visited him on the mountain. Li Wushuang. A year ago, when he descended the mountain to slay demons, he also heard her name. She had already made it to the Qingzhou list's Qian rank. A ninth-grade battler, taught by a renowned master, a year and a half younger than him, she had already earned a reputation in Jianghu, one step ahead in making a name for herself. This journey would see her as his greatest competitor. Though they had not met, Li Qianfeng felt a premonitory sense that she was following closely behind his footsteps. Thinking this, he slightly curled the corner of his mouth, determined to let his cousin know that not everyone could catch up to his shadow. He believed in himself, as well as the sword in his hand. "May I accompany you?" Beside him, Murong Qilan seized the opportunity and asked cautiously. She looked at Li Qianfeng with a pitiable expression, the image of his sword strike that crushed the Yin-Wind serpent demon still echoing in her mind. "If you can keep up, then follow me," Li Qianfeng said indifferently, unfazed by her demure demeanor. Inside Songyu City, after the demon calamity was resolved, Li Hao and others were also ready to make their way back home. The business of the Monster Suppression Department had also slowed down, with no other tasks besides cleaning up the demon corpses outside the city. Temporarily, hardly any demons dared to invade Songyu City, unless it was some foolish little demon with a lack of spiritual intelligence who dared to commit offenses against the wind. Meanwhile, Li Hao collected calligraphy, poetry, and books throughout the city, reaping significant rewards. Name: Li Hao. Age: 14. Cultivation level: peak of the 15 Li realm. Sword Dao: 6th stage flying phase, hidden bow. Sword techniques: endless sea, true form. Falling snow sword skill, avalanche, true form. Physical body path: 6th stage, myriad forms, tiger press. Physical techniques: golden skin 100 refinement, vajra, true form. 1000 jiao's holy body, transform into jiao, true form. Primordial 5th layer, true primordial body. Dragon cicada void body, dragon ascent, true form. Control path: 6th stage. Control techniques: Heavenly Gang Zhou Tian skill. Heavenly Gang, true form. 100 battles cycle heaven skill, unparalleled, true form. Dragon River divine meridian. Dragon's breath, true form. 9 revolutions starry sky skill. 9 revolutions, true form. Fist technique, 6th stage. Fist techniques: half-step invincible fist 6th layer, perfected. Heaven and earth penetrating fist, perfected. Body technique path, 2nd stage. Movement technique by Fengxing, perfected. Chest Tao, 5th stage, 18322/50,000. Art of painting, 5th stage, 8273/50,000. Poetry and books, 3rd stage, 4999/5000. Musical rhythm, 3rd stage, 4999/5000. Fishing Tao, 5th stage, 21827/50,000. Culinary Dao, 6th stage, 99999/100000. Chess Catalog Collection, myriad forms, tiger press, flying phase, hidden bow, concealing brilliance, 7 phoenixes lighting the lamps. Masterpiece Painting Collection, 1000 Mountains Birds Flying Painting, Snow Mountain Spirit Fox Painting, Kylan Steed Painting, Blood Sea Fierce Jiao painting, mountain landscape painting, Qiongqi Mountains painting, poetry and books catalog collection, Zhao Xinhuan's poetry, Song Yuan's poetry, musical scores collection, Phoenix Seeking Mate, Hidden Orchid, Moonchime, Little Hushao, fishing catalog collection, none, cooking recipes collection, none, state of mind, chess mind, expended, art mind, expended, fishing mind, expended, culinary mind, expended, artistic skill points, 1. On this trip, he acquired 2 chess manuals, Concealing Brilliance and 7 Phoenixes Lighting the Lamps. Li Hao chose to embed Concealing Brilliance into his physical body path, and soon, its attributes became apparent. Concealing Brilliance. In a relaxed state, the body rapidly heals itself, and severed limbs can slowly regenerate. This effect was excellent, although he had hardly ever been injured. 7 Phoenixes Lighting the Lamps was a chess manual for a trapping and killing formation. Li Hao wanted to use it in both the Sword Dao and the control path, but after some thought, he chose the control path. As the embedding occurred, its attributes also became evident. 7 Phoenixes Lighting the Lamps. After 7 cycles of cultivating, one can temporarily double the strength of their cultivation. Seeing this effect, Li Hao was somewhat astonished. This effect was too strong, wasn't it? It implied that if he cycled his meridian opening skill and qi circulation skill 7 times, the strength would be doubled. It was known that as his control path reached the 6th stage, most of the cultivation techniques he commanded had also reached the true state. Some lower-tier techniques, under profound insights into the Tao, could even evolve into high-grade techniques. Also, when many techniques advanced, Li Hao's number of meridians significantly increased, from 69 to 98. The qi circulation cycles increased from 248 to 369. Just the qi force of his inherent Zhoutian realm totaled over 8 million jin. With the instantaneous doubling effect of the yin and yang dual pulse, it could reach over 17 million jin. Even the imperial family only possessed about 2 million jin, nearly 9 times more, and now, with this attribute effect, it would be 18 times. The gap was as vast as the difference between the clouds and the mud. However, Li Hao knew that such an increase, although it harmed the body, belonged to a short burst of aggressive attack. Moreover, he had not yet fully opened all 108 major meridians in his body to reach the limit. There was still room for improvement. The only aspect that had reached its limit was probably his soul, which had managed to condense the heaven and earth law manifestation. This trip yielded tremendous gains, including 2 chess manuals, 3 masterpieces, 2 poetry collections, and 4 famous musical scores. Li Hao had not chosen to embed any of them at the moment. He believed that with his current strength, only the heavenly human realm could possibly force him to exert his full power. Then he would know which areas he was still lacking and could further compensate for them. When the city defense army was clearing the demon corpses outside the city, Song Yueyao also reported the situation at the Black Wind Mountain range to Yu Shuang. Yu Shuang immediately sent scouts to verify the information. When the scouts saw the mountain top covered with demon corpses, they were utterly shocked. The number of demon corpses here was no fewer than those piled up outside the city, especially that neatly arranged high platform of demon corpses, which contained all great demons, and roughly counted, there were more than 20. The scouts also saw the legendary strength true god bear demon that had been well known outside the city, but now it too had become a lightly decaying, foul-smelling corpse stacked at the bottom of the flesh platform. The scouts' legs trembled, and they hurried back to the city to report everything in detail to Yu Shuang. After listening, Yu Shuang stood still for a long time before exhaling deeply. Having been stationed in Songyu City for so many years, he naturally knew that the great demons lurking around Songyu City must have all been slain by Li Hao. If it hadn't been for the Tan Palace Academy coincidentally assigning a task that Li Hao happened to accept, Yu Shuang dared not imagine what Songyu City would have become at this moment. He was both exhilarated and sighing, feeling as if a great rock that had been weighing on his heart for decades had finally fallen. 2 days later, the demon corpses outside Sangyu City were mostly cleared away, and the academy task for Li Hao and the others was declared to be over. Their arrival was hurried, but the return journey seemed leisurely and relaxed, as Yu Shuhong provided a carriage for the group. He personally escorted them to the city gate to bid farewell. Young master, I've already reported the matters of Sangyu City to the provincial government. Additionally, once everything here settles down and is handled properly, I will personally go to the imperial capital to request death as my punishment. Outside the carriage, Yu Shuhong bowed solemnly. Li Hao looked at him, immediately understanding that he was prepared to take all the blame upon himself. Are you aware that shouldering such responsibility all on your own could implicate all 9 of your clans? Li Hao said. Yu Shuhong's expression remained calm. He calmly said, I know, which is why I've already severed ties with my 9 clans. 12 years ago, I cut off all relations. And according to the laws of Deyu, after breaking off relations for more than 10 years, one shall be deemed as unassociated, without any connection, and the crime will not implicate others. Li Hao looked at him intently, saying, It seems you are also a good chess player. You flatter me, young master. Li Hao did not say more. He withdrew his hand and let down the carriage curtain. It's a pity you won't be able to taste the wine brewed in Tiger Robe Head Tavern. Yu Shuhong's body shook slightly, and after a moment of silence, he lifted his head with a faint smile on his face. If the young master doesn't mind, someday when you pass by Sangyu City, pour a cup on this road, and consider it as sharing a drink with me. The breeze stirred the curtains, causing a gentle sway. From inside came a single word. Agreed. Yu Shuhong's smile grew even more radiant. The carriage began to move slowly as the coachman cracked his whip. In the morning sun, following the official road lined with green cypresses, it moved steadily onward. The city and the figure at the city gate gradually shrank into the distance. But it was still vaguely visible that the person was waving an arm towards the carriage, as if saying goodbye, then made a long, deep bow, until they could no longer see each other. Inside the carriage were only Li Hao, Rin Qianqian, Li Yuanzhao, and others. The coachman, a soldier from Sangyu City, would have to drive the carriage back to Sangyu City on his own after dropping Li Hao and the others off at Qingzhou. Wei Feng had already bid them a hasty farewell the day before. With Li Hao present, there was no need for him to protect his young mistress from the shadows. He was now more worried about his mistress actually agreeing to Li Hao's proposal to become his follower. Even though Li Hao was of high status, Ren Qianqian was, after all, the daughter of a Grandmaster, and being a follower was a label that would stick with her for life. He had to hurry back and request reinforcements, as only his master could persuade his mistress. As for Li Fu, his injuries had not yet healed, so he stayed in Sangyu City to recuperate. At that moment, less than half a day's journey from departing Sangyu City, on the Imperial Road, 2 swift horses suddenly approached from ahead of where Li Hao and his company were traveling. The riders on the swift horses seemed to recognize the flag of Sangyu City on the carriage, and, after passing by the carriage at a distance of several tens of meters, they suddenly pulled the reins, turning around to come back in front of the carriage, blocking the path of several individuals. Stop there. The riders on the swift horses were a man and a woman. The man in his 20s wearing purple armor, a sword at his waist, and a flying feather cap on his head, full of valiance. The woman was dressed in purple fine armor and wore a bow on her back and a sword at her waist. She had no helmet but a head full of black hair that trailed behind her with the cloak of her armor. Are you a soldier from Sangyu City? After bringing the carriage to a halt, the young man immediately gripped the whip, pointing at the coachman somewhat angrily. The coachman, startled at first, quickly saw the armor of the 2 individuals and, shocked, hurriedly rose and knelt. Commander Yu Ming of the Sangyu City Defense Army, at your service. Why are you here? And who are the occupants within the carriage? The young man shouted angrily. We heard that Sangyu City was attacked by demons. Are you deserters who have abandoned the city? By saying this, A chilling killing intent already appeared in his eyes. Carriage driver Yu Ming hastily explained, "Your Excellencies have misunderstood. The demonic calamity in the city has already been quelled. I am following the orders of the city's lord, escorting these Tan Palace Academy students back to Qingzhou." Tan Palace Academy students? Upon hearing this, both individuals' eyes flickered slightly, and the young man's expression softened a bit, saying, "Call them out. I want to take a look." The Tan Palace Academy in Qingzhou is world famous, and they too were aware of it. However, it held no necessity for them to go there to study. Inside the carriage, Li Hao and the others heard the commotion outside. Yu Wei, who was sitting at the carriage door, immediately lifted the curtain to look out, wondering which fool was causing trouble. It was one thing to stop him, but inside the carriage were both Li Hao and Li Yuanzhao of the Li family. They're wearing the military armor of the Xia family. Li Yuanzhao immediately recognized the identities of the two through the carriage curtain. Belonging to the same divine general mansion, although Li Yuanzhao had not traveled far, he had learned about these noble families of the highest stream. The two individuals on the swift horses saw the youthful faces of Li Hao and the others, along with their Tan Palace uniforms, and immediately knew that the carriage driver hadn't been lying. "I asked you, what do you mean by saying the demonic disaster is resolved?" the valiant woman asked coldly, turning her eyes toward the coachman. The coachman nervously replied, "To report to your Excellencies, the demon caused chaos, but fortunately, Master Li of the Li family stepped in and quelled the disturbance." Master Li of the Li family? The young man frowned. Which Master Li of the Li family? The one from the Li family of the Divine General Mansion in Qingzhou. The coachman replied respectfully. Xia Yong and Xia Qingshuang glanced at each other. Could it really be them? Wait, Master Li? To be referred to as such, it must be someone from the third generation of the Li family. After all, the second generation of the Li family had already reached middle age, and only 3 members were left, all well known throughout the land. Yet it was rumored that during this demonic calamity, a great demon from the 15 Li realm was leading the siege, along with tens of thousands of other demons. Such a force, at the very least, required 2 prodigies from the 15 Li realm of the Xia family to suppress. But from the third generation of the Li family, no famous individuals have been heard of yet. More than a decade ago, however, a few caused a small ripple in the world. One entered Mount Wuliang as a disciple of the Buddha master at the age of 6. Another became a direct disciple of a Taoist from Qingzhou Mountain. It was also said that another was born with a fortune that matched the heavens and was personally named by Emperor Yu. Everyone thus deduced that his talents were extremely high. But later on, no news was heard, and rumors even circulated that he was a cultivation failure, though the truth behind those rumors was unclear. Could it be that the one from Mount Wuliang has entered the world? The two exchanged a look, knowing that the one addressed as Master Li couldn't be the Li family's young lady who had made her name known just a year ago on the Qian list. The third generation Li from Mount Wuliang should be 18 this year. 18 and already in the 15 Li realm. Xia Yong narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of battle spirit emerging. On the side, Xia Qingshuang appeared calm as she said, "Since that's the case, we can be at ease." She looked towards the coachman, asking, "How are the casualties within the city?" "To report to your Excellencies, only over 200 of the city's defending soldiers were injured, and about a dozen have perished." Coachman Yuming was extremely respectful. Both of them were taken aback. Such minor battle damages? How is that possible? Even with the assistance of the 15 Li realm, there would still be many casualties in a chaotic battle. Could it be that the intelligence you brought is incorrect, and there aren't that many demons? Xia Yong said sternly. The coachman shivered in fear and quickly said, "I would never dare to deceive you. There are countless demons, so many that they blacken the horizon. I heard there are 40 to 50,000, and I saw with my own eyes 7 or 8 divine travel realm great demons, as well as a red Jiao, but all thanks to Li of the Li family who cut them down and kept the whole city safe." Red Jiao. That must be the Jiao dragon driven out of the holy palace. Xia Qingzhuang's eyes moved slightly, and her expression became serious. That red Jiao is not like an ordinary 15th realm great demon. It possesses sorcery nurtured within the holy palace and is only slightly inferior to them in strength. I never expected that the third generation of the Li family would have such a capable person, Xia Qingzhuang said. Sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. This place is not Qingzhou, nor is it the Li family's territory. Xia Yong also believed the coachman's words now and snorted coldly. To act so high and mighty upon entering the world, how preposterous. Are the battlefields overseen by the Li family in northern Yin not chaotic enough? Hey! Inside the carriage, Li Yuanzhao, having heard this, couldn't suppress his anger and retorted, "What are you talking about? We help you, the Xia family, solve the demon scourge, and yet you blame us instead." Upon hearing the plump boy shout, both of them were startled. Xia Yong's face changed slightly, and he asked, "You are a disciple of the Li family?" "Of course," Li Yuanzhao said, his face full of anger. "These students from Tan Palace Academy, they should not dare to impersonate the Li family." Xia Yong immediately felt a twinge of embarrassment. Initially, he had only intended to express dissatisfaction behind their backs, but his words were overheard. Now that it had come to this, admitting his mistake would only undermine the Xia family's prestige, so he maintained a stern face and said, "To be admitted to Tan Palace Academy, a Li family disciple's talent must be just so." His words seemed to have angered everyone. After all, Tan Palace is a top-tier academy. Although it may not compare to Mount Wuliang or Divine General Mansion, gaining entry is extremely difficult. To the other party, it seemed to be spoken of as a place of little worth. However, although Du Qiyue and the others were annoyed, they dared not say anything, for this was the Xia family's domain. Li Hao was somewhat surprised. He never imagined there truly existed people in the world with such low emotional intelligence. No wonder those ancient military officers could not outsmart civil officials. Such remarks were bound to offend people the moment they were uttered. "Yong brother, let's go." Xia Qingzhuang, realizing that Xia Yong had spoken inappropriately, decided not to linger any longer and prepared to go to Tsangyu City to see if everything was all right before returning home as soon as possible. Xia Yong snorted coldly, taking the opportunity to gracefully make an exit. Li Hao said, "Are you just going to leave like this?" Xia Qingzhuang frowned and looked towards the youth sitting in the center of the carriage, instantly recognizing that this young man seemed to be the core of the group. "You solved the demon scourge for you, and you can't even say thanks, and now you have the audacity to criticize the Li family's affairs in Northern Yin?" Li Hao said coldly. If they hadn't mentioned Northern Yin, he might not have bothered to care. But with his parents still in Northern Yin, and despite not having seen them for over a decade, which might mean not much affection ran deep, he still remembered the 3,000-year-old demon corpse sent back by his coarse father and the concerned look in his young mother's eyes. In his heart, he naturally considered them his family. "What exactly are you?" "Picking a quarrel. The Li family has been fighting in Northern Yin for over a decade, swallowing all the hardships. Is it not right for the court to provide food and equipment?" Xia Yong's face darkened as he looked down at Li Hao. "Bastard! How dare you insult Hao brother?" Li Yuanzhao fumed with rage, and he would have taken action personally if he was not aware that the two before him were very powerful individuals. "My Li family has been fighting for over a decade, keeping the difficulties to ourselves. Isn't it proper for the court to supply the food and equipment?" Li Hao said indifferently, "What? Has the Xia family never sought assistance from the court? As a fellow Divine General Mansion, you should understand the difficulty of guarding the frontier. Instead, you ridicule us here. Is this how the Xia family teaches its members? Are you also a third-generation Li?" Embarrassment and annoyance flashed across Xia Yong's face. "The Li family is simply lawless. We haven't even left Qi State yet, and this is the Xia family's jurisdiction. What gives you the right to question our Xia family's 1,000-year teachings?" "Slap him. He was at the 15th realm, ready to strike a slap at any moment. Under the control of object manipulation, others had no control over their own bodies. But Li Hao's palm remained still. He merely narrowed his eyes sharply, and the power of object manipulation enveloped and suppressed the area above the adversary's head. With a whine, the purple-horned horse ridden by Xia Yong let out a cry of anguish. This warhorse was of the same outstanding breed as the red-blood horse. Battle-hardened, and having witnessed countless demon blood, it naturally carried a fierce and murderous aura. However, at that moment, its hooves suddenly gave out, and it knelt down. Xia Yong's face changed drastically on horseback, intending to leap into the air, but the suppressing force caused him to tumble directly off the horse. He struggled up from the ground in a flustered manner, a flash of horror crossing his face as he stared at the young man inside the carriage. Although dressed in the same academy attire, the young man exuded a noble air. 15 Li realm? Impossible. Xia Yong could hardly believe it. How young this teenager was, yet his realm was comparable to his own, and that object manipulation divine power was even more tyrannical than his own. Xia Qingzhuang's pretty face changed slightly. She stared at Li Hao and asked, "Which young master of a Li family are you?" Li Hao couldn't be bothered to answer, just coldly said, "I need an apology from you, or no one is leaving today." "You," Xia Yong said angrily, "this is Qi State, not Qingzhou. Even if this place were at the doorstep of your Xia family, you would still owe me an apology." Li Hao articulated each word. "Very well, then I shall see whether you can really bear it." Xia Yong suddenly invoked his divine soul, transforming into a beam of golden light and thrusting his palm toward Li Hao. Li Hao sat still, a flash of golden light behind him. His own divine soul flew out and suddenly smashed out with a punch. This was a peerless technique taught by his second uncle, the half-step invincible fist. This technique was even more powerful than the fourth form of the endless sea by 3 parts. However, he did not strike with full force. With a thud, at the moment of the impact between the fist and the palm, Xia Yong's divine soul melted like snowflakes in a furnace, rapidly disintegrating and shattered by the punch. Xia Yong's face instantly turned deathly pale. He violently spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, looking at Li Hao in horror. He raised a trembling finger. Unable to speak, his vision darkened, and he fainted to the ground right then and there. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, and Li Hao's divine soul had already returned to his body. Xia Qingzhuang regained her senses. Her expression changed dramatically, realizing that the soul injury was severe. Even with the Xia family's countless precious medicines for recovery, one would have to rest for at least half a year to a year. For ordinary people, it might even take decades to heal. Such a ruthless move. Xia Qingzhuang looked at the young man inside the carriage. His face was as cold as ice, and he looked back at her as well. "Your attack was exceedingly ruthless." Xia Qingzhuang gritted her teeth and said, "Today, if it weren't for me, other descendants of the Li family would have either swallowed their anger or truly slapped you." Li Hao's gaze was icy. For your Xia family to dare to make the Li family suffer such an insult in public. What audacity. Not killing him was already showing mercy. A flicker of indignation passed through Xia Qingzhuang's eyes, but knowing she was in the wrong and furthermore not being a match for the young man, she immediately raised her hand to gesture, lifting Xia Yong's body onto the horse from afar. She then said, "In light of your rescue of Sanyu City, I won't trouble you any further. Let's end this matter here." With that, she spurred her horse forward, carrying Xia Yong back on their way. She had originally planned to visit Sanyu City, but now with Xia Yong seriously injured, she needed to take him back to the clan to be treated to avoid any lingering ailments. Seeing the other party leave, the several people inside the carriage also realized that the exchange between Li Hao and the opponent was likely a clash of divine souls, which they, having not progressed in soul cultivation, could not perceive. "The Xia family is really unreasonable," Li Yuan Zhao said huffily. "Didn't expect the Xia family to be like this." Ren Qianqian frowned, By now, she already considered herself a follower by Li Hao's side, half a member of the Li family. Coupled with Li Hao's words at the tea stall on their journey, she held respect for the Li family in her heart. Seeing the Xia family of Divine General Mansion acting so unrulily and unreasonably, she couldn't help but feel disappointed. Li Hao watched the others leave and did not attempt to stop them, simply shaking his head slightly and instructing the coachman to continue on their journey. This incident wasn't too important to him. It was common for large families to have arrogant individuals. He had heard somewhat of the Xia family's amazing feats and did not develop hostility towards the entire family, though his impression of them did drop slightly. Back to Qingzhou, Li Hao and the others, carrying the mission letter from the Monster Suppression Department of Songyu City, returned to Tan Palace Academy to report. The letter bore the official seal of the Monster Suppression Department, and all 5 of them received full marks in their evaluations. Upon receiving the letter, Su Yehua wasn't surprised. After all, with 2 young masters from the Li family joining the mission, the Monster Suppression Department in Songyu City, possessing the slightest bit of discernment, wouldn't make things difficult for them. As for the truth behind the letter, she couldn't be bothered to scrutinize it closely. After all, background was a part of one's strength too. Even she had to show some courtesy to these young masters and ladies of the Li family, in consideration of the face of the Divine General Mansion. Jianghu was never outside the city, but within it. After the reporting was over, Ren Xianqian found Li Hao and expressed her wishes. She had made up her mind. Li Hao, however, didn't agree immediately, but instead asked her to discuss with her parents. After all, becoming an attendant sword servant was a serious matter. It wasn't easy to break away once one joined. Learning the peerless technique of the Li family would bind her to them for life, and even giving up one's cultivation level wouldn't set her free. After Li Hao finished speaking, Ren Xianqian revealed that she lost her mother when she was young and didn't wish to discuss it with her father. This was a decision she could make on her own. Seeing this, Li Hao was even less inclined to agree and suggested that it would be better for her to communicate with her father. The young lady was inexperienced in the ways of the world, and he couldn't just spirit her away so easily. Otherwise, if her Grandmaster father caused a commotion at the mansion in the future, although the Li family wouldn't be afraid, it would still be an unsightly mess. Having refused Ren Xianqian, Li Hao took Li Yuanzhao and returned to the long-missed mountain and river courtyard. He placed the box containing the head of the tiger robe immortal in his room, and, with other delicacies collected from Songyu City, had Qingzhou deliver a portion to the 5th elder guarding the family shrine, while he took the rest to Listening Rain Tower. Not finding the 2nd elder at Listening Rain Tower, Li Hao saw the daylight and instantly knew that at this time, the 2nd elder was likely fishing by the shore of Blackwater Lake. He immediately flew out from Listening Rain Tower, heading for the shore of Blackwater Lake. Before long, the vast expanse of Blackwater Lake came into view. Li Hao found the 2nd elder's usual fishing spot and, indeed, saw his and Elder Feng's figures. Noticing someone approaching, the 2 turned their heads to look. Li Hao descended from the sky, landing next to them, and said with a smile, "2nd elder, Elder Feng, how was the catch today? Who caught more?" "It's our heir." Feng Bopping's face showed a smile as he said, "Of course, I'm the one who caught more." Li Hao's ability to fly didn't surprise them. They already knew about his approximate cultivation level. After all, at the age of 12, this young fellow had, in front of the 2 elders, accidentally fished up a small flood dragon from the divine travel realm. That had shocked and envied them greatly. The shock was from Li Hao's frightening talent, surpassing even that of Li Jiulong, who was said to be a once-in-a-millennium genius. But their envy was due to this lad's luck for actually managing to catch a flood dragon. As for the silly dragon that was caught, they were both angry and annoyed, and after Li Hao cooked it, they ate several portions with gusto. While eating, they muttered to themselves, "Why didn't it bite my hook? Is my hook not attractive?" Words aside, trouble aside, seeing the talent Li Hao displayed, even the fame indifferently Muxio was tempted, on the spot, to teach Li Hao martial arts, and hoped he would focus more and not waste his time in frivolous pursuits. With such talent, Added to his personal teaching, Li Hao's future achievements might even surpass his own. If the Li family could produce a true immortal, it would truly cause an earthquake across the land. But Li Hao promptly sought the advice of Elder Feng, the Saint of Thieves, who had a more open view and persuaded Li Muxiu to relent. With the example of Li Jiulong, Li Muxiu gave up the idea, allowing Li Hao to choose the life he liked. Li Muxiu had also realized early on that, even if he forced Li Hao to cultivate, the youngster would probably not do so wholeheartedly, which was quite frustrating. He was puzzled, seeing that, without witnessing Li Hao's training, his realm was nonetheless soaring rapidly. Because of Li Hao's persistence, his cultivation affairs were not widely publicized by Li Muxiu, so others in the mansion were still unaware. At that moment, hearing Feng Bopping's smug laughter, Li Muxiu gave him an annoyed glance. What's the use of catching more? They're all small fish and shrimp. I'm aiming to catch a dragon. Neither of them used fishing rods while fishing. They simply used energy from heaven and earth as lines to pierce through the bodies of small demon fish, guiding them to where bigger fish or flood dragons might be hunting for food. Catch one first, then talk, Feng Bopping laughed. Li Muxiu snorted lightly, noticing the packages in Li Hao's hands, and said, "Where did you buy these? Weren't you at Tan Palace Academy bullying the kids?" "I just went on a mission for the academy, brought back some delicacies from Sanyu City," Li Hao said with a smile as he shared the food with the two elders. "Here, these are delicious." "Wow, there's dairy crisp in this twisted donut." Feng Bopping took a bite and commented, "The taste is good." "You've grown thoughtful, kid," Li Muxiu said, laughing as he picked up some food and started eating. At this moment, the white fox, Xiao Ro, joyfully ran over. Li Hao squatted down to embrace it in his arms and took out a piece of roasted meat for it. "Don't worry, I haven't forgotten about you. This little fox of yours, just like a cat, sure loves to eat fish," Li Muxiu commented. Xiao Ro, holding the roasted meat with her two small paws, chewed meticulously. Hearing the words of second elder, she revealed a fox's typical grin, her eyes curving into slits. Li Hao smiled, rubbed her head, and let her eat to the side. He also took out a portion for himself, sat down beside the two elders, and began to eat, chatting idly as he did. "It shouldn't be long now before your father returns," Li Muxiu said while eating a crispy biscuit. "Oh," Li Hao expressed in surprise. Could the war that had lasted for over a decade finally be coming to an end? "I heard there's been a twist at the northern Yin battlefield, and the Holy Palace intends to retreat," Li Muxiu explained. Li Hao's eyes brightened. Does this mean he would get to see his parents? "Little Hao heir, it's been over a decade since you've seen your parents. Do you still recognize them?" Feng Bopping teased with a smile. Li Hao thought for a moment. The images of his parents in his memory had indeed gotten somewhat blurry. Li Muxiu gave Feng Bopping a disgruntled glare. It was quite the unwelcome reminder. He then said to Li Hao, "It just so happens that your generation has all grown up. The Li family's true dragon seat will likely be decided this year. With your father back to support you, securing the true dragon seat should be almost certain," he said. "With Hao heir's talent, is there any dispute?" "If it was up to me, I'd give him the true dragon seat right now," Feng Bopping said as he ate. Li Muxiu shot him a glance. "I wish it were that simple. Do you think managing the vast affairs of the Li family is like being a lonely old man like yourself? We must keep other branches of the family satisfied. We can't favor one over the other and foster resentment in their hearts." He then turned to Li Hao and said, "Right, Hao heir." "MHM," he replied. Li Hao nodded with a smile. He had long heard talk of the true dragon seat from his second elder. Each generation, the Li family would select a true dragon who would receive the most abundant resources from the family, and also receive assistance from numerous ancestors in the ancestral shrine to enhance the quality of their soul. The number of soul forms that one could condense in the soul succession realm was closely linked to the targets inherited from the ancestors. There were 80 for the four-stand realm. Yet, there exists another method to increase the number of condensed souls, a secret technique created by the ancestors of the Li family. With the combined effort of the ancestral spirits, the quality of the soul forms could be elevated, reaching a level comparable to the true human tier inherited by the royal families. That is 180 condensations. Upon reaching the divine travel realm, they would also help condense the divine soul, expanding the reach of the divine soul realm. Furthermore, upon attaining the 15th realm, they would also help by imbuing the power of the ancestral spirits, pushing the 15th realm beyond the pinnacle genius level, achieving top-tier standards. The so-called true dragon is to be unrivaled in their realm, truly invincible. At the same time, as a true dragon of the Li family, one must bear the duty of enhancing the power granted by the ancestral spirits, and take on the legacy of the entire Li family. Without any mishaps, they are expected to become the head of the family. If there are millions of prodigies in the world, reaching the 9th rank battle physique would put one in the first-rate category. And for a 9th rank prodigy of the Li family, coupled with numerous supreme cultivation techniques, this would be considered among the top echelons. And the true dragon would surpass the top tier. Although Li Hao was already at the 15th realm, if he became a true dragon, he would still enjoy the reshaping and assistance of the ancestral spirits for the previous realms. Apart from the soul succession realm, Li Hao felt that he had yet to reach the limits of the other realms. Even for the soul succession realm, he didn't know whether he could continue to progress and was quite eager about it. Of course, the most important aspect was that if he didn't take the seat of a true dragon, it was highly likely to fall to another individual. Had it not been for the poisoning incident years ago, Li Hao wouldn't particularly care about the position of the true dragon. After all, being a true dragon carried with it immense responsibilities to carry on the legacy of the Li family, a millennium-old noble house, push through all obstacles, and perpetuate and magnify its glory. He knew very well how taxing it would be. Only, someone had attempted to ruin him for the sake of their son's prospects years ago, scheming more than a decade in advance. Naturally, Li Hao couldn't let them get their way. He had been waiting for this day. The test for the true dragon looks at all aspects, not just innate talent, but also temperament, connections, contributions, and so on, Li Muxiu told Li Hao. Sending you to Tan Palace Academy was also to let you get out and make some friends, not just keep company with us old folks all the time. Feng Bopping sneered. Don't kid yourself. Talent is definitely the most important. Everything else is just icing on the cake. Get out of here, don't lead Hao heir astray, Li Muxiu said with a stern look. Huh. Feng Bopping burst into laughter. Li Hao smiled quietly, listening to the two elders banter. Before long, the line of the second elder's fishing rod twitched. Something had taken the bait. As the sun set into dusk and stars began to sprinkle across the riverside sky, with the evening drawing near, Li Hao cooked a demon fish that Feng had caught, preparing a barbecue that served as dinner for the 3 men and a fox. Song Yueyao returned to Tan Palace from Songyu City with a tired look on her face, her task as a patrol envoy completed, and she temporarily set aside her official duties to report back. She had already learned that Li Hao and the others had returned ahead of schedule, and by now, they must have already arrived back in Qingzhou. Thinking of the strength Li Hao had displayed, she clenched her teeth in secret frustration. She had seen all sorts of geniuses during her years of study in Black and White Hall, but it was her first time encountering someone like him. This, to some extent, struck a blow to her. Yu Yao. As Song Yueyao was preparing to return to Black and White Hall to report Li Hao's situation to her grandfather truthfully, she happened to run into Su Yehua, who was passing by outside the hall. Seeing her friend, Song Yueyao slowed down her steps. Su. The two were only 3 years apart in age and had known each other as sisters for over a decade. You're back so soon? Was the task successful? You didn't encounter any great demons, did you? Su Yehua asked gently upon seeing Song Yueyao's weary state. Upon hearing great demon, the image of neatly arranged demon corpses piled up high on the mountaintop flashed through Song Yueyao's mind, causing her complexion to change slightly. What is it? Su Yehua also looked slightly stunned. Could it be that she had really encountered a great demon? It's nothing. Song Yueyao shook her head slightly and then, with a sudden thought, asked, Su, have Li Hao and his group already come back? Surprised, Su Yehua knew of Song Yueyao's cool nature over the years, her indifference to outsiders, and her usual lack of concern. Why would she ask about the two young masters of the Li family? Suddenly, she remembered that the task location assigned to those two also seemed to be Qingzhou City. What? Did they make trouble for you? Add to your difficulties. Thinking of one of them, known for his lax demeanor and fondness for sleeping in class, Su Yehua frowned slightly and said reassuringly, "After all, he is a young master from a prominent family who likes to act spoiled. Don't take it personally." Song Yueyao was taken aback for a moment, then shook her head and said, "No, there was a major incident in Qingzhou City. If it weren't for Li Hao taking action, I might not have been able to return at all." "What?" Su Yehua was stunned, looking at Song Yueyao in disbelief, wondering if she had misspoken. Song Yueyao was not surprised by her reaction. It seemed her sister was not yet aware of Li Hao's strength. She recounted briefly what had happened in Qingzhou City. After listening, Su Yehua stared at Song Yueyao, dumbfounded. 15 Li realm? Him. Images of the boy who used to sleep soundly during class flashed through Su Yehua's mind. If she remembered correctly, his registered age upon admission was 14 years old. Seeing Su Yehua's shocked expression, Song Yueyao couldn't help but smile, feeling an inexplicable sense of joy. It seemed she wasn't the only one who had been frightened. The weariness on her face also dissipated quite a bit as she waved to Su Yehua. "I'm going to report in first." With that, she turned and left gracefully. Coming back to her senses, Su Yehua suddenly had an epiphany. No wonder Li Hao never attended classes or participated in the martial arts ranking. With such a level, he could be teaching the others himself. However, having such a cultivation level, did he really need to join Tan Palace Academy? She felt puzzled and decided to inquire more the next time she met Li Hao. Within a few days, the disciple from Alpha Academy who had been sent out for academy tasks had all returned one after another. Su Yehua gathered the disciples to evaluate their performance on this round of tasks. The standout performances undoubtedly came from the teams led by the two princes, who had chosen the hardest tasks worth 15 credits and each received full marks in a unanimous team vote. In addition, they established meritorious deeds during the tasks, assisting the Monster Suppression Department in cracking significant cases, receiving 1 third-class merit and 1 second-class merit respectively. As for first-class merits, they're hard to come by outside war-torn border areas. Even second-class merits were quite astonishing. Could it be that they also encountered a demon attack on the city? Du Qiyue and Yue whispered among themselves. Yue glanced over and said in a low voice, "I don't think so. It's possible that the Monster Suppression Department was just currying favor with them, attributing original merits to them. Or perhaps the place they went to had something to do with their family's influence." "Shush!" Du Qiyue was startled and hastily signaled him to be quiet. Yue also realized his indiscretion. The complex politics behind the royal family were not something they should discuss. Even though these two princes were not favored, they were still of royal blood, and who knew if one day they might ascend to great heights. Beyond the two princes, the next best performers were Wang Han, Li Yun, and their siblings, who also took on the most difficult tasks and achieved full marks as a team, although they did not earn any additional merits. The expressions on the faces of other noble family disciples varied. Some whispered among themselves, some admired their strength, while others sneered privately, unconvinced, attributing their success to connections. Though only in their teens, they had already witnessed the huge disparities brought about by differences in status, and this gap would help them become more perceptive and worldly. These two, Li Yuanzhao watched as Li Yun and his sister were praised by teacher Su Yehua. Despite a cool facade, his eyes could hardly hide his joy. Li Jining was still fine, but when Li Yuanzhao saw Li Yun's arm wrapped in gauze, clearly injured but still smirking contently, he couldn't help shaking his head. Given Li Yun's strength and status, such injuries were likely due to impatience to excel in the task. Compared to the showy Li Yun, Li Yuanzhao couldn't help thinking of Li Hao. He liked playing with Li Hao, not only because their backgrounds were similar, but also because he genuinely admired the air about Li Hao. How to describe it? Using some of the strange terms Li Hao once used, it was all about the swagger. always maintaining a calm and relaxed demeanor. He acted as if everything was but passing clouds. If you encounter a mountain that's hard to cross, then we just go around it, Li Hao would say. If he only knew how to slack off, it wouldn't count as a talent. But this time in Songyu City, Li Hao single-handedly defended the city and slew the great demon, earning remarkable achievements. Yet he remained low-profile and unostentatious, as though it were a minor incident. Just this quality alone put him leagues ahead of Li Yun and the others. Even those two princes, who feigned composure, couldn't compare to Hao in Li Yuanzhao's eyes. Moreover, even though he was at the 15 Li realm, Li Hao never boasted. If he had been like Li Yun, spreading the word everywhere, the whole world would have likely known by now. Everyone seeks fame, but Li Hao says fame and wealth are burdens. When Li Yuanzhao first heard this, he felt as if struck by a revelation. Even though he didn't understand completely, he just felt it was awesome. That's precisely why Li Yuanzhao liked to follow Li Hao around. Not for anything else. He just simply loved to learn. "Teacher, where is Li Hao?" At this moment, Li Yun noticed the absence of Li Hao beside Li Yuanzhao. He knitted his brows, a sudden unease gripping his heart. Could something have happened to him? "Li Hao." Su Yehua glanced at the empty space next to Li Yuanzhao, a complex look flashing through her eyes. She said, "He was an exceptional case and has been admitted to the Black and White Hall." "What?" At her words, the whole Alpha Academy erupted in uproar. The noisy chatter instantly became like a bustling market, with everyone jostling and asking why and how. In the crowd, Jiang Ye's originally smiling face suddenly fell. Even as a prince, he had not been an exception, and yet the son of a Li family was given an exception? His face darkened, but recalling the earnest teachings of his instructor back in the palace, he regained a calm expression. Yet inside, he seethed with fury, unable to fully conceal the shadows in his eyes. "Teacher," Jiang Yi spoke up, and suddenly the rest of the noise seemed to quieten down. Why was he accepted as an exception? Jiang Yi fixed his gaze on Su Yehua. Su Yehua, perceiving the prince's inner wrath, thought to herself that if he had reached the 15 Li realm, no, even the divine travel realm, he could have been accepted as an exception. Yet her face remained serene. With a smile, she said, "Li Hao's cultivation level is above all of you, and he has distinguished himself with top-grade merit during the assignment in Songyu City. Thus, to teach according to his aptitude, he was granted early admission to the Black and White Hall. If he were to remain here, we teachers wouldn't be able to instruct him, and he would simply be taking up one of your spots on the martial arts ranking." Upon hearing this, everyone looked at each other in astonishment, all bewildered. Li Hao's cultivation level was higher than theirs. Could the other party have already attained sole inheritance? But what's this about top-grade merit? Li Yun and Li Jining were also full of question marks, equally bewildered. The two looked towards Li Yuanzhao. Both had been at Songyu City, so why hadn't Li Yuanzhao made any notable achievements? Seeing Li Yun and his sister's gaze, Li Yuanzhao just smiled subtly, feeling secretly thrilled. "Want to know? I'm not telling you." After all, Hao had told him not to publicize it. When he asked why, Hao simply said he wanted to enjoy a few more days of leisure. However, the incident at Songyu City was too significant to be kept secret for long. Li Yuanzhao was very much looking forward to it, wondering what expressions this brother and sister and the others would have once they knew of Hao's cultivation level. After their uncle, their Li family would once again make a name for themselves across the world. Thinking of that scene, he could hardly wait for time to pass faster, for the news from Songyu City to spread. Meanwhile, in the Black and White Hall of Tam Palace, Palace Master Song Yufeng sat in the hall. The tea before him had lost its steam, gone cold, yet he sat there entranced, forgetting to sip. Beside him, Shun Yinqing, Zhao Zhongyan, and many other elders of the Tam Palace were present, with only a few absent due to other commitments. Song Yueyao also sat on a chair at the back, just like everyone else, scrutinizing the youth before her. Li Hao felt the gaze of the people around him, like they were watching a monkey, somewhat helpless. It had been more than 10 minutes, and no one had spoken. In that time, he thought he could have painted two pictures. I'm very happy that you all let me enter the Black and White Hall directly. But I do not like this waste of time. Li Hao cleared his throat and spoke humbly and innocently. The gazes from Song Yufeng and the others, resembling those who observe monkeys, finally began to wane in intensity. Li Jining of the Li family, who had fallen from grace a decade ago, had startled the world. A 19-year-old achieving the immortal status was unheard of. It was a pity that they never got to see his face while he was alive. But now, seeing this 14-year-old at the 15th realm made them unable to help themselves from observing closely, wondering if he really had some unusual features or supernatural limbs. Being mere mortals, how did this young man cultivate? Song Yufeng observed carefully for a long time, growing increasingly astonished. He had stealthily probed Li Hao's cultivation level with his breath, but found he could not see through it. With his own realm, he struggled to scrutinize, a sign that the young man must have cultivated some secret technique to conceal his cultivation level, and to a profoundly deep level at that. It was known that such techniques often offered minimal enhancement to direct combat abilities. Yet here was Li Hao at only 14, spending time on such a superfluous skill and still reaching the 15th realm with his cultivation level. His talent was perhaps a bit extraordinary. Back when the emperor had conferred a name, indeed, the emperor's vision was accurate. Palace Master Song Yufeng thought to himself, and his reverence for that grand figure seated on the dragon throne grew deeper in secret. You have reached the 15th realm. With such talent, even Gan Tao Palace would be suitable for you to enter as a disciple. Song Yufeng asked Li Hao curiously, I would like to ask, why did you choose to come to our Tan Palace Academy? The others also looked curiously at Li Hao. Was it for that peerless technique, or was something else? Song Yueyao also gazed intently, waiting for Li Hao's response. The reason? Li Hao thought back to that day and said nostalgically, I guess it was that morning when I just wanted to eat a piece of Mianyu fragrant crisp. Everyone. What? They had considered various answers, but this was not among them. What in the world was Mianyu fragrant crisp? A piece of crispy snack? The reasons why people wanted to enter Tan Palace Academy were many. For revenge through martial arts, for fame, for carrying on a family business, for padding their resume, but they had never heard of someone doing it for a deep-fried, crispy snack. Silence fell in the hall. After a moment, Song Yufeng came to his senses and said with a bitter smile, that fragrant crisp must be really delicious. MHM. Li Hao's expression turned serious, and he spoke with some enthusiasm. If you get the chance, you must try it. Remember to look for the right sign. It's from Old Lu's family in Qinglian Alley. Seeing Li Hao earnestly making the recommendation, everyone was dumbfounded. The fragrant crisps of Qinglian Alley. Song Yueyao murmured to herself, unintentionally noting it down. Could it not be for our Tan Palace's peerless Taiji, Qinkuan sword skill? Huang Licao couldn't help but ask. He felt that Li Hao's answer was too evasive. What was this nonsense about a fried snack? Tan Palace Academy attracts geniuses from across the 19 provinces, not only because of the exceptional teaching level of these individuals, but also because of this peerless technique. This is also the treasure of Tan Palace Academy, not easily passed on to others, but those who can become the top student of Tan Palace's White Hall certainly qualify to learn it. If I can incidentally learn this swordsmanship, that would indeed be nice, Li Hao said with a smile, acknowledging the fact. He indeed came for this peerless technique, just not, as the other party had thought, as his main purpose. After all, if he were truly in urgent need, he could completely entrust Feng to sneakily steal a copy by making an imprint. Hearing Li Hao say this, Huang Licao's lips curled into a smile, his face revealing an as expected expression, thinking to himself that this kid was really good at playing his role, almost fooling him. Song Yufeng and the others exchanged glances, also revealing smiles of understanding. After Li Hao left Tan Palace, Song Yufeng looked at the others and said, since he has come for the Taiji Qinkuan sword, does anyone have any thoughts? The Li family did indeed keep their promise. Shen Yinqing stroked his beard and smiled. Back then, the third son of the Li family took an imprinted copy of the Taiji, Qingzhou sword from us. He assured us it would never be passed on to a second person, and to think he truly kept his word. Indeed, it's no wonder this young fellow came to our place. A senior elder nodded, clearly having a favorable impression of the actions of the Li family's third son. Although back then, the third son from the Li family had enraged the entire Tan Palace Academy with his demeanor, but times had changed, and now the third son of the Li family had long since died in battle beyond the frontiers, and they had let bygones be bygones. Moreover, it was said that before his death, the Li family's third son had used the Taiji Qingzhou sword to thrust through 17 demon kings, deterring a host of demons. This allowed the peerless technique to shine its brightest light in the world, which more or less brought glory to their Tan Palace Academy. He is just enrolled, so we can't just give it to him that easily, can we? Someone said, looking toward Song Yufeng. Song Yufeng's heart stirred, but he remained silent. What to do then? The boy's at the 15 Li realm, and if we put him in the White Hall, he'd be like a hand pressing down on a group of elites, taking the top spot if he wanted to. We old folks can't possibly go down and fight him, can we? Zhao Zongyuan said irritably. Have you forgotten our rule? One needs to attend Tan Palace Academy for 3 years to qualify. Otherwise, if the Divine General Mansion's true dragons come over, wouldn't they take it whenever they wanted? The elder said. That's true, but to have him stay here for 3 years would be a waste of a genius time, wouldn't it? Shen Yinqing frowned slightly, saying this. After all, he had played chess with Li Hao, shared drinks, and even tasted the young man's barbecue, which was truly extraordinary, so he felt a bit biased toward him. The Academy's rules are thus. We can't make an exception for the Li family now, can we? A long-faced senior elder said, his face stern. Huang Lizao said, we have already broken the rules this time. Don't forget, we at Tan Palace Academy teach geniuses, and geniuses are meant to break conventions. If we bind them with rigid rules, that's when the real problems will arise. But if we set this precedent, won't it degrade the value of the technique if geniuses from other divine general mansions come to claim it? Watching the endless debate among the people, Song Yufeng pondered and then said, how about we give him 2 options? He can either teach at Tan Palace for 1 year or take up a nominal teaching position in our Black and White Hall. This way, the sword manual wouldn't be considered lightly passed on. Hearing the palace master's words, everyone quieted down, looking at each other knowingly. When it comes to cunning, you truly are the master, palace master. Next to Thousand Ring Cliff by Tan Palace, at the edge of a deep pond. Li Hao was passing by this area on his way down the mountain and, struck by the charm of the deep and clear waters, felt an urge in his heart. He immediately returned to the student residences within Tan Palace to fetch paper and ink, then returned to the edge of the pond. He set up his easel and began to draw beside the pond. The experience system for the art of painting was quite user-friendly, with the amount of painting experience gained depending on the artistic conception or cultivation level of the subject of the painting. For instance, replicating a great demon would yield more experience. The same goes for portrait painting soft individuals with high realms. However, after reproducing the same image a certain number of times, the experience gained would gradually reduce. Therefore, he needed to constantly draw different subjects. But Li Hao guessed that if he wished to achieve spiritual awakening in the art of painting, he would probably need to put aside the idea of experience and bring a certain subject to a transcendent level. Only by repeatedly painting the same thing 100 times, 1,000 times, or 10,000 times, might he be able to capture its spirit. However, his painting experience was currently at the 5th stage, not yet at the peak of the 6th stage, so he would focus on maximizing his experience first. Landscape painting with bold, free strokes. Soon the board under Li Hao's hand depicted a majestic and precipitous cliff. Then, with a flourish of his brush, the outline of the deep pond also appeared, and a painting that seemed to stand on the paper emerged. Li Hao produced 3 paintings in a row, his painting experience increasing with each. Plus 183, plus 145, plus 92. At the bottom of the pond, a huge shadow lay coiled on the stones. Suddenly, it opened its eyes, disturbed by the sensation of being spied upon, a feeling it found quite uncomfortable, disturbing its Qingming. With a whoosh, its spiritual thoughts swept out, discovering a young man at the bank. "Whose little ghost is this?" it grunted softly, abruptly rising from the stones, swiftly swimming towards the mouth of the pond, and leaping out. Splash, the sound of water splashed, falling on the shore. Li Hao, who was painting for the fourth time, preparing to fully exploit the scenery of the deep pond and sheer cliff, saw the sudden surge and rupture of the pond water, revealing a Kylan entirely drenched in blue. He was astonished. A water Kylan? He looked at the creature in amazement, the two staring at each other, big eyes locking on his small ones. "Who allowed you to be here?" Scram immediately. The water Kylan shook off the droplets from its head and scolded with a beautiful voice, surprisingly like the tinkling of spring water from a woman. Li Hao had heard that the founding palace master of Tan Palace Academy had once subdued a Kylan great demon to guard and protect the Tan Palace. He hadn't expected it to be right before his eyes. It is said to be a great demon king of the Four Stands realm. Li Hao's eyes immediately lit up, sparkling with shiny stars. "Senior." Li Hao promptly clasped his hands together, his attitude extremely respectful. "May I have the honor to paint a portrait of you?" If he could paint this water Kylan, his painting experience would definitely soar. Li Hao had already gleaned all the wool from the likes of Second Elder and Feng, along with Fifth Elder. They had provided him with a substantial amount of painting experience. The water Kylan was taken aback, tilting its head with a big question mark popping into its mind. Was this disciple from the academy so obsessed with martial arts that he had lost his mind? "What nonsense are you spouting?" The water Kylan's eyes revealed a trace of anger, and with a snort from its nostrils, the surrounding pond water seemed about to freeze over, emitting a heavy chill. "Scram, or I'll eat you." Li Hao knew it was bluffing, as the water Kylan couldn't harm a Tan Palace disciple, of course, unless some disciple went too far and truly enraged it. However, seeing the might it displayed at the moment, Li Hao felt a bit apprehensive. After all, neither Second Elder nor the others had ever shown such divine might before him. He steeled himself and said, "This junior is from the Leaf family down the mountain. Senior, if you ate me, I'm afraid it wouldn't taste very good." The Leaf family? The chill in the water Kylan's eyes wavered slightly. The taste could be more than not very good. It might even cause it to shed a layer of skin. "Humph. Even if I don't eat you, a little corporal punishment will suffice, and your Leaf family wouldn't dare do anything to me," the water Kylan coldly snorted. Despite its words, it had no real intention to harm Li Hao, as it would be somewhat in the wrong if those old youngsters from the Leaf family came to question it. It couldn't just say, "Your kid disturbed my peaceful sleep, so I beat him up," could it? After all, it was their senior. By the standards of the human race, it ought to show some magnanimity. Thinking this, it felt somewhat annoyed and stirred the pond water, about to sweep up Li Hao and send him flying off. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Li Hao suddenly shouted, "Don't move! Senior, please don't move." Li Hao said anxiously, "Just a moment, Senior. Please hold your current posture. I can finish very quickly." A trace of bewilderment appeared in the water Kylan's large, pure blue eyes. By now, Li Hao had already picked up his brush and was fervently painting on the canvas. The scene before him was too exquisite. The water Kylan stood upon the emerald pond, surrounded by surging waters, with a 1,000-ring cliff beside it. This painting could be considered peerless. "You, Senior, I'm begging you, please stay still." Mortified yet curiously, the water Kylan complied, having not encountered such a strange little fellow in 1,000 years. What was he up to? Seeing that the water Kylan was indeed keeping still, Li Hao's gaze sharpened as he stared intently at the paper, completely absorbed. He was somewhat lost in the process, his brush strokes swift. The ink flowed gracefully as his movements were smooth and fluid, with touches light and heavy, creating clear layers of depth. Half an incense stick's time later, as Li Hao was nearly done, the water Kylan had grown impatient, maneuvering the pond water to fall and saying, "Hey, what trick are you playing?" Luckily, by then, Li Hao had just finished painting the surging waves of the pond. He was deeply focused, with his brush dancing quickly across the canvas. Finally, as he completed the last blade of grass by the pond with his brush, the entire painting was done. Painting experience plus 1986. Surprised at such a large amount of experience, Li Hao was overjoyed. This single painting was worth hundreds of his usual ones. "Thank you, Senior." Coming back to his senses, Li Hao looked at the water Kylan's angry eyes and hurriedly bowed deeply in gratitude. His thanks were not just for the experience, but also for the cooperation of the subject, allowing him to complete such a painting. Immersed in the art of painting, his love for the painting itself had become as strong as the joy he felt from gaining experience. "Is it finished?" The water Kylan raised an eyebrow. Somewhat understanding human behaviors, it ordered indifferently, "Let me see it." Li Hao nodded, turning the canvas around. Instantly, a breathtakingly beautiful painting was revealed before the water Kylan. The sharp cliff edges like swords, the lonely and profound emerald pond, and the majestic blue Kylan standing atop, with raging waves surrounding it, like the sovereign of the waters. Its eyes gradually brightened up. Was this Kylan in the painting itself? Did it actually look this beautiful? Swiftly, the water Kylan's form flickered, and it stepped out from the emerald pond. As its front hooves touched the air, its body rapidly shrank, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a woman draped in azure robes. Her hair was water blue, a teardrop-shaped mark at the corner of her eye, her countenance capable of toppling states, and her pale, bare feet gently stepped forward, floating down in front of the canvas. The ink on the canvas had not yet dried, and the water Kylan also knew that touching it now would mar the painting. She looked carefully, and the more she looked, the more she liked it. The impatience that had been stirred in her heart had already dissipated like smoke and clouds. Her beautiful eyes turned to Li Hao. "Did you paint this for me? Do you like it, Senior?" Li Hao saw the delight in her eyes and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, smiling as he said, "If Senior likes it, then it's a gift to you." The water Kylan revealed a smile, making the whole cold pond seem much brighter. She laughed lightly. "I didn't expect to find such a skilled painter among humans. You've done a remarkable job. It almost feels like I'm standing on the paper myself. As long as Senior likes it." Painting is not just about copying. It's an artistic enhancement, like adding a filter, naturally making it look good. Li Hao looked at her and asked softly, "Senior, how about I paint a portrait of you in your present human form?" This time the water Kylan did not reject the idea. Instead, she showed interest and looked at Li Hao. "Can you still paint?" "As for painting, if Senior cooperates, I can paint all day," Li Hao said with a smile. "All right, then paint another one for me to see," the water Kylan agreed. "Good." Li Hao quickly agreed, seeing it as a rare opportunity to reap benefits. "Senior, please stand by the edge of the pond, slightly to the side. Yes, just like that." Li Hao had her strike a side pose, which, combined with her stunning beauty, made her resemble a wistful and gentle woman standing by the emerald pond. He swiftly began to draw. After a stick of incense had burned down, the second piece of art was completed. Painting experience plus 1,738. The experience had hardly diminished, mostly because transforming into a new form presented a different posture. Li Hao quickly handed the painting to her. The water Kylan glanced at it, and her eyes immediately lit up. The woman in the painting was sorrowful and melancholic, exuding a transcendent loneliness and purity like a water lily detached from the mundane world. "This is actually me." The water Kylan felt that the woman in the painting looked much better than how she perceived her real self. And the tinge of sorrow in her features, could it be the true reflection of her heart? Alone in the cold pond, 1,000 years of solitude, the Tan Palace was a place of humans and not her own. In these bustling human cities, her loneliness seemed even more profound. Gazing at the painting, she gradually became entranced. Seeing her absorbed, Li Hao did not speak to disturb her. Instead, he quietly tidied up the canvas, and then once more, he captured her enraptured appearance. In an era without photographs, his paintings could capture moments in time. Li Hao thought that most people would probably like them. Soon, the third painting was finished. Painting experience plus 1,541. The experience had diminished slightly, but it was still a substantial amount. Just 3 paintings had earned him over 5,000 experience points, a veritable windfall. When Li Hao finished the painting, the water Kylan also came back to her senses and asked, "Are you done?" "So you noticed after all?" Li Hao secretly chuckled in his heart. She had clearly sensed his presence, yet she had maintained an entranced posture, indicating she was willingly cooperating. "It's finished." Li Hao nodded and turned the canvas towards her. Seeing the third painting, a deeper smile appeared in the water Kylan's eyes. The entranced expression was vivid and lifelike, with the light casting angling reflections in her clear eyes, seeming to harbor a myriad of thoughts. She had indeed briefly revisited certain memories from 1,000 years ago, and he had seen through it. Could this human boy really read her? The water Kylan looked at Li Hao. Her gaze had become much more amiable as she said, "Your painting skills are indeed impressive. Did you say you're a descendant of the Li family?" "Yes," Li Hao nodded. The water Kylan, intrigued, said, "The divine General Mansion Li family is famous throughout the land, but as I know, the family rules are stringent, and all clan members are martial artists. How do they allow you to dabble in such minor arts?" "The art of painting is not necessarily a minor art." Li Hao smiled slightly. "Moreover, cultivating and painting do not interfere with each other, as there are always times when one tires of practicing." "Oh," the water Kylan raised an eyebrow. Li Hao temporarily concealed his myriad attributes, releasing his 15 Li aura, and then reactivated the myriad attributes. The water Kylan was momentarily stunned, her eyes widening in astonishment as she looked at Li Hao. 15 Li? Yet his blood and bone essence looked so fresh and tender. "Senior, since we have some free time today, why don't I continue to paint a few more pieces for you?" Li Hao offered with a smile. The water Kylan glanced at the paper in her hands, which she had forcibly dried out, and nodded. "That's fine." Li Hao inwardly smiled and promptly had her stand again by the edge of the emerald pond to continue painting. Soon, one painting after another was completed. After painting 11 canvases, the painting experience for the 12th had increased by only 351 points. Although it was much less than before, compared to painting other subjects, it was still considered generous. "Let's stop here for today." The water Kylan took the latest painting, glancing at it, her face beaming with a bright smile. "Are you dissatisfied, senior?" Li Hao, who was about to continue painting, asked. The water Kylan shook her head. "Today my appearance is too plain. Your painting skill is so exquisite. I should dress up a bit more for your next painting." Li Hao was momentarily at a loss for words, thinking that the love of beauty is something everyone shares, but he hadn't expected even the great demon king to possess it. Feeling that her look for the day wasn't pretty enough, but Li Hao thought she was already beatific. "All right then." Li Hao did not insist, as there were plenty of days ahead. "What's your name?" the water Kylan asked. "Li Hao." The water Kylan appeared slightly surprised. That name seemed a bit presumptuous, and it would fit better if Li Hao belonged to the royal family. "Senior, your name?" Li Hao asked, not missing the chance to bond. "I take my surname from the first palace master. My family name is Song." The water Kylan smiled and said, "My name is Song Qiuma." "Song Qiuma." Li Hao nodded slightly and said, "Senior Qiuma, the next time I'm free, I'll come and visit you again." "How should I call for you then?" "Just gently touch the pond water, and I'll know," Song Qiuma said with a smile. Li Hao remembered this and nodded. "Till we meet again, senior." Song Qiuma waved lightly, turned around, and drifted away, taking along about a dozen paintings back into the emerald pond. The paintings were covered by her power like a membrane, keeping the water from touching them. This dive should score a perfect 10, Li Hao thought to himself as he watched her enter the cold pond without causing a single splash. He didn't immediately put away his drawing board. but instead continued to paint the cold pond and the cliff. Even without the water Kylan's song Qioma in the paintings, the sheer beauty of the scenery alone provided plenty of experience. Li Hao had tried creating magnificent and imposing scenes in his mind, and even bizarre and ferocious creatures, but the experience gained from painting them was minimal. He didn't know why. Maybe it lacked some fine detail or charm. He then painted 4 or 5 more solitary cliff and cold pool paintings. After gaining 500 to 600 experience points, Li Hao felt it was about time to leave, but then he heard someone reciting poetry. Steep cliffs with weary mountains. White clouds drift like tears of heaven. Where does this narrow path lead? Who could fathom my intentions? As he spoke, a figure walked slowly toward him, and just as Li Hao turned around, the newcomer also looked his way. The two exchanged glances, recognizing each other's identities. A prince? Li Hao was surprised. This man was one of the 2 princes from Alpha Academy, apparently named Jiang Hanqing. Jiang Hanqing also recognized Li Hao. If anyone had caused a stir today at Alpha Academy, it was undoubtedly this young master of the Li family. From the moment he had entered Alpha Academy, he had noticed Wang Han and Li Hao, along with other signs of the divine general mansion, although he hadn't approached them. Thinking that he had recited poetry on his way here, Jiang Hanqing felt his face flush, somewhat hot and bothered. Damn it, why is there someone here? But this guy is a military general's son. He probably can't appreciate the finer points of poetry, right? After their brief eye contact, Jiang Hanqing managed to control the heat on his face and smiled to greet him. Young Master Li? Hello. Li Hao responded quite formally. He really wasn't interested in these members of the imperial family. The other prince, named Jiang Yi, had approached him and Li Yuan Zhao at the beginning of school to express a desire to make friends. But the young man's ambition was too plain in his eyes, and Li Hao didn't want to get involved with any troublesome matters related to the royal family. He also advised Yuan Zhao to keep his distance from these people, as these waters weren't suitable for easy wading. What are you doing here? Jiang Hanqing curiously surveyed the drawing board in front of Li Hao. It wouldn't have surprised him if Li Hao was here to practice his skills. But what was he doing with pen and ink? Considering that Li Hao had been exceptionally allowed into the Black and White Hall and had already ascended to the sole succession realm, Jiang Hanqing's gaze grew a bit more serious. Sketching, Li Hao said casually, withdrawing his gaze and once again busying himself with preparing the ink to start painting. Jiang Hanqing was somewhat taken aback, his eyes registering a flicker of interest. He had been secretly observing this young master of the Li family back at Alpha Academy. After all, this name was given by his own emperor father. He had heard his mother mention this from the time he was born. Upon meeting him at the academy, he couldn't help but pay extra attention. Li Hao's actions had indeed been extraordinary. Initially, Jiang Hanqing regretted thinking that such favoritism from the Li family had spoiled him. But today, after hearing teacher Su Yehua's words, he understood that this was a deeply hidden genius. Sketching, Jiang Hanqing curiously walked over and saw Li Hao start to paint. The solitary mountain and cold pond emerged onto the paper, depicted in an incredibly lively and picturesque manner. He was mesmerized. Coming from the royal family, he had been trained in martial arts from a young age, but he also cherished poetry and books, so he could certainly recognize that the painting skills were remarkably excellent. After Li Hao finished painting, Jiang Hanqing couldn't help but ask, "Li, you can also paint?" Without moving his eyes, Li Hao continued with his brush. "Can't you also write poetry?" At the mention of poetry, Jiang Hanqing's face reddened slightly. As much as he liked it, being able was another matter. He indeed knew a little, but the poem he just recited wasn't created seriously. The choice of words and phrasing all stemmed spontaneously, merely expressing the frustrations in his heart, without meticulous crafting. "Li, do you also understand poetry?" "A little." "Oh," Jiang Hanqing, quite surprised and intrigued, said, "Why don't you compose a poem then, Li?" "Compose a poem?" Li Hao glanced at him. His own poetry experience was already fully leveled up to 3 stages, yet he hadn't grasped the poetry heart, and composing poems wasn't his strong suit. "Exactly, why not? Use this cold pool you painted as the subject for your poem. And let's both write one. How about it? Jiang Hanqing was keen on a poetry duel and also intended to compare his skills with Li Hao's to recover some face for his casual recitation earlier. Lest people think that was his actual level of poetry. Li Hao glanced and said, "The cold pool, you say? You go first then." "You should start, Li. My poetic flair is shallow. I need to ponder more," Jiang quickly replied. Li Hao didn't think he was being modest. Judging by the poor poem Jiang had previously recited, he hadn't even gotten the rhymes right. "All right," Li Hao, ever capricious, didn't think much and began reciting. Li Bai sets off in his boat, suddenly hearing song from the riverside. 1,000 feet deep is the water of Peach Blossom Pond, not as deep as Wang Luan's gift to me. As he finished one poem, his hand didn't stop drawing. He continued sketching. In the past, reciting a poem by the immortal poet would have earned him hundreds of experience points, but now his experience was already maxed out, not gaining a bit. Out of respect for the original, he didn't change a word. Not fitting the background? That's none of my concern. Jiang Hanqing listened, somewhat dazzled. This poem had a certain charm. "You didn't make this poem on the spot, did you?" Jiang Hanqing said, noting that the situation depicted in the poem didn't match their current surroundings. "Just tell me if there's a pond in there," Li Hao replied. Jiang Hanqing was speechless. Indeed, there was a pond, but where were any peach blossoms? There wasn't a ghost of a peach blossom here. After a pause, he asked, "Did you compose this yourself, or?" The suspicion in his eyes was quite apparent. "Anyway, you can't find another author in this world," Li Hao said coolly. Seeing his confident response, Jiang Hanqing was a bit shocked and further inquired, "Then may I ask, who is the Li Bai mentioned in the poem?" "As a Li, naturally, he is one of my ancestors of the Li family," replied Li Hao. "And who is Wang Lun?" "The top brother of my ancestor." "What in the world is a top brother?" Jiang Hanqing looked utterly baffled. "It's your turn." Li Hao gave him a look. Coming back to his senses, Jiang Hanqing was somewhat speechless. Fortunately, he had been a bit crafty. He had already composed a poem about a waterfall in the cold pond earlier, which he could conveniently use today. Although it might not fully fit the current scenery, it was undoubtedly much better than Li Hao's outrageous poem. Soon, Jiang Hanqing had also finished reciting his poem. He then looked at Li Hao with a satisfied expression. "Li, what do you think of my poem?" "Very moist." Li Hao chuckled lightly in his heart and responded casually. Jiang Hanqing smiled and said, "Although Li's poem does not quite match the beauty before us, it is still quite good." "So you actually got smug?" Li Hao glanced at him, thinking, "Your poem counts as quite good? You really have some cheek. Shall we have another one?" As a literary copyist, Li Hao could not allow original creation to be humiliated and immediately decided to enlighten him. "Oh," Jiang Hanqing's expression changed slightly, feeling a bit guilty. "Another one? What should the topic be this time?" "You choose." "Perhaps the waterfall." "Waterfall?" Li Hao laughed. "Are you running headfirst into your weak spot?" "Fine." Li Hao agreed immediately, then stopped writing, looked up, and effortlessly recited a poem, viewing the waterfall at Mount Lu. By the time he recited from a leap of 3,000 feet, it seems as if the Milky Way has descended from the heavens. Jiang Hanqing was already stunned, his face full of astonishment with wide-open eyes. Jiang Hanqing had not been particularly impressed by the previous poem, but this one was spot on, as if he could see the cascading and rushing image of a waterfall right before his eyes. The Milky Way falling from heaven. Such a choice of words is too elegant and imposing. Seeing the other party struck with awe, Li Hao gave a faint smile, thinking there were plenty of classic poems describing waterfalls by the ancients. He intended to use dues, but it seemed more fitting to let the poetry sage claim this face. Jiang Hanqing had thought of trying again, but suddenly he couldn't continue. It felt as though this poem had perfectly captured the essence of the waterfall. Even though the poem was not composed on the spot by Li Hao, but taken out of his stash like his own, it was enough to reveal Li Hao's talent. Ideas of composing on the spot are mere talk. They're martial artists, after all, Not one of those great scholars in the Hamlin Academy who spend their days searching for beauties among the books. Li, I am utterly convinced by your poem, Jiang Hanqing admitted with a bow. Glad to hear that. Seeing this, Li Hao picked up the brush to paint again. Li, born in the divine general mansion, yet you possess such profound mastery in both poetry and painting. Do the elders in your mansion not mind? Jiang Hanqing could not help but ask curiously. Of course they do. Then how come? They just didn't manage to control it. Jiang Hanqing was speechless for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh, feeling that he really had met an amusing person. This was the first conversation between Jiang Hanqing and Li Hao, which he still vividly remembered years later. Li Hao didn't pay any more attention to Jiang Hanqing and continued painting. Seeing that Li Hao was focused, Jiang Hanqing didn't make any more noise to disturb him, but quietly left. The next day, before Li Hao went to the cold pool to paint the water kylan, he was summoned to the Tan Palace by Sun Yinqing. Upon hearing the two conditions Song Yufeng set for him, Li Hao was momentarily stunned, but didn't struggle much with the decision, choosing to become an honorary professor. Staying for a year was too long. However, he also had one condition of his own, which was to have everyone, including Song Yufeng, and all the elders of the Tan Palace cooperate with him on one thing. And that was to let him paint. Put in modern terms, it meant being a model. Upon hearing Li Hao's peculiar request, Song Yufeng was a bit taken aback, but it was a trivial matter, and he agreed without refusal, considering it a quirk of this talented member of the Li family. As an honorary professor, he would need to teach 3 classes a year, and if he didn't teach in any year, it would accumulate to the next. The term for the honorary professor was 10 years. That means 30 classes in total, which was relatively easy. Anticipating Li Hao's choice, Song Yufeng also told Li Hao that the disciples he would be teaching were not from Alpha Academy, but from the Black and White Hall. As for this, Li Hao didn't care much. He just needed to teach, and it didn't matter if anyone listened or who came to listen. Seeing Li Hao agree readily, Song Yufeng's lips curved into a smile, as both the young and the old got what they wanted, making the cooperation very pleasant. Leaving the Tan Palace, Li Hao was about to rush to the cold pool, but suddenly Li Yuanzhao found him. "How? Wu Shuang has returned," he said. Upon seeing Li Hao, Li Yuanzhao spoke. "The eldest lady says there will be a family banquet tonight to welcome Wu Shuang home and cleanse her of her travel dust. She asked us all to get back early." Li Hao was taken aback for a moment. After pondering, the image of a pretty young girl surfaced in his mind. Years ago, Fifth Lady had tearfully watched her leave with an old man who had the appearance of a child. Had that girl now returned as a learned young lady? Thinking this, Li Hao couldn't help but think of the little tale in Sword Cottage far south, 9,000 miles away. Shaking his head, Li Hao told Li Yuanzhao, "It's still early. I'll make another round and just be on time later." He wasn't particularly attached to that young girl, especially since Li Yun and his siblings had deliberately kept their distance over the years, which meant he saw Fifth Lady far less frequently. Should we prepare a gift in advance?" Li Yuanzhao asked. Regarding Miss Wu Shuang, he had only a faint impression of her, but over the years, he had heard much about her achievements within the mansion, recognizing her as the standout of their generation. Of course, she couldn't be compared to the current Li Hao. Indeed, after all, she was a long-lost cousin. No matter what, some small gifts should be prepared. Li Hao thought for a moment and said, "I'm not sure what she likes, but she must like to eat. Go to Hongxiang Building and buy a portion of crispy roasted goose, and from Emerald Lake Courtyard, get a portion of bamboo fragrant dark dragon liver. Make sure it's hot, and send it over during the dinner." Li Hao mentioned 7 or 8 famous Qingzhou city delicacies, all of which he had personally tasted and found to be delicious. Li Yuanzhao appeared stunned and asked, "Is that all? But these aren't expensive. Altogether, they barely cost a few silvers. Our family isn't short of money. It's the thought that counts." These delicacies, which she certainly hasn't had while traveling, should suffice. She likely has everything else she needs, Li Hao explained. Li Yuanzhao thought it made sense. Miss Wu Shuang was, after all, a disciple of the Qingzhou sect, personally taught by a famous master. What could she possibly lack? Cultivation techniques? She could choose her own at Listening Rain Tower. Weapons? She could find them herself in the armory. As for common items like gold, silver, and jewels, it's likely she wouldn't even spare them a glance. All right, then I'll buy what Hao has listed. Li Yuanzhao agreed. After he left, Li Hao picked up a canvas from his room and returned to the cold pool. He set up the canvas and reached a hand into the pool water to stir it. Sure enough, a shadow suddenly surged up, splashing water everywhere. Li Hao swiftly returned to the canvas and quickly said, "Predecessor Qiuma, please keep it like this." Song Qiuma, revealing her water Kylan form, looked formidable. She intended to transform, but stopped when she heard Li Hao. She also kept the surrounding splashes suspended in the air, frozen in place. Li Hao began painting rapidly and soon completed a depiction of the water Kylan emerging from water. Done. Following Li Hao's words, Song Qiuma let the suspended splashes retreat back into the pool and step forward, her figure as light as sand changing into a human form, her white and bare feet moving towards Li Hao's canvas. Not bad. Upon seeing her depiction on the canvas, Song Qiuma's eyes glinted with a hint of joy. Was her pose just now really that beautiful? She tilted her head to look at Li Hao and asked with a smile, "What do you think of my attire today?" Li Hao turned and saw her in a water blue dress, the same one from yesterday, but now with noticeable bracelets and silver chains on her arms and legs, which sparkled brightly. Do women all like shiny things? Li Hao chuckled and said, "It looks very beautiful." Song Qiuma gave him a look and said, "Then paint." All right. Li Hao immediately began to paint seriously. Sure enough, today's Song Qiuma, with the addition of ornaments, manifested a more dazzling and transcendent beauty in her ethereal allure. And from completing the painting, he gained an additional 100 points in his painting experience. Clearly, these ornaments were no ordinary items. Not bad. Song Qiuma nodded lightly, though her eyes could hardly hide her joy and satisfaction. Li Hao chuckled, prompted her to switch positions, and started another painting. Time flowed slowly. By the cold pool, Li Hao had already created a dozen paintings of Song Qiuma. Among them, he had her transform back to her original form for 7 or 8 paintings. In total, they gathered over 4,000 points of experience, adding up to nearly 20,000 with yesterday's session. Li Hao had noticed the day before that painting Song Qiuma yielded more experience than painting others like Feng and the Fifth Lady, even though he did not believe their cultivation levels were inferior. It was likely because they usually concealed their aura, so when he painted them, he couldn't capture their essence. Seeing Song Qiuma in front of him without much restraint, her aura overwhelming, made his paintings possess an impressive power. It seems, he thought, I'll have to ask them to show their true strength when I paint them next time, though Feng can be difficult to persuade. Preparing his favorite dish of chicken stewed with mushrooms might do the trick. Let's stop for today, Li Hao suggested as he noted the time, which was getting late, to Song Qiuma. With many sheets of paper in hand, an utterly joyful Song Qiuma said, "If you ever face any difficulties, feel free to seek me out anytime. As long as I am within Tan Palace, I can mostly help you." Is predecessor Qiuma confined here? Li Hao asked in surprise. Song Qiuma slightly shook her head, not elaborating further, and said, "Then, until next time." Saying this, she dived perfectly back into the cold pool. Seeing this, Li Hao too packed up his canvas and headed back to the mansion. As Li Hao passed Alpha Academy on the way down the mountain, he noted that Li Yun and his sister were no longer around while the other disciples of the academy were still training. Upon spotting Li Hao, one of them exclaimed in surprise. Soon, others also noticed him, and all eyes turned towards him. Seeing this, Li Hao smiled and waved a greeting, quickly making his getaway to avoid being surrounded with inquiries. At the foot of the mountain, Li Hao rode back to the mansion. Upon reaching the grand entrance, he felt today's atmosphere within the mansion was unusually lively, with smiles gracing the guards' faces. As Li Hao approached, the guards bowed and paid their respects. Back in mountain and river courtyard, Zhao informed him that Fu had sent word from Qingzhou City about his recovery, planning to leave tomorrow and return home. Additionally, Zhao presented a gift box, saying to Li Hao, "Young master, Miss Wushuang from Piaoxua Courtyard has returned to the mansion today, and the lady of the house has prepared a family dinner. You are invited over, and I have taken the liberty of preparing this gift for you to bring along later." "What is this?" Upon seeing the thoughtful gift prepared by Zhao, Li Hao opened the gift box and glanced inside to find a delicately small dragon horn comb, along with a small bottle. Li Hao picked up the small porcelain bottle and shook it, prompting Zhao to hurriedly say, "Inside is the soul-casting elixir, which can increase divine soul power. I've heard that Miss Wushuang has already reached the divine travel realm, so she must have a use for it." Zhao really is considerate and thoughtful. Li Hao couldn't help but praise. He was familiar with the soul-casting elixir. It could be consumed by those in the divine travel realm, with each pill increasing the travel distance by about 100 meters. A person could consume up to 10 pills before reaching the maximum limit, beyond which no more could be absorbed. And the accumulation of 10 pills was a kilometer. This was equivalent to surpassing 4 or 5 years of hard cultivation. The only downside was, since the elixir-assisted divine soul differed ever so slightly from one that was self-cultivated, it would not be noticeable in common battles. However, in a clash between top experts, it could become a flaw. This was what Jianghu martial artists often said. Relying on medicinal pills for improvement might lead to an unstable foundation, making the body too light. Li Hao was unable to absorb the effects of medicinal pills, and thus consuming them was ineffective for him. Even if he could, he would not choose to use them, for he had heard that his second uncle and Feng never relied on elixirs. At most, they would consume spirit food with rich energy to enhance their physical strength and vitality. Because the second uncle and Feng were not body refiners, nor would they expend effort in body refinement. So, relying on external things to increase physical strength was harmless and only beneficial to them, while they remained pure and untainted by any medicinal influence in their cultivation realm. Zhao gave a slight smile, knowing that Li Hao didn't take this matter to heart. With earnest concern, he advised, "It's been many years since your return. If you're still accustomed to Miss Wushuang's temperament, you should spend time with your cousin. It's best to close the distance in your relationship, since she is a disciple of the Qingzhou sect, and it would be good to have her support in the future." "Of course." Li Hao agreed with a smile. Zhao sighed quietly, following behind Li Hao like an old servant. Before long, Li Yuan Zhao hurried to the mountain and river courtyard, entering as if he were in his own domain and calling out Li Hao's name from afar. "It's young Master Yuan Zhao," observed Zhao, his face breaking into a kind smile. Over the years, Li Hao had been lax in his demeanor and had not displayed any martial arts talent, so the other courtyards had not interacted much with the mountain and river courtyard. Zhao had also noticed the distancing of Li Yun and his sister from Li Hao. Of the direct descendants around Li Hao's age, there were only a few, and now only young Master Yuan Zhao remained, coming to the mountain and river courtyard to keep company with young Master Hao. It wasn't fair to blame others for being opportunistic. As the steward of the mountain and river courtyard, Zhao was well informed, and he had his own trusted contacts in the other courtyards. He knew that the reason might not lie with Li Hao alone. It was rather that the other courtyards had heard certain rumors from the northern Yin battlefield, which led them to act this way. After more than a decade of prolonged war, many rumors had spread. One must know that although the Li family was a divine general mansion, wealthy and powerful, they also had political rivals in the court and others who envied them. Moreover, with the yearly battles in northern Yin, the soldiers of the Li family who perished could not voice their grievances until the war ended. Yet the war's expenses required allocations from the court, logistical support, all of which provided fodder for criticism. Don't think that with soldiers fighting abroad, no one would dare to speak in court. On the contrary, it still depended on the climate and public sentiment. "How? I've purchased the dishes you asked for. They've already been delivered to Ant's courtyard," said Li Yuan Zhao, approaching with a smile. Hearing this, Zhao looked at Li Hao with surprise, not expecting him to be so well prepared, and a look of relief crept into his eyes. Thanks for the trouble. Li Hao patted Yuan Zhao on the shoulder and said, then let's head over as well. All right. Zhao followed the two young masters, accompanied by Li Hao's personal maidservant Qingzhou, all on their way to the banquet. The carriage rolled out of the mountain and river courtyard, and Li Yuanzhao said he wanted to stop by Linglong Court first, which was his foster mother's residence. Naturally, Li Hao didn't refuse and instructed the family's trusted aide driving the carriage to turn towards Linglong Court. Once at Linglong Court, Li Yuanzhao jumped out of the carriage and asked Li Hao and Zhao to wait a moment before rushing into the courtyard. It wasn't long before Li Hao saw Li Yuanzhao escorting a woman with a graceful figure and dignified manner slowly stepping out from inside. The woman was Ms. Xiao, named Xiao Yujing. Her ancestors had produced a supremely powerful martial artist in the Four Stands realm. Her husband, the fourth son of the Li family, had been called to the battlefield on their wedding night, having to leave his new bride in their nuptial chamber to rush to the frontier. Tragically, he never returned. From then on, Ms. Xiao could only live in widowhood, childless as well. Therefore, after Li Yuanzhao was orphaned, the matriarch decided to adopt him into the fourth branch of the family. As Li Hao and Zhao waited in the carriage, Ms. Zhao's normally furrowed brows sank into a frown. As a child, Li Hao remembered being held by Ms. Xiao, who had seemed warm and kind. But over the years, she had become increasingly reclusive in her temperament. And whenever she saw him, she seemed to hold some anger towards him, which Li Hao didn't understand. Didn't I tell you today that your cousin Shuang'er is coming back? You were supposed to prepare a gift, but instead, you're fooling around with him again, Ms. Xiao reprimanded Yuan Zhao, without regard to the fact that Li Hao was right there. Li Yuan Zhao scratched his head awkwardly and said, Mother, Hao and I went to prepare the gifts together. We've already delivered them to the elder mistress's quarters at Mountain and River Courtyard. What gifts did you prepare? Xiao Yujing frowned. Crispy roasted goose from Hongxiang Building. Li Yuanzhao promptly spilled every detail. Before he could finish, Xiao Yujing already couldn't bear to listen further, angrily rebuked. Are you truly that foolish? She's been wandering outside for a long time and even made it onto the Qingquan list. What delicacies hasn't she tasted? Is she lacking your gift? How many silver does it even cost? Wouldn't it seem too meager when presented? Li Yuanzhao glanced at Li Hao and gained some confidence, saying, Mother, what doesn't our Li family have? Weapons, cultivation techniques. Cousin can just pick whatever she likes. Is there a need for us to prepare anything? Cousin hasn't returned to Qingzhou much over the years. She surely hasn't had a chance to taste the authentic delicacies here. She may not have eaten them, but do you think she cares to? Xiao Yujing rolled her eyes slightly, showing the charm of a beauty, and said exasperatedly, Whether she needs it or not is one thing, but your gifts definitely cannot be trifling. It's not just about them. At least you should be able to present it with confidence, right? If people find out all you're presenting is such food and drink, won't they laugh their heads off? With that, she looked towards the carriage and immediately caught sight of a gift box next to the curtain, scoffing. Look at this, what is it? Zhao, upon seeing her misunderstanding, hurriedly said, Madam Xiao, this was specially prepared by this old servant out of concern that young master Hao Er might come across as impolite, for him to offer to Miss Shuang'er. Humph. Xiao Yujing turned to Li Yuanzhao and said, See, you treat others like Hao, but they might not truly regard you with the same heart, leading you around in merry circles, ignorant and foolish, while they secretly prepare a generous gift. Now, you come empty-handed with nothing at all. What will you present when you see your cousin? Li Yuanzhao opened his mouth slightly, looking wronged as he said, But that was prepared by Zhao for Hao. It's not Hao's fault. You. Xiao Yujing nearly raised her hand in anger to strike him. Had Li Hao fed this fool some sort of bewitchment, refusing to listen to reason? She restrained herself, snorting in anger, yet still considering Li Hao and Zhao standing nearby. She contained her fury. Forget it. Your mother has already prepared a gift for you. Zhu Xiang, bring it to Yuan Zhao. Xiao Yujing instructed. A maidservant gracefully approached and respectfully handed Li Yuanzhao a gift box. Curious, Li Yuanzhao wanted to open it to have a look, but with a glare from Xiao Yujing, he reluctantly withdrew his hands, hanging his head low, obediently following behind his mother. We have our own carriage. There's no need to squeeze together, Xiao Yujing said indifferently to Li Hao and Zhao. Mother, be quiet. Li Hao felt a bit helpless. His fourth mother seemed to always harbor an inexplicable hostility towards him, which left him quite puzzled. Yuan Zhao, we'll go ahead then. Just stay with your mother, Li Hao said to the little chubby boy, not wanting to leave him in a tough spot. He winked at him. Li Yuanzhao promptly nodded. Hao will be right there. Then, turning his body to stealthily smile at Li Hao behind his mother's back, he flashed a pair of white teeth. Li Hao smiled back and left first with Zhao. Mother, why do you always stop me from being with Hao? Actually, Hao, be quiet. Xiao Yujing glared at him irritably. I told you to associate more with Piaoxua Courtyard. What's the need to stick around him all the time? He could only practice body refinement before, and even though his meridians are open now, he started his cultivation late. All that is still tolerable. Your mother isn't a mercenary person after all. The main thing is, I don't want you to bring trouble upon yourself, understand? Li Yuanzhao was puzzled. How did this relate to bringing trouble upon himself? Talking to you is pointless. Just listen to your mother and get closer to little Miss Jining, Xiao Yujing spoke softly. Li Yuanzhao was perplexed, as he had asked about this a few times before, but his mother hadn't explained. This time he didn't ask, simply pretending to obediently nod in agreement. When Madame Xiao married, the fourth master sacrificed himself on the battlefield. Over these years, she has had some grievances against the Li family. Zhao explained to Li Hao in a low voice inside the carriage, speaking carefully. This was a sensitive matter for the master's family, something their servants shouldn't comment on. But he worried that Li Hao might harbor resentment toward Xiao Yujing, being too young to understand the need for discretion and potentially drawing trouble. Li Hao nodded slightly. He had also thought of this reason. After all, he could understand the resentment of a widow. He didn't harbor any anger towards fourth mother, for she often showed her true colors openly, never scheming behind his back. On the contrary, the second mother from Shuahua Courtyard, who always greeted him with a smile and warm inquiries, was the one who truly irked him. And with Li Yuanzhao around, considering his face, Li Hao would not hold any hostility towards Miss Xiao. At least, she truly seemed to treat Li Yuanzhao well. Soon, the carriage arrived outside Eternal Spring Court. Several carriages were parked outside the alley. Clearly the ladies from other courtyards had arrived earlier. Before entering the court, the lively noise from the outer courtyard with phrases like "My Shuang air is truly amazing" could be heard, probably the ladies heaping praise on that favored daughter of heaven. Holding the gift box given by Zhao, Li Hao strolled into the courtyard. The house servant at the courtyard gate saw Li Hao and quickly paid his respects, knowing that this young master was deeply favored by the Grande Dame. At this moment, the bright moon had just emerged, casting a mottled starlight. In the courtyard, the lanterns were just being lit. Warm light filtered through the window screens of the main hall, carrying the sound of cheerful laughter from within, suggesting a happy gathering. Zhao and Qingzhou followed Li Hao to the entrance of the main hall, stopping before the steps, standing with hands folded, quietly waiting for the banquet to end. They would only enter if called upon. The regulations of the Li family were strict, and these servants dared not overstep their bounds. Inside the main hall, as soon as Li Hao entered, he caught sight of a strikingly unfamiliar girl's figure. She appeared to be about 16, the age when a girl is like a bud ready to bloom. Yet, the girl was already about 1.7 meters tall, with a slim and graceful figure, and her eyes were as calm as a frost lake, possessing a serenity not found in her peers. Faintly, Li Hao could still discern the rounded lines of her childhood cheeks, but now that the girl had grown up, her facial contours were even more delicate and beautiful, like a flower about to unfold. She was wearing an oyster-white dress, pure and elegant, with a shimmer of sequins sewn amidst the folds of the gauze, giving off a casual yet extremely luxurious look that, coupled with her refreshing temperament, made her seem like a fairy emerging from the mist. Clearly, this was Li Wushuang. Besides, Li Hao also saw, sitting beside his long-lost cousin, Li Yun and Li Jining, brother and sister. But at that moment, they were all eyes cast downwards in respect, hands properly placed on their laps, their faces bearing silly, happy smiles amidst the adults' praise and laughter, their gazes occasionally drawn to their elder sister beside them. Their eyes shone with hope and brightness at the sight of her lustrous figure, filled with envy and joy. This scene reminded Li Hao of 5 years ago, when they first came to Mountain and River Courtyard, listening to stories with their little faces propped up in their hands, just as well-behaved. It's no wonder Shuang Heir has reached the divine travel realm at such a young age, achieving divine travel at 15. Such talent already ranks her among the top prodigies, and it's very likely she'll step into the 3 immortals in her lifetime. At the end of the ladies' seating, 9th Madame Jiang Xian'er spoke in a soft and delicate voice. She was Li family's 9th son, Li Junyi's fiancée-to-be, and also a princess of the royal family. Seeing 9th Madame, Li Hao's eyes also couldn't help but show a measure of solemn respect. 9th Madame was the youngest among the ladies, only 32 this year. Li Hao heard from Second Master that when she was a child, due to some matter, she had lived in the Li family for a time, and it was then that she met the 9th uncle. The two shared a childhood like sweethearts, separated as they grew up, but later when the 9th uncle was free-ranging outside, establishing himself in the world, he met 9th Madame again, and their affection for each other blossomed, leading to a private vow of marriage. With 9th uncle being highly talented, also the true dragon of the previous generation of the Li family, Emperor Yu did not obstruct this union, granting them their betrothal. Unfortunately, though the marriage was settled, 9th uncle wished to earn his achievements before the grand wedding, to marry 9th Madame in a glorious ceremony. Little did anyone expect that after only 2 years in the army, he would die on the battlefield, causing the marriage, so close to the wedding date, to end abruptly, to the regret and lament of many. Originally, with 9th uncle dead, the marriage would naturally come to an end. After all, one couldn't expect the princess of the royal family to live as a widow, could they? But 9th Madame, with deep affections, declared she would wed only the 9th son of the Li family in this life. Thus, after causing an uproar in the imperial palace with the emperor, she eventually arrived at Qingzhou, holding 9th uncle's gown and armor, completing the marriage ceremony that the groom could not fulfill, becoming 9th Madame of the Li family. This romantic tale was well known throughout Qingzhou. In the mansion, all the ladies showed great respect to 9th Madame Jiang Xian'er, including 2nd Master and 5th Master. When mentioning this princess of the royal house, they were filled with affection. This was not about status, but purely about the bond of love. Li Hao, hearing 2nd Master recount this story for the first time, was also deeply moved. In this era, the carriage travels slow. A lifetime is only enough to love one person. A lifetime is also only enough to remember one person. Unlike his era, where with a simple swipe on a device, a heart could change 80 times in one night. 9th Madame is too kind, said Li Wushuang to Jiang Xian'er with a slight smile. To others, she might not show much expression, but towards the wife of her 9th uncle, she also held great respect in her heart. Hao Heir has arrived. At this moment, He Jianlan, seated at the center of the hall, saw Li Hao, and her smiling face revealed an even warmer smile as she beckoned. Come, sit down. It was then that the others also noticed Li Hao. Jiang Xian'er turned back to glance at him and gave a gentle smile, quite amiable. Li Hao responded with his own smile. Over the years, he had interacted with all the family's wives, but only the Grande Dame and 9th Madame made him feel most at ease and comfortable. Approaching the table and seeing 2 dishes he had earlier asked Yuan Zhao to purchase, Li Hao smiled and then handed the gift box he was carrying to his cousin. I heard Wushuang was coming back and prepared a small gift especially for you. I hope you like it, cousin. Li Wushuang's gaze swept over the gift box as she took it, her expression unchanging. Thank you. With that, she moved to place the gift box on the gift table behind her. Lu Yurong, sitting beside He Jianlan, caught sight of this and teased with a smile. Shuang heir, why don't you see what Hao has given you? In all these years, aside from food, he hasn't really given gifts to anyone else. He Jianlan said evenly, we're not in need of anything, and the delicacies Hao sends are all made by him personally, which is the most that is true. Lu Yurong said with a smile and a nod. Jiang Xianer turned her head to Li Hao and said with a smile, Hao heir, come sit. It's been a long time since I've had the pastries you make. If Ninth Mother likes them, I will make some for you tomorrow. Li Hao readily took a seat and said with a smile. While the two were speaking, Li Wushuang slightly frowned. She initially had no interest, but given that second mother had spoken in such a manner, if she didn't take a look, it would seem as though she didn't care enough. She casually opened the gift box and saw the porcelain bottle and dragon horn comb inside, just as she had thought, common items. Li Wushuang shook her head secretly and with less interest prepared to close it. Yet Lu Yurong chuckled softly and said, Hao heir has really put in the effort. The craftsmanship of this dragon horn comb is exquisite. You must have spent a lot of time on it. What's inside the porcelain bottle? Soul-casting elixir, Li Hao said with a smile to her. Li Wushuang's eyebrows slightly rose as she closed the lid of the gift box and placed it on the side gift table, saying indifferently, Do you think I need such pills? Though her voice was gentle, the atmosphere suddenly turned much colder. This sentence was a difficult one to respond to. Need it? That would plainly say that her talents are lacking and she needs to rely on pills. Don't need it? Then why send it at all? Li Hao was taken aback for a moment, but soon appeared somewhat helpless. Indeed, giving gifts is a troublesome matter. Shuang heir, Lady Gao Qingqing, seeing that the tone of her child was off and that the family banquet was to celebrate her, naturally didn't want any unpleasantness to occur and tried to ease the situation with a smile. Hao also meant well. You haven't seen each other for so many years, and he doesn't know what you like. The dragon horn comb looks very good, and as for the pills, if you don't need them, just keep them. Li Yun, who had been behaving properly and appeared very obedient, suddenly adopted a somewhat wild posture upon seeing Li Hao, as if he felt it was somewhat shameful to show such obedient behavior in front of Li Hao. Seeing that Li Hao seemed to have been put in an awkward position, Li Yun immediately leaned back tactically and, mimicking Li Hao's usual indifferent expression, huffed. Li Hao, do you know that my sister is a 9th-grade warrior, a top-notch prodigy? She absolutely doesn't need pills to help her, and taking them would actually harm her. Are you looking down on my sister? Having said this, he looked at Li Hao with satisfaction. Now, with his elder sister's backing, he wasn't afraid of Li Hao, the dumb son of the landowner. Li Hao looked at him with some speechlessness, thinking, this banquet is for your sister. If I lose my temper now, it's your sister who will look bad, not me. Foolish boy. Indeed, upon hearing Li Yun's words, Gao Qingqing's expression changed slightly, and she quickly tugged at Li Yun's back. They were all family, and with the elder sister-in-law present, it would be unacceptable to embarrass someone openly. Li Yun winced from the tug and looked up to see his mother's eyes exuding a hint of anger. Mother and son had a tacit understanding, and he instantly knew he had probably done something wrong. But what did I do wrong? Isn't what I said the truth? While Li Yun was lost in thought, Li Hao just smiled slightly. Naturally, he wouldn't get angry and stand up because of this. Of course, neither would he nervously explain anything. If cousin sister doesn't need such pills, perhaps cousin brother might need them. You can keep them for him. As for the comb, could it be that cousin sister also doesn't like it? Then I'll give it to sister Jining, Li Hao said, his tone seeming to convey a smile, but not quite a smile. What about the comb, cousin sister? You don't like that either? Then give it to sister Jining instead. Li Wushuang's face darkened slightly. How could she not hear the implications in Li Hao's words, implying her brother was not good enough? What do you mean? She stated directly, disliking beating around the bush. And as for saving face, she really didn't care. Cousin, didn't you hear me clearly? Li Hao feigned surprise, thinking to himself, how come both siblings seemed a bit slow-witted? Li Wushuang's eyes narrowed slightly, wanting to explode, but Gao Qingqing coughed in time to interrupt. saying, "Shuang Hao is still young and doesn't know about your situation. He intended well by giving you the soul-casting elixir. Why are you taking offense at your cousin?" "Precious gift." Jiang Xiener, sitting next to Li Hao, smiled charmingly. "Shuang if you don't like it, I'll make it up to Hao on your behalf later." "Yes, Shuang it is the thought that counts from Hao." Lu Yurong hurried to console. Li Wushuang glanced at Li Hao, said nothing more, but casually took the gift box and placed it on the gift rack behind her. At that moment, footsteps approached from outside, followed by the voice of Li Yuanzhao calling Hao. Li Hao turned his head and saw fourth mother, and Yuan Zhao had also arrived. Hearing Li Yuanzhao's voice, Xiao Yujing, who had just calmed down, flared up again. "You brat, whom do you greet first after entering?" To those unaware, it seemed as if you were here to celebrate with Li Hao. As much as she seethed with anger, with many people in the main hall, she couldn't publicly scold her son, so she hurriedly approached with a smile. "My sisters and younger siblings, I'm late. Is this Shuang My, it's been years, and you've grown so tall and beautiful in the blink of an eye. Qingzhou, you really have a lovely daughter." A few words quickly livened up the atmosphere and drew people's attention away, covering up Li Yuanzhao's impoliteness. Li Hao sat at the table with a smile on his face. These ladies, none of them were easy to deal with. Li Yuanzhao greeted Li Hao, and with a knowing glance between the brothers, they understood that the earlier incident had not caused any misunderstandings, and Li Yuanzhao also relaxed, smiling as he handed his gift to Li Wushuang. "What is this?" Lu Yurong asked with interest. "Cousin, you'll know if you open it," Li Yuanzhao said, not knowing what his mother had put inside, but he was clever enough to respond with a smile. Li Wushuang frowned slightly, feeling somewhat helpless but still opened the gift to look. It turned out to be a sharp, short dagger. "It's actually the renowned dagger Han Xiang." Gao Qingqing immediately recognized it and looked at Xiao Yu Jing in surprise. "Sister-in-law, this is a famous divine weapon. It's said that it can even pierce the body of an immortal demon king." Xiao Yu Jing smiled. "It's Yuan Zhao's heartfelt gift. As long as Shuang likes it, that's what matters." Regaining her composure, Gao Qingqing said to her daughter, "Aren't you going to thank your cousin?" Li Wushuang's eyes also showed a hint of brightness, as she rather liked the dagger. Although she used a sword, she still had another hand, carrying it with her for close combat. When a sword could not be wielded, the dagger would be as handy as a short sword. "Thank you, cousin," she said with a gentle expression, softly expressing her thanks. Li Yuanzhao waved his hand and laughed, then sat down next to Li Hao. Before long, the third and eighth ladies also arrived one after another, and soon everyone was present. He Jianlan, knowing that Li Wushuang had just returned to the mansion and did not like crowds, had not asked the concubines from the various courtyards to come over, so all those present were from the main family branches. Although there weren't many people, it was more in line with Li Wushuang's preference. In addition to the ladies, Li Wushuang's father, Li Xuanli, also returned from Zen meditation mountain deep within the mansion. He appeared to be in his 40s, with an air of scholarly elegance about him. He had been seriously injured on the battlefield years ago, but fortunately, compared to his brothers, he had managed to come back in one piece. Surviving a grave injury at the hands of demons was no easy feat after all. The men of the Li family were prime targets for the great demons on the battlefield, and once injured, they would be voraciously attacked by demons. After all, the Li family had defended the borders for years, slaying countless demons and accumulating just as many grudges. To the demon race, other than the Wang family, the four families of the Divine General Mansion were all mortal enemies, despised by the demons who wished nothing more than to consume their flesh, drink their blood, and sleep on their skins. Li Xuanli came over and first paid his respect to Madame He Jianlan with a slight bow. He then individually greeted the other sisters-in-law, nodded at his younger siblings, and finally sat down with a smile, saying, "Shuang how is your cultivation progressing at Qingzhou sect? I heard you've made it onto the Qian list. Not bad." Upon hearing her father's praise, Li Wushuang's expression remained calm. Li Yun, sitting by her side, had his eyes shining brightly, revealing a rather proud demeanor. while Li Jining also looked at her elder sister with sparkling eyes, seemingly viewing her as a role model. I'm only at the bottom of the list, after all. If I could be like ninth uncle, who reached the top of the Qian list as soon as he entered it, that would be truly impressive. She had no intention of boasting. She was merely stating the facts. Upon hearing his daughter mention old nine, a subtle change flickered across Li Xuanli's eyes, and the smile on his face receded slightly. That dazzling, meteor-like figure from the past, just as Emperor Yu had said 14 years ago, that fallen radiance was indeed the pain of the Li family. Although they had 9 brothers and did not count the sisters, each of them was closely knit with one another, united as one. However, as they each took wives and visited each other less, they gradually drifted apart. In the past, they used to train and dine together in the large courtyard, laugh and frolic together, and together they would avoid their father's punishments. Time flies like an arrow. The summer night's frog choruses that linger in the memories of the courtyard have long been inaudible. Seeing the atmosphere at the scene grow slightly quiet, Li Wuxuang realized she shouldn't have brought up that painful scar of the Li family. Her face changed slightly, and she kept silent. Li Xuanli, lost in melancholic thoughts, regained his composure and, realizing his daughter had fallen silent, affected by his emotions, immediately smiled lightly and said with a carefree tone, "You want to compare yourself with your ninth uncle? You're still too green for that. Your ninth uncle was already challenging the Celestial Master Realm at 17, defeating all challengers in reverse order. Outside Qingzhou City at Phoenix Immortal Platform, he issued a challenge to the world's finest, and in the end, no one dared to respond." Recounting those youthful days, Li Xuanli's face once again bore a hint of a smile, filled with nostalgia for those spirited times. Back then, they still had the sky above them, as well as their father and their eldest brother, which allowed them to roam freely across Jianghu, traveling far and wide. Drinking and riding freely, they explored all 19 provinces. But as the sky above them collapsed and their father's soul went to Mo River, unable to be freed to this day, unable to return to the Li family ancestral hall or to reincarnate, they also lost that leisurely disposition and instead began to cultivate fervently. At the same time, they started bearing the heavy responsibility of the Li family, guarding the frontier pass, charging through battlefields, and exorcising demons. Hearing Li Xuanli's words, a trace of reminiscence appeared in the eyes of the madams of each household. That period was also when most of them had newly married into the Li residence, when they were most naive and free-spirited, and it was the most beautiful time they had spent with their husbands. Yearning emerged in Li Wuxuang's eyes. With just a few words from her father, she painted a silhouette in her heart, grand and invincible in the world, the silhouette of her ninth uncle, the one she had heard about proudly since childhood. To challenge the world, such a commanding presence. How many in this world can achieve that? Li Hao, however, inwardly sighed. Such a prodigy, yet died young, a truly regrettable loss. The food is getting cold. Let's start eating first. In the end, it was Yi Jianlan who was the most rational, pulling back her thoughts and saying with a smile. Everyone chuckled and started to help themselves, calling on each other to eat. These dishes are good. During the meal, they talked about other things, no longer touching on those sentimental memories, seemingly reaching an unspoken agreement on this matter. Li Xuanli tasted a few dishes and exclaimed in appreciation, "Shuang Er, it's not often you come back. You should try this bamboo, fragrant dark dragon liver. It's quite good. It's the same taste from over a decade ago, not changed a bit. Your father hasn't had it for many years either." Oh, Li Wuxuang, who had maintained a cool demeanor until now, revealed a trace of a daughter's playful nature at this moment, curiously picking up the dish and tasting it carefully. It really is good." Li Wuxuang smiled, showing her teeth. Li Xuanli looked at his eldest sister-in-law and said with a smile, "Eldest sister-in-law has put a lot of thought into this for Shuang Er. The bamboo fragrant dark dragon liver from Emerald Lake Courtyard is a unique delicacy of Qingzhou, and I almost forgot its taste after such a long time." He Jianlan smiled faintly, glancing at Li Hao, who was concentrating on his food, and said, "It wasn't me who prepared it, but Hao Er and Yuan Zhao who bought it together. They said that since Shuang Er had been away for many years, she likely hadn't had Qingzhou's delicacies, so they specially bought it for her." Li Xuanli was momentarily stunned, then looked at Li Hao and Li Yuan Zhao on the other side. "Did you two buy this?" Li Hao glanced at him, harboring great respect for his warrior uncle, and nodded. Li Yuan Zhao smiled and said, "Uncle Five, Hao knows food best. The delicious dishes you just praised were all Hao's idea for me to buy. There's still several more coming up." "Oh," Li Xuanli, surprised, naturally remembered Li Hao, the seventh brother's only son with Qingqing. He had attended the boys' 100-day celebration. Later, he heard the child was a cultivation cripple, but it seemed he had somehow managed to unblock himself, or perhaps his second uncle had thought a method to help him. In any case, he was able to cultivate again. But it was a pity that he had missed the opportunities for foundation establishment and blood melting. His aptitude was inevitably inferior to others, and starting late, he had wasted valuable time. Feeling pity, his gaze softened when he looked at Li Hao. "Hao, that's very thoughtful of you. I heard your father is about to return, and the war in northern Yin has ended. The report has been submitted to the court, and I believe you'll see him soon." As he spoke, he addressed his daughter, Shuang Er. "Aren't you going to thank Xiao Hao? This thoughtfulness is no less important than any other gift." Li Hao felt moved by his uncle's words, which seemed to carry a hidden meaning since he had arrived later than others, and now spoke as if he had been observing the situation with spiritual thought from the start. He developed a favorable impression of this discerning Uncle Five. Out of consideration for the other party, Li Hao no longer dwelt on the incident just now and pretended as if nothing had happened. At this moment, one more glance at Li Wushuang would have likely made the latter embarrassed. On the other side, Li Wushuang's expression had turned sour upon hearing her aunt's words, and now, listening to her father's, she suddenly found the dragon liver in her mouth difficult to swallow. She glanced at Li Hao, only to see him picking up food as though he wasn't waiting for her gratitude. To her, this attitude seemed aloof and somewhat arrogant. Her face turned cold, and she put the half-eaten piece of dragon liver from her bowl back onto the table, reaching for another dish as she said, "Dad, I've already thanked him, and also, I don't actually like dragon liver that much. It's too greasy." Li Xuanli was taken aback, and his expression abruptly darkened. He put down his chopsticks and stared at her, saying, "Shuang Er, I've taught you since you were little to be honest and forthright. You just come back. What do you have against Hao Er? Just because he gave you a bottle of elixir?" At this point, he no longer concealed that he had been paying attention to the situation all along. As he became angry, the others at the dining table also involuntarily stopped eating. Gao Qingqing knew her husband's temper and also found it strange. Shuang Er had never been like this before. However, the atmosphere was now stiff, and if she were to ask her daughter to apologize in front of everyone in the room, it could possibly damage the child's self-esteem. He Jianlan saw that the situation was becoming awkward and gently said, "Xinli, don't be angry with Shuang Er. She just came back. Shuang Er, do you have some kind of view towards Hao?" Li Wushuang hadn't expected her father to scold her publicly, and she instantly felt an inexplicable sense of grievance. She had been away from home for so long, and before she had even had a chance to spend time with her father upon her return, he was already scolding her on behalf of an outsider. She bit her lip and glared at Li Hao. "That's something you should ask him about. Taking advantage of my absence, he bullied my younger brother. Dad, you've been healing on Zen Meditation Mountain, so you don't know about it." Li Xuanli was slightly stunned. Li Hao bullying his own child? Li Yan's expression also changed slightly, and he grew anxious. When his elder sister had returned, they had a lot to catch up on. When Li Wushuang casually asked with a smile if anyone had bullied them in recent years, he took the opportunity to mention the time Li Hao had beaten him up as a child. It was embarrassing to mention such things to his mother, but telling his big sister, he felt like he had found a strong backer. He had thought of getting back at Li Hao on his own, but every time he saw Li Hao, he irrationally chickened out. And Li Wushuang, upon hearing this, naturally remembered Li Hao's name, thinking she should seize the opportunity to put him in his place. So that was the reason. Li Hao was somewhat at a loss for words. He looked at the blushing and anxious Li Yun and didn't expect the lad to hold such a grudge. It seemed he hadn't hit him hard enough back then. The fact that the kid still remembered it meant he hadn't hit him hard enough. Yunner, when did this happen? Gao Qingqing's face showed concern as she quickly asked. Li Yun, who had never been scrutinized by so many elders before, blushed slightly and lowered his head a little. Several years ago. Exactly when? 5 or 6 years ago. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately realized it was a misunderstanding. 5 or 6 years ago. Back then, Li Hao and Li Yun were just 8 or 9 years old. At most, this could be considered child's play, not bullying. Furthermore, Li Hao was still considered infirm at the time, with unopened meridians, and had yet to start practicing martial arts. While Li Yun had been training at the martial arts field for a few years already. Right? How could he have been bullied then? As everyone came to this realization, their looks became suspicious, glancing between Li Hao and Li Yun. Gao Qingqing relieved, knowing it wasn't the sort of bullying she had thought. It was probably just a scuffle over some verbal dispute, likely nothing more serious than the sparring that took place in the martial arts field. You child, this happened so long ago. Why are you still holding on to it, and even going so far as to complain to your sister? Gao Qingqing rebuked him, irked. Her son was fine in all other respects but lacked magnanimity, failing to inherit his father's broad-mindedness and generosity. The other ladies present began to laugh lightly, and Lu Yurong said with a smile, Yunner, 5 or 6 years ago, your brother Hao hadn't even started training yet. So who was bullying whom? The question seemed teasing, but Li Hao immediately sensed a probing undertone. Of course, he might have been overthinking it. Li Yun's face became even more flushed, both ashamed and embarrassed. Back then, he truly had never beaten Li Hao, who was indeed stronger than him by a great deal. I was careless at the time. He ambushed me, and he was stronger, Li Yun said with a red face. Hearing Li Yun's words, everyone couldn't help but smile, remembering that Li Hao used to practice body refinement and naturally would have been stronger. Seeing Li Yun's embarrassed face, they knew the dilemma he faced. Despite training in martial arts, he had been bullied by Li Hao, who had not yet started cultivating a humiliating story to share. As a result, he had complained in secret to his sister, whom he hadn't seen in years, only to accidentally expose this embarrassing incident. It's because you were always fixated on Hao's fiancé, Li Yuanzhao said, annoyed upon hearing Li Yun's words. No sooner had he finished speaking did he feel his mother's gaze upon him, her eyes silently saying 3 words, shut your mouth. Li Xuanli came to understand it was a misunderstanding and sternly glared at Li Yun, saying, useless thing, making such a fuss over something so trivial and tattling to your sister. A man as tall as you should settle it with Hao in the martial arts field if you're disgruntled, not whine to your parents. What kind of skill is that? His rebuke was so harsh it left Li Yun even more mortified. Gao Qingqing was displeased with how her husband scolded their son, gave him a reproachful look, and changed the subject, asking Li Hao, speaking of which, Hao, when is your fiancée coming back? She is apprenticed to the Sword Saint, and when she's back, let her spar with Shuang air. Li Hao saw Fifth Lady steering the conversation towards him and smiled, not minding much. Shuer should be back in over half a year. The other ladies also did not let Li Yun continue to be embarrassed and smoothly transition the conversation to a new topic. Shuer is also a 9th grade combat body, isn't she? She's so smart. That year, in a back and forth of words, the earlier dispute was smoothly swept under the rug. Li Hao was at ease, chatting and laughing with the ladies, reminiscing about the past. Meanwhile, Li Yun's cheeks were flushed with embarrassment. From time to time, he sneakily glanced at his father and saw that the latter had put away his angry expression, revealing a contented smile amidst his conversation with Li Hao. Although Li Yun felt relieved, he also inexplicably experienced a sense of loss. Just then, he felt the constrained palm under the table being touched. Looking down, he saw it was his younger sister beside him. Li Jining gave Li Yin a smile, then promptly served him some food. This gesture warmed his heart. Gao Qingqing glanced at the composed and collected Li Hao, then at her own son, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. In all aspects other than cultivation, her son really did fall short compared to Li Hao, whose precocity and sensibleness were well known within the household. The only regret was that he had fallen behind in his cultivation in his earlier years. Shuang'er has made it onto the Qian list. Now that she's back home, does she have any plans for the future? Mid-conversation, Lu Yu Rong asked casually. Li Wushuang glanced at the youth across from her, who was 2 years her junior, yet still conversing with ease. She reached out with her chopsticks, subconsciously heading for the dragon liver dish. But due to her years of control over her sword-wielding wrist, she gracefully altered her trajectory and picked up a dish next to it instead. Putting the food in her mouth, she said while eating, "I don't really have any plans. I just want to spar with cousin Qianfeng." Her words caught the attention of many ladies, but it seemed as if they had not heard anything noteworthy, and they carried on eating, drinking, and chatting. Lu Yurong's expression did not change as she continued smiling. Qianfeng has just descended from Mount Wuliang and will return to the household in the coming days. We can arrange a match for you two then. Back in the day, Xian Li and Tian Gang used to chase each other around the courtyard all the time. Li Xuanli forced a smile. Second sister-in-law, those are embarrassing tales of our youth. Please let's not bring them up. The banquet gradually came to an end as the night deepened. The 7 or 8 dishes that Li Yuan Zhao had bought, along with the other subsequent dishes prepared by the eldest lady, were all brought to the table in sequence and finished off. Li Wushuang also ate quite a bit, unaware of which dishes were purchased by Li Hao, simply finding them delicious. Li Hao naturally had no interest in revealing the truth, since it was a one-time affair anyway. From the moment the dragon liver was brought onto the table, he would not offer her any more gifts of food or drink. At best, he would give a token gift out of politeness when she got married in the future. After having their fill, everyone gradually left Eternal Spring Court, and there were no further conflicts. Li Hao bid farewell to the ladies and returned to Mountain and River Courtyard with Zhao and Qingzhou. On the other hand, Li Xuanli led his wife, daughter, and son back to Piaoxua Courtyard. Once the 3 children had entered the house, Gao Qingqing pulled her self-absorbed husband aside on the small path at the back, reproaching him. "How could you speak about Yunner like that at the table just now? He's your child, and so is Shuang'er. She's only just returned, and you speak of her that way, hurting the children's feelings." Li Xuanli was taken aback, thought for a moment, and sighed. It was their fault to begin with. As for Yunner, let's not talk about him now. He's too timid. If this continues, he'll hardly achieve anything great in the future. And Shuang'er, too. Although she has been following the Thousand Mechanism Taoist in her studies and has made good progress in her cultivation level, why is she still so rash? She's devoted to protecting her brother. Isn't it good for siblings to be close? Gao Qingqing retorted irritably. Upon reflection, Li Xuanli smiled and agreed. That is true. Gao Qingqing was at a loss for words. The men of the Li family were indeed all brutes. Li Xuanli sensed his wife's discontent and said helplessly, "I can't very well criticize how heir, can I? 14 years ago, when the 7th brother had just finished his military campaign, I happened to be injured those few years. Otherwise, the affairs of Northern Yin would have fallen to me, but the 7th brother took over instead. Now, after many years of campaigning in Northern Yin, both he and Qingqing have endured hardships you and I understand. How can I possibly reprimand his son here?" Gao Qingqing was at a loss for words, naturally aware of the reasoning. Li Xuanli continued, "Besides, Hao heir did nothing wrong. You saw at the table, too, how clever he is, conversing with the elders so eloquently, without showing any timidity or disrespect, and not being offensive. To have such a temperament at such a young age is truly rare. It's a pity he cannot cultivate. Otherwise, our Shuang'er might not really hold a candle to him." Just as Gao Qingqing's anger had subsided, hearing his praise and comparison flared it up again. With a flick of her sleeve, she said angrily, "Then go and be with your precious Hao heir." With that, she went inside the house. Li Xuanli stood there perplexed, with a puzzled expression, thinking, did I say something wrong again? Why is she angry now? Elsewhere, at Shueihua Courtyard, Lu Yurong returned to the courtyard and, barely settling on the soft couch, huffed angrily and slapped her palm on the tea table. That girl, who will be married off one day, actually intends to spar with Qianfeng and vie for the true dragon seat. She doesn't realize her own limitations. Although the girl at the table had mentioned sparring, Lu Yurong could discern her true intentions. Moreover, the girl's timely return coincided with her ambitions, didn't it? Although the true dragon seat of the Li family had largely been occupied by direct male descendants for hundreds of years, it wasn't entirely exclusive to them. There was precedence for women to hold that position, but that was centuries ago. The lady who did so never married, managed the family's major affairs all her life, and eventually became a renowned female commander in Dayu. Could it be that this young miss harbored the intention of emulating her ancestor? A mere divine travel realm. She's overestimating herself. Lu Yurong thought of something and a smile crept across her lips. Meanwhile, an old housekeeper who had been following closely kept her head bowed, not daring to make a sound, although her eyes revealed a sense of melancholy and sorrow. Once upon a time, when the ladies of each courtyard were new, everyone got along harmoniously, loving and supportive without any gaps among the 9 courtyards. But now that atmosphere had subtly changed. When did this situation start? The old servant had served the Li family for many years and could vaguely remember some things. It seemed that ever since the eldest and the 3rd sons of the Li family died in battle, those joyous times had disappeared. The next day, Li Hao was on horseback, waiting on the small path beside the mansion. It wasn't long before the sound of horse hooves approached from behind. "How, bro?" Li Yuan Zhao called out with a smile as he rode up next to Li Hao, and the two of them headed side by side to Tan Palace. "Did you eat your fill yesterday?" "Almost stuffed myself." "Huh, how, bro? My mother has a sharp tongue. Don't take it to heart." Li Yuan Zhao thought for a moment before speaking. Li Hao waved his hand. "Let's not talk about that between brothers. I won't blame your mother." Li Yuan Zhao was delighted and relieved. "I knew how, bro, you're magnanimous." Li Hao just smiled. Thinking back to the events of last night's banquet, Li Yuan Zhao exclaimed. Auntie and the others were all praising cousin Wu Shuang. But little do they know, how, bro, your cultivation level has long surpassed hers. "Hey, why didn't you say anything last night?" Li Hao casually tugged at the reins, letting the horse proceed cheerfully and lightly. "What's the point of saying that? Trying to steal the limelight from a kid? It's too childish." Li Yuan Zhao was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Indeed, this was his Hao bro. It was just like him. If cousin found out you called her a kid, she'd probably be furious. "You're a kid too. How, bro, you this?" "Huh?" Li Hao laughed. Feeling somewhat helpless, Li Yuan Zhao said, having been accustomed to Li Hao's company since childhood. "However, the news of your cultivation will certainly reach Auntie and the others soon enough." Li Hao nodded, unconcerned. Once Fu returns from Qingzhou City in a couple of days, the news will probably spread. The peaceful days won't last much longer. Luckily, Qingzhou City is in Qi State, the territory of the Xia family. With hundreds of cities within the state and the demon calamity not having caused too much harm, the news hadn't made much of a splash. Furthermore, in recent years, the Li family had focused most of their attention on northern Yan, and the remaining efforts were dispersed among other territories guarded by the Li family, which made them less sensitive to news from other areas. Suddenly, Li Hao lifted the reins, and the red blood horse, being sentient, came to a halt. Just under the tree's shade further down the path stood a figure clad in snow white, unmistakably Li Wushuang by her silhouette. Li Yuan Zhao narrowed his eyes, recognizing her face, and his expression changed. "How, bro? It's cousin. She didn't hear what we just said, did she?" Whether she heard or not doesn't matter now. Li Hao raised his eyebrows slightly, feeling a momentary annoyance. These youngsters could be quite a headache, but he rode over anyway. When someone is purposely waiting for you, avoiding them is probably futile. As they drew closer, Li Wushuang turned her head, having been alert to Li Hao and the others' approach, her expression frosty. At last night's banquet, with all the ants present, I couldn't be bothered to argue with you. But the way you bullied my brother won't be overlooked. Wushuang, that was so many years ago, and moreover, it was Li Yun who provoked Hao Bro. First, Li Yuan Zhao hurriedly said. Li Wushuang gave him a cold glance. Shut your mouth. Then she turned to Li Hao. You're just a few months older than my brother. The way you bullied him before, today, I'll get back at you on his behalf. You'd better not fight back, or my strikes might not be measured. Li Hao couldn't help but laugh. I spanked that kid's butt. Do you intend to spank mine too? Li Wushuang was taken aback, her face turning frosty. I'm not going to hit your butt. I want to slap your mouth. After saying that, she suddenly charged forward, covering a distance of over 10 meters instantly, aiming to slap Li Hao, who was seated on the horse. As her palm neared his face, Li Hao leaned slightly back and then reached up to grab her hand. Like using taiji to deflect force, he pulled her off balance and, with the power of controlling objects, pressed her onto the horse's back. You! Li Wushuang's pupils shrank in shock, a hint of astonishment in her eyes. Slap my mouth? If it weren't for the fact you're from the Li family, you'd be in for a rough time. Li Hao hummed coldly, then raised his hand and firmly spanked her bottom a few times. Avenge your brother. Huh? The truth is, back then I was too lenient. The 15 Li realm. Li Wushuang's pupils contracted, horrified to the extreme, her mind buzzing, somewhat dazed. She couldn't move her entire body, tightly bound by an invisible force, unable to even turn over. It was complete suppression of her cultivation realm. She shouted in anger, Bastard, let me go. Your brother was saying the same thing back then. Li Wushuang, holding back her fury yesterday, didn't realize that Li Hao wasn't one to take things lying down either. Seeing her still so insolent, he struck her with another dozen hard slaps. If it weren't for an object-controlling force holding her up on the other side, the power of those dozen slaps would have been enough to crack the ground. Of course, Li Wushuang, being in the divine travel realm, could bear it, but it was painful enough to make her bite her lip and her eyes reddened. You let me go. She struggled with all her might. Her divine soul flew out, trying to shake off Li Hao, but was pressed back in her body by Li Hao's divine soul, completely restrained. Still not convinced? You bastard! Li Hao unleashed another succession of slaps. Suddenly, he heard muffled sobs from beneath his hand. Li Hao paused a moment, looked down, and saw the daughter of heaven who had returned home yesterday. Now her eyes were red-rimmed, her face wet with teardrops like pearls. She had been beaten to tears. The elegant and cold pride she had just the day before was gone. Like a fairy who had stepped dignified from a mist, suddenly slipped and fell to the mundane world. Li Hao stopped his hand upon seeing this, and said in a mild tone, Convinced now? Li Wushuang lay across the back of the horse, biting her lip, stubbornly silent, only letting a few more tears fall. Li Hao didn't fall for it, sneered, and said, Cousin, if you're still not convinced, believe it or not, I'll strip you naked, block your power, and hang you on this tree branch. Li Wushuang suddenly looked up, shocked as she stared at Li Hao. Could these words even be spoken by a person? I'm your cousin. On the side, Li Yuan Zhao was taken aback, but soon his eyes lit up slightly. Li Hao naturally wouldn't harbor any indecent thoughts toward Li Wushuang. He was purely threatening her. I'll count to 3, he scoffed. You wouldn't dare. Li Wushuang paled, angry and anxious, with a touch of fear. 2. You. 1. I submit. Li Wushuang hurriedly said. She wasn't familiar with his cousin and really couldn't grasp his nature, growing somewhat fearful in her heart. Li Hao had expected this, smiled coldly. A trick like this was particularly convenient and effective on a 16-year-old girl. With a casual toss, Li Hao threw her out, no longer binding her with the object-controlling force. Realizing she could move again, Li Wushuang immediately turned and gracefully landed on the ground, wiping away the tears on her face as she fell. And as soon as she landed, she turned and looked resentfully at Li Hao. Cousin, you'd better not try to complain. Li Hao sat high on the red blood horse, looking down at her calmly and casually. and don't provoke me again. If you come to make trouble without reason, next time I'll do exactly as I said." Li Wuxuang gritted her teeth. She had never faced such humiliation, even as a disciple of the Qingzhou sect, or suffered such a loss. What's harder for her to accept was that the cousin who was 2 years younger than her had reached the 15th realm. Her cultivation level was higher than hers by 1 realm. How could this be possible? Didn't her brother say that he used to be a martial arts invalid and only started cultivating smoothly at the age of 8 or 9? From 8 or 9 years old to now, it's only been a few years, right? Li Wuxuang's mind was in complete disarray. Today's events were as unbelievable to her as seeing a ghost. "Cousin, Hao is right. It was Li Yun who provoked Hao in the first place. You're totally in the wrong, and you can't beat Hao either," Li Yuanzhao said on the side, advising her. Seeing Li Wuxuang's slightly hunched body, seemingly unable to straighten her back, he felt a bit of pity. After all, he had been full of expectations for this cousin before yesterday, having heard since he was little how she had been a disciple under a famous master, and he had looked up to her with admiration. Li Wuxuang clenched her teeth and glared at the little fatty, saying, "Don't give me your cold comfort." Li Yuanzhao was at a loss for words. He was sincerely trying to persuade her, so how had it turned into cold comfort? But she was clearly furious, and even a tree branch by the road would have gotten slapped if it touched her, so he stopped poking the bear. "Were you always hiding your strength, taught by granduncle yourself?" Li Wuxuang glared at Li Hao, full of shame and anger. With their blood relationship, she naturally wouldn't have any other sort of thoughts, but was simply humiliated by the beating. "What's it to you?" Li Hao snorted. "If it were someone else today, you'd already be dead with how brainless you are." Li Wuxuang was so furious, she gritted her teeth. She had come back with the intention of fighting for the position of the true dragon. At yesterday's family feast, she had already touched base with her second mother. After all, among the third generation, the ones with the most hope of competing were nothing but her and Li Qianfeng. And she had made up her mind to emulate an ancestor, to remain unmarried for life, and take charge of the Li family. Yet, who could have expected to be thoroughly chastised by Li Hao today? "Don't keep bothering me. I don't have time for you." Li Hao glanced at her, lightly flicked the reins, and the red blood horse trotted past her with ease. "You!" Li Wuxuang trembled with rage, wanting to strike out, but holding back. She had many cultivation techniques, secret moves of the Qingzhou sect, but the gap between the divine travel realm and the 15th Li realm was too vast. Just the power of object manipulation alone rendered her immobile, making any special technique useless. Unless she also stepped into the 15th Li realm, she would not be qualified to fairly fight Li Hao and regain her pride.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.